The wind swept through Konoha, making the leaves dance. As the sun set, the sounds of shop owners closing for the day filled the air. Unseen by the villagers, a silent observer was present, not hiding, but simply existing as he had since birth. He was invisible, not by choice. Perched atop the Hokage monument, he silently pondered, his mind and heart reeling from a recent revelation. The overload of information was an immense understatement. Lady Tsunade, the fifth Hokage herself, had just dropped a bombshell on Naruto, explaining his heritage and revealing everything he had always longed to know. He had known for some time about the tailed beast sealed within him, and that the legendary fourth Hokage had performed the sealing. Naruto also understood why. He was secretly proud to protect his village and loved ones, yet saddened that no one recognized him as the hero he was meant to be. Though personally used to being ignored and hated, Naruto was saddened by how it dishonored the fourth's his father's wishes. Naruto had lived believing he had no loving family, but now he knew he was deeply loved. His mother and father had wanted him, they hadn't abandoned him as he always feared. At only 12, he was too young to claim his father's title as the last namikaze. The council wouldn't allow it until he proved himself. Naruto had much to consider, his future was uncertain, and he faced important choices at a young age. He sighed, thinking, I don't know why this bothers me, I'm used to being on my own. Earlier that day, Tsunade had not only revealed his parents' identities but also recounted her meeting with the council. Naruto, Kiba Inyazuka, Niji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Koji Akimichi, and Rock Lee had returned the day before from their failed mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. Upon learning of Naruto and Sasuke's fight, the council was furious, blaming Naruto alone. Despite others' protests, the council saw it as a direct attack on their precious Uchiha, ignoring his status as a missing nin and focusing solely on his bloodline limit. Lady Tsunade had done her best to protect Minato's son, a boy she loved as her own. Yet, her only recourse was to let Naruto choose his fate, forced exile by Umbu, or leaving honorably, remaining on friendly terms with the Leaf, and being allowed occasional returns. Small as it was, he chose honor. News spread like wildfire through Konoha, the demon brat was leaving. Naruto was given 3 days to gather his belongings and depart quietly. He had little to bring, a few pictures, some scrolls, clothes, ninja gear, and instant ramen cups. With his meager belongings packed, he left the tiny apartment the third Hokage helped him get and headed for the front gates. Naruto hadn't told his friends about his departure, unsure if he could handle the goodbyes of the few precious people he had. But as the gates appeared, he saw a crowd waiting: Niji, Tenten, Lee, Kiba, Ino, Hinata, Koji, Shikamaru, Shino, Guy, Tsunade, Shizune, Irika, Kakashi, and a sad Sakura. Naruto was surprised Jiraiya wasn't there too. An overwhelming sadness filled the air as Naruto approached the group. As glad as I am you all came to see me off, I wish you hadn't, Naruto sighed. This makes leaving so much harder. Like we wouldn't come to see you, Naruto, we will all miss you, Tsunade said, stepping forward to embrace him in a massive hug. Oi, Bah-chan, I can't breathe. Naruto gasped. Keep calling me that and you won't be able to walk, brat, she said playfully, releasing him so he could move down the line. Keep in touch, Naruto. When you come back, I'll treat you to some ramen, Irika said. Thanks, Irika-sensei, Naruto replied with a small smile. Man, I can't believe this, Kiba said, shaking Naruto's hand. Me either, Kiba, Naruto replied, moving on. Ino hugged him. Behave yourself. I'll try, he forced out one of his famous foxy grins. Shino shook his hand and nodded in classic Shino fashion. A ninja of few words, Shino's presence was appreciated by Naruto. Hinata, usually unable to speak to him, sobbed on his shoulder. It was bold for the shy kunoichi, but she couldn't contain her sorrow. I am sorry, Naruto, this is a sad day for the Leaf, whether they know it or not, Niji said, bowing respectfully. Understanding the Hyuga, Naruto bowed back. Thank you, Niji. Unsure what to say, Tenten hugged Naruto and gave him a package. I thought you could use them. My dad just made them, so they're nice and sharp. Naruto opened the package to find a dozen new kunao. Gratefully, he smiled. Ah, the best in the Leaf. Thank you, Tenten. He stowed them in his kunao pouch. When he reached Lee and Guy, they were tearfully embracing, a sight that made everyone at the gate sweat drop. Naruto sighed, some things just won't change. He quietly sidestepped the two, mumbling about the flames of youth. Shikamaru just sighed and shook his head. Troublesome. He extended his hand to Naruto. For once, I completely agree, Shikamaru, Naruto smiled, accepting the Shadow Ninja's hand. Koji was munching on chips when Naruto approached. He looked at the bag and sighed. I'm sorry, Naruto, I brought these for you, but we were waiting so long and… Don't worry, man, I understand. It's the thought that counts, Naruto shrugged it off. Kakashi and Sakura were last. As usual, Kakashi was reading his orange book. He sighed and put it away. Naruto, I know you will be alright. And even though you aren't a Leaf shinobi, don't forget you are one nonetheless. Naruto looked his old sensei in the eye. Thank you, sensei. Kakashi's eye crinkled. He thought to himself, sensei, what would you think about this if you knew? Finally, he reached Sakura. Both looked at the ground. Naruto spoke first. Sakura, I'm sorry I couldn't bring him home to you. Sakura launched herself at Naruto, flung her arms around his neck, and began to sob. Naruto stood there dumbfounded. He thought she hated him. Sakura, he questioned. It's not fair, she cried. First I lose Sasuke-kun, now you too. What will I do without my team? Naruto squeezed her in return and said softly, you'll survive. You have to. And I know you will. Train hard and bring him back. With that, he released her and walked out the gate, forcing himself not to look back. Naruto walked slowly away from Konoha, unsure where to go. Maybe the land of waves, he thought. He wasn't hated there. He could visit Tajuna and his family, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and perhaps pay respects at Zabuza and Haku's graves. As he walked, he sensed another presence. He continued as if unnoticed, slowly reaching into his kunao pouch for a new kunao. Remembering Kakashi's words he would always be a ninja, he aimed and flung his kunao at his unknown guest. He heard a thud as it hit a tree. He ran into the bushes to find a white-haired man sitting at the base of the tree, shocked, with the kunao barely touching his long hair. Puffed, and they call you one of the legendary Sunin? You're losing your edge, pervy sage. Naruto exclaimed. Nonsense. If I didn't want to be noticed, you wouldn't have. Jiraiya replied. Yeah, sure. Now, why are you following me? Naruto asked. What? I can't visit my favorite student? Oh, I didn't think I was still your student since I'm no longer a leaf shinobi. Well, that makes no sense at all. I determine who I teach, when I teach, and for how long. No one can tell me otherwise. So, how about it, kid? Up for some training? Jiraiya asked with a sly grin. You bet, pervy sage. Will you ever stop calling me that? He asked, sweat dropping. Nope. Get used to it, old man. Naruto laughed as Jiraiya sighed. The two continued down the road in silence, both lost in thought. Finally, Naruto broke the quiet. Sensei, he questioned. Taken aback by the formality, Jiraiya knew the young blonde was serious. Yes? How did you know to find me? I thought you were on a mission gathering information about the Akatsuki. Yeah, I was. But when Tsunade told you everything, she thought I should know. So she contacted me, and I came back for you, Jiraiya stated. I don't get it. Why did she think you should know? Naruto asked. Well, I asked her to. Whenever she felt it was time to tell you about Minato and Kushina, I wanted to know. Naruto looked up at him, baffled. Why? Well, it's because there's a little more information. But I thought you should hear it from me. Jiraiya stopped, unsure how to continue. Well, what is it? Naruto asked. I don't know if you know this or not, but your dad and I were closer than student and pupil. I looked at him like he was a friend and a son. When I found out he and Kushina were expecting, I was so happy for them. I wish you could have known them. They were brilliant ninjas and damn good people. They were so excited about having you. He looked down at his traveling companion and smiled. Naruto's eyes glistened as he listened and learned about his parents. Tsunade told you about the night the Kyuubi attacked and about your parents. But I told her to let me tell you about your godfather. Naruto's eyes widened, and he stopped in his tracks. What? Godfather? Who? He managed to spit out. Jiraiya stopped as well. He turned and bent down, eye to eye with Naruto. It was then that Naruto noticed the Sunin had a tear in his eye. Me, he said softly, hoping Naruto wouldn't be angry for him not being more present in his life. Naruto stood there with his mouth open, clearly shocked by the revelation. So many emotions surged through him that he couldn't speak. Jiraiya understood and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. How about we make camp here so we can talk? I'm sure there's much you want to discuss. Naruto nodded and followed Jiraiya away from the road. There was indeed much to discuss, and it was better done away from the path. Many still hated Minato Namikaze, and if anyone knew of his son, Naruto's life would be in far more danger. The two set up camp a fair distance from the road. Jiraiya made a small fire and sat next to Naruto. They sat in silence for what seemed like forever. Naruto stared into the fire. Jiraiya finally decided to speak up. Naruto, look, he began. Why? Naruto asked softly. Why now? Where have you been? Naruto asked. Naruto, you know where I have been. No, that's not what I meant. Of course I know where you have been, Naruto interrupted. I can't make up for not being there. For the longest time, I thought you being in the leaf was what's best for me, Naruto blurted. Please don't tell me that's what you were going to say. Because having people hate me like that is by no means right, fair, deserved, or what's best for you. Naruto, I know that now. Please let me finish. I hope things will be a bit clearer, Jiraiya pleaded. You're not the only one, Naruto said sarcastically. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and continued, you know where I have been and what I have been doing. Bringing you into that wouldn't have been safe. I know you know who your father is, but do you really understand who he was? What do you mean understand? He was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage and the Yellow Flash, Naruto replied as if reading from a textbook. That's what I mean. You don't understand. Well, enlighten me, old man, Naruto said, his temper flaring. No respect, but that's another day, Jiraiya sighed. He could tell Naruto was upset, he had every right to be. Your father was a feared ninja. He was a deadly man. A man that was hated. Hated? He was hated? Like me? Naruto looked shocked. Well, yes and no. Sadly, you were hated by your village. He was hated by almost everyone else. At the revelation that his father was hated, Naruto felt closer to him for once. A man he knew by legend and could recite textbook answers about, he never knew he was hated. Naruto knew their hatreds were different, but for a boy alone, at that moment, it felt all the same. So why was my father hated? He asked. People who obtain great power also gain much attention and many enemies. He was feared by all and hated by those who survived his attacks. Even the families of fallen ninja hated him, they all wanted revenge against the great Yellow Flash. I understand that, but what does that have to do with me and why you weren't there? Even in death, Minato Namikaze was a name to be feared. You know, his looks aren't the only thing you've inherited from him. If it were known that you were his child, your life would have been threatened. Many countries would have paid large bounties for the head of Minato's son. So, as shitty as it was, Leaf was the safest place for me, Naruto sadly asked. Well, yes, Jiraiya said. Sarutobi-sensei tried his hardest to keep you safe and happy. With your father gone, he became Hokage again. If he were to keep you like he wanted, it would have been like painting a bullseye on you. It wouldn't have taken people long to put two and two together. That old man had a major soft spot for you. Yeah, I remember Gigi visiting me all the time. I wish I could have lived with him. Maybe my life would have been a bit more normal, Naruto mused aloud. Heh, I know you're going to think this is a crock, but what you went through has made you one hell of a kid, and starting tomorrow, I'm going to make you one hell of a ninja. Really? Naruto asked. Yes. And if you ever tell anyone about this, I'll deny it. I have to keep my reputation up for the ladies. But I'm proud of you, Naruto, and happy to have the heir to the Namikaze clan as my travel companion and student, Jiraiya said with a smile. Naruto looked at him with a huge foxy grin. Ah, you aren't getting soft on me, are you? The two began to laugh. The following morning, Naruto woke to find his sensei missing. Knowing Jiraiya, Naruto easily figured out where he was and what he was doing. He shook his head. Ah, pervy sage. Why do I always get stuck with camp cleanup? Naruto whined as he began to tidy the campsite. During their trip to find Tsunade, Jiraiya had taught him how to properly leave a campsite, ensuring no trace remained, a crucial ninja skill. He quickly cleared the site and waited for the Toad Sage to appear. Growing restless, he decided to work on his Raiznan. Without the fox's help, he still needed a clone to form it. Determined to make his father proud, his goal was a one-handed Raiznan. Jiraiya watched Naruto from a tree, proving his claim about hiding when he didn't want to be found. He observed Naruto, in all his glory and hyperactivity, burn through his chakra reserves attempting to manipulate it in his hand. He came close a few times, but it was clear Naruto needed to learn to focus more and direct his energy. Jiraiya descended silently from his tree and approached the extremely tired, orange-clad ninja. Now, he yelled, making Naruto jump. What would happen if I was an enemy? Naruto sat up, hands behind his head, and laughed. You'd be screwed, he replied, grinning ear to ear as a clone held a kunai to the Sunin's throat. Ah, I see. Jiraiya poofed out of existence. His two clones appeared behind Naruto, both saying, two can play that game. Naruto's sweat dropped at his sensei's attempt at humor. Jiraiya and his clone rolled on the ground laughing until only the real Jiraiya remained. He wiped a tear from his eye and stood. All humor vanished from his face. Naruto, I was watching you, and while I'm glad you took initiative and practiced, you still need more control. You've come leaps and bounds, but if you're ever to claim your title as Namikaze, you need to work even harder. Naruto stared at Jiraiya. Do you really think I can? Will Konoha let me? By the time I'm done with you, I don't care if they let you, because you will be able to take it. Naruto seemed revived by his sensei's words, jumping up and down, pumping his fist. Look out, Konoha. I'll be back for what is mine whether you like it or not. Believe it. Jiraiya sighed, wondering where the kid stored all his energy. Now, Naruto, you must be able to be one with the forces around you. I hid my chakra from you today, but you should have known I was there. You need to feel other chakra with your own. To do this, you must be calm and centered. You must focus on what is around you and what is within you. You must meditate. This is where our training will begin. I will do the same, and you will tell me what you sense, and I will check it. Understand? Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. They sat on the forest floor, crossed their legs, and began their meditation. Jiraiya immediately noticed a change in Naruto. He was serious, his mind focused. He could feel Naruto sending out small bits of chakra. Little did Jiraiya know then, this was the beginning of a new Naruto. Naruto no longer thought of himself as Naruto Uzumaki, he was now the last namikaze. 1 week after Naruto left the Leaf Village, life outwardly appeared normal. The council, convinced of their righteous decision, believed they had triumphed. They underestimated the fallout, viewing Naruto's limited close connections as insignificant, a mere pebble in the water. They failed to consider that even a small ripple could escalate into a tsunami. Their decision to banish Naruto not only enraged the Hokage but also incensed the new generation of ninja leadership. The Rookie 9, excluding the traitor, and Team Guy openly voiced their disgust, knowing the Hokage supported their stance and would not punish them. A handful of older shinobi also lamented the young blonde's dismissal: Kakashi, Irika, Asuma, Guy, Anko, Shizune, and Korone. These ninja understood Naruto, recognizing the charges against him as baseless fabrications. Kakashi, deeply aware of the confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End, knew the cause of Naruto's grievous chest wound. Though trained to suppress emotion, the sight of it sickened him. He recognized the jutsu used and felt profound shame, having taught it to Sasuke. The night he returned with Naruto, Kakashi spent hours at the memorial stone, grappling with immense guilt. He had known Naruto's true identity yet neglected him, focusing instead on Sasuke. He saw so much of himself in Sasuke, desperate to offer him hope, only to inadvertently arm him with a technique that nearly killed his sensei's only son. Kakashi was ashamed of his inability to be present for Naruto, still reeling from his sensei's death. He despised himself, realizing Naruto, not Sasuke, truly needed him. He knew Sasuke was beyond change. He questioned what Minato-sensei would think of his treatment of his son. Kakashi silently vowed that when Naruto inevitably returned for what was rightfully his, he would stand by him to the end. Many villagers began to feel the void left by the hyperactive brat. His presence had imbued the village with a sense of life, which slowly began to wane. The most alarming aspect was how quickly this shift occurred in just 1 week. Fear for Konoha's future permeated the air. Stubborn villagers who praised the council were fortunate that ninja were prohibited from striking them. A careless remark in front of the wrong ninja would elicit a lethal intent so potent that words were unnecessary. Naruto's absence was most acutely felt by the owners of Ichiraku Ramen. Their income plummeted, and their morale suffered. Naruto was Tuki and Ayam's favorite customer. Any villager disrespectful towards him was promptly ejected. The Hidden Leaf Village would eventually acknowledge their grave error and suffer the consequences. It had been 1 week since Naruto began his meditation training with the Toad Sage, and Jiraiya was pleasantly surprised by the results. Naruto's sensory range was rapidly improving, now extending up to a mile. He was also honing his ability to sense chakra discreetly. Jiraiya noted Naruto's newfound calmness, as his excess energy was channeled into chakra sensing. Jiraiya decided it was time for them to discuss their future. Naruto needed to understand the realities of their training and travels together. Naruto, let's talk, Jiraiya said as they neared a town, deciding to camp outside the village for the night. Hi, Deifu? Naruto replied, having adopted the nickname Godfather when not in public, using sensei for safety. We need to discuss our travels, the white-haired man explained. Naruto nodded, gathering firewood for their camp. He sat a few feet away, immediately performing his practiced chakra sensing. I sense some people, but I don't think they're a threat. I'll send out some clones to check, Naruto reported. Jiraiya, having sensed the same, nodded. Minutes later, Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Jiraiya. Clear. They're just merchants. But I'll keep a few clones out, just in case, Naruto informed the Sennin. You've done well, Naru, but I want to ensure you understand what's coming. Jiraiya paused. I'll be training you, but I'll also be doing my research. Naruto sighed, rolling his eyes at the mention of Jiraiya's research. First, since you're no longer a paid ninja, my research funds our meals. Second, it's not that kind of research, sadly. We'll be tracking leads on the Akatsuki and the like. Oh, okay, Naruto replied. So, you need to be cautious. Meditate daily, morning and night, and whenever we stop somewhere. The Akatsuki still want the Kyuubi, and you're not strong enough for them yet. Naruto's impatience grew. When will you train me in other things? You still need to work on your patience. But meditation has done wonders for you, Jiraiya explained, continuing before Naruto could ask. Let me demonstrate. Sit. Naruto obeyed, assuming his meditation posture. Concentrate and focus. Hold out your hands and feel the chakra, visualize it forming, swirling, taking shape in your hand. Now keep thinking about it. Open your eyes, Jiraiya instructed. Naruto's eyes widened. 2 small raisins shimmered in his hands. He gasped with excitement, and they vanished. He sat in awe. Wow, just meditating helped, he asked. Yep, Jiraiya confirmed. What else are you going to teach me, Defu? Well, I want you to learn sealing. Your father excelled at it. I know some restrictive seals that will aid your training. Sealing is incredibly useful. I'll teach you some of my jutsu and other techniques. All these will strengthen you so that one day you can use your father's famous jutsu. The Hiroshin no Jutsu? Naruto asked, eyes bright. Yes. The yellow flash will return one day, Jiraiya said proudly. 5 years had passed since Naruto left Konoha, and 5 years since he had set foot back in it. He wasn't particularly eager to return so soon, preferring to wait longer, but he had urgent business with the Hokage. As he approached the front gate, it seemed nothing had changed. For a brief moment, he felt a faint sense of homecoming. The feeling evaporated when the guards dismounted their posts and approached him. The guards eyed the stranger with suspicion, noting the blank metal forehead protector tied across his forehead, a clear sign of his unaffiliated status. Yet, he was undeniably a ninja. He looked vaguely familiar, and they racked their brains, trying to determine if he was friend or foe. 5 years had altered him considerably. He was tall and muscular, his skin tanned from years of outdoor training. His bright orange jumpsuit was gone. He had realized years prior that it made him too conspicuous. Now, he was clad head to toe in black or dark gray, with yellow visible from the inside of his battle jacket. Naruto wore the battle jacket in honor of his father. It featured dark gray flames dancing along the bottom, and a matching gray swirl on his back, honoring his mother. Beneath the battle jacket, he wore black ninja pants and sandals, a sleeveless mesh shirt tucked into his pants, and a black vest. The vest, a gift from his godfather, resembled a Chunin vest but had many more pouches. Flashback. A year into their travels, Naruto's training had progressed well. Meditation had proved effective. Naruto now had significantly more chakra control and could sense Jiraiya up to 4 miles away. Though proud, Jiraiya inwardly cursed Naruto's expanded range, as he could no longer sneak up on his pupil, which diminished some of the fun of their travels. Once Naruto mastered the basics of meditation, Jiraiya decided to intensify his training. He began adding resistance seals to Naruto during his daily activities, doubling the resistance during formal training. As soon as Naruto adapted, more resistance was added. Jiraiya also started teaching him sealing, which Naruto initially protested loudly. "Ah, come on, Defu, why do I need to learn sealing? That's what backpacks are for. This is stupid." Naruto whined. Jiraiya sighed. "Naru, don't regress. We made progress with the whining. Don't pick it up again. It's annoying and unbecoming of a ninja of your status." "Status? What are you talking about? I'm not tied to any village to rank me, so I have no status. And if I was, I'm still a damn genin." "That's true. Damn Orochimaru stopped the exam with his invasion," Jiraiya mused. "Shikamaru still made Chunin, though," Naruto sighed. Jiraiya puffed out his chest and held his nose high. "Oh well, since you've been with me, you've far surpassed what it means to be a genin. So I, the Toad Sage and one of the legendary Sunin, hereby declare you of Chunin rank." By the time he finished, he was so puffed up that he reminded Naruto of Gamebuntad just before spitting water. Naruto burst into laughter. "Why are you laughing at me, brat? Did you hear what I said?" Jiraiya yelled. "Yes, I did. Did you? Mighty full of yourself, Mr. Toad Sage, aren't you?" Naruto smiled. "Oi, you brat, I have every right to be." "Well, that's fine. I guess you don't want your gift then." "Gift?" Jiraiya chuckled and tossed the vest to Naruto. Naruto caught the black vest, noticing its numerous scroll pouches. He put it on over his new mesh shirt, which he had acquired earlier that week. "Nice, Defu. Hey, wait a minute. All these scroll pouches? This isn't for sealing scrolls, is it?" Naruto questioned. "So untrusting," he said, noting his student's glare. "Yeah, okay, so I thought it might make you want to learn sealing more. But look at it like a Chunin vest. You've earned it. Thanks, Aro Senin." Jiraiya sweat dropped and sighed. "Damn, I thought I almost got him to stop calling me that," he thought to himself. End of flashback. The two guards approached the blonde and stopped, still tense, unable to identify him or determine his intentions. The taller ninja stepped forward. "State your name and purpose," he commanded. "I have business with the Hokage. Please step aside and let me pass," Naruto stated calmly. "You must be new to this village. That's not how it works. A random stranger cannot simply approach our Hokage." "What business do you have with her?" the second guard asked, joining his partner. "I'm not here to cause trouble, please just step aside," Naruto replied. The guard showed no sign of moving, prompting a loud sigh from Naruto. "I was being nice. But I'll be on my way now." "Good day to you both," Naruto offered one of his famous fox-like grins. The guards' eyes widened. They still had no idea who he was. Then, a sudden yellow flash shocked them. Naruto had appeared a few feet behind them. No! Where did he go? The first yelled. What was that move? That wasn't his move, was it? The second questioned aloud. A voice from behind them answered, the Hirishin no Jutsu is what you speak of, and no, that wasn't it. Naruto turned and began walking towards the Hokage tower, waving to the baffled guards. Konoha's yellow flash has not returned, yet. The inside of his yellow jacket flapped in the wind as he began leaping from rooftop to rooftop, his speed increasing with each second. His business would no longer be ignored. The guards were at a loss. An unknown ninja had just entered the village with such incredible speed that they didn't even know which direction he went. Crap! We have to get to the Hokage. That's where he has to be going, the first guard shouted. Then move your ass. I'll notify the Umbu. Go, the second quickly replied. While the first guard rushed off, the second tried to signal the village Umbu while hurrying along. Kakashi lazily made his way to the gates. His interest peaked when he saw only one guard frantically moving around. He rushed over. What's wrong? Kakashi ordered. Oh, thank Kami. Hey, take Sama. An unidentified ninja got past us. He said he had business with the Hokage. Please help us. What did he look like? Kakashi asked, highly annoyed with the guard. How could they let someone get by them? Kakashi was starting to get antsy. He had blonde hair and a blank Hitai-8. He moved so fast, I thought he was using the fourth jutsu. Blurred yellow and everything. Kakashi's eye widened. With that, he took off straight for the Hokage's office. He sniffed the air frantically. The scent smelled like him and toads. Kakashi knew it had to be him. After all, only two people in the world smelled like toads. Kakashi tore through the tower, knocking over anything and anyone in his way. Then, all of a sudden, it hit him. He was tearing through everything like a panic-stricken moron, completely out of character for him. He managed to regain control as he closed in on Tsunade's office. He sighed, thinking to himself, I wonder if he's returned for what is his. I hope he has. It's way past due. It was no surprise that Naruto had beaten both the guard and the Umbu to Tsunade's office. In fact, no one at the tower even knew anything was wrong. Never a traditional person, Naruto decided to enter through the open window. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to have some fun. After all, I don't get to see Bachan that much anymore, Naruto thought to himself as he performed the necessary hand signs. He soon vanished from sight. Oh yes, traveling with the legendary Peeping Tom had its perks. Naruto slipped into the room and sighed at the sight before him. Tsunade was face down in a stack of paperwork. He decided the safest place for him would be the ceiling. He pumped chakra into the appropriate places and scaled the wall. He settled on the ceiling directly above Tsunade's desk. He waited. This would be fun. Not long after he got situated, a frantic Shizune entered the office to find a sleeping Hokage. She knew waking her would be difficult, but it had to be done. The guard entered close behind her, followed by an Umbu. The guard cried out, relieved that the Hokage was okay. Naruto and Shizune stiffened, anticipating the backlash. Hokage-sama, he yelled. Before he could react, an empty sake bottle came flying at his head. Naruto and Shizune winced at the crack of it making contact with the young Chunin's head. Who the hell dares to wake me up? Tsunade snarled at the entourage in her office. The Umbu stepped forward and bowed. Shizune knelt beside the injured ninja and began to heal him. Please forgive the intrusion, Hokage-sama. But it's important, the bear Umbu said. Well, what is it? She cut him off. An unidentified ninja has entered the village. We believe he was heading this way. We don't know his location, the bear Umbu finished. As he finished speaking, Kakashi entered the room with a crinkled eye, not even looking up from his book. Lady Tsunade, I'm here to give my report, Kakashi lazily replied. He seemed unbothered by the people in the room. The mission was a success. Later, Kakashi. We have problems to deal with. Tsunade said, standing and walking to the front of her desk. There's an intruder inside the gates. Hi, Lady Tsunade. I spoke with the guard at the gate. I don't think he's a threat. No one noticed his one eye shift to the ceiling above the desk. What do you mean, Kakashi? The bear Umbu asked. All right, you've had enough fun. Come on out before everyone has a heart attack, Kakashi said. Everyone in the room looked around with wide eyes. He had been there the whole time. How had they not sensed him? Who was it? Then there was a loud thud on the top of the desk, and everyone's head snapped to it. On top of the desk, with a huge grin, was a man with wild yellow hair. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head and laughed. Long time no see, Bachan, Naruto replied. The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear crickets chirping outside. Tsunade's mouth hung open. Her eye began to twitch. Her fists clenched. She was furious. The killer intent emanating from her was immense. Everyone in the room feared for Naruto. She turned to face him. Naruto's smile began to fade. He decided it was time for damage control. He threw his hands up in surrender. Oh, come on, Bachan. It was all in good fun, Naruto pleaded. Good fun? Her eye twitched even more. Bah-chan? Naruto questioned. She snorted, then swiftly brought both hands down, destroying her desk. Naruto's speed proved useful. He moved so fast Tsunade didn't even see him. He moved behind her and wrapped his arms around her, squeezing her tightly until she relaxed. I missed you too, Bah-chan. He released her, and everyone exhaled the breath they had been holding. She turned to face him, tears in her eyes. You couldn't have visited sooner, brat. She hugged him back. He groaned from the pressure but embraced her again. Kakashi coughed loudly, his eyes still fixed on his little orange book. The other three in the room turned their gaze to him. I think we should let them talk. I have a feeling it's a high-priority subject, Kakashi said in a lazy tone. Everyone present nodded and exited the room. Kakashi walked out last, smiling to himself as he thought, welcome home, Namikaze-sama. 5 years, Naruto. Why come back now? Tsunade asked. Naruto chuckled, not much gets past you, huh? Don't start, brat. What are you doing here? She pressed. The humor vanished from Naruto's face. Tsunade was taken aback by his sudden seriousness, wondering how 5 years away from Konoha had changed him. Tsunade-sama, I believe you know why I'm here, Naruto stated flatly. Naruto's use of formalities signaled the gravity of the situation. Tsunade sighed, thinking of Minato and Kushina. Their son shouldn't have to fight for what was his, yet she knew he would. She laced her fingers, resting her chin on them. Yes, Naruto, I know why you've come. You've always had my support. But I want to hear you say it. Then so be it. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am here to claim my rightful title as Naruto Namikaze, head of the Namikaze clan and son of the 4th Hokage. A warm breeze drifted through the open window, filling the room. Tsunade smiled at the warmth, yet goosebumps rose on her arms at Naruto's words. It seemed even the gods and his parents were behind him. Good. I'll summon the council. You'll go before them. By the end of this visit, the Namikazes won't just be a memory, Tsunade said with a smirk. Meet back here in an hour. Dismissed. Naruto didn't move, a stupid grin plastered on his face. Tsunade eyed him, annoyed. What are you still doing here, brat? I said dismissed. Granny, you can't just order me around. I'm not your shinobi anymore. He knew he was pushing her buttons and loved it. Mission accomplished. Tsunade hurled a large scroll at him, which he easily dodged. Nice try, but I'm also a lot faster than your ninja. Get the hell out of my office, you brat, she screamed. As you wish, Hokage-sama, he replied sarcastically before vanishing. He's grown so much, yet he's still the same. Leaf ninja or not, he's going to be the death of me. Tsunade laughed, buzzing Shizune in. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizune asked. Gather the council. There's business to attend to. Understood, Lady Tsunade. They'll be assembled within the hour. Shizune bowed and left. Tsunade leaned back, pulled out her sake, and poured a drink. She sighed, taking a sip. This will be an interesting afternoon, to say the least. After confirming it was Naruto, Kakashi visited the memorial stone. He reflected on the past 5 years without Naruto. Though they hadn't parted on bad terms, he knew Naruto resented how he'd been treated. It was time to set things right. He sniffed the air, needing his keen senses to track Naruto down. He had to talk to him. For some reason, Naruto felt oddly sentimental. After leaving Tsunade's office, he went to Training Area 7, though he wasn't sure why. He hopped onto one of the training posts and sat. In 5 years, he hadn't realized how much he missed Konoha. It had been his home for so long. He didn't really miss the villagers who had caused him grief as a child, but a handful of people he missed terribly. After 5 years of constantly sensing his surroundings, it had become second nature. So, it was no surprise when he picked up Kakashi's chakra 4 miles out, heading his way. He waited, knowing exactly where the copy ninja was hiding. Smoothly, he drew a kunao and flung it into Kakashi's shrub. A thud echoed as it hit a tree behind him. Kakashi's eyes widened at the incoming kunao. He barely dodged it, not even seeing Naruto throw it. He sighed, realizing Naruto knew he was there. Come out, Kakashi. You're not the only one with keen senses, you know, Naruto said. I see being with Jiraiya has served you well. Indeed, Naruto replied. But that's not why you're here, is it? Very keen senses. No, it's not. I want to talk to you about the past, Kakashi stated. Naruto nodded. Silence fell as Kakashi gathered his thoughts, and Naruto let him. After all, Kakashi was the one who wanted to speak. Before anything, I owe you an apology, he said bluntly. Naruto was stunned. It wasn't like Kakashi to admit he was wrong, even when he knew it. In all the years he'd known the one-eyed ninja, he'd never heard those words truly meant. For once in his 17 years, Naruto was speechless. Kakashi had somewhat expected this reaction, knowing the facade Naruto maintained. I will never be able to convey how truly sorry I am. Kakashi, there's no need. Naruto began. Yes, there is. I was a horrible teacher to you. I gave my own jutsu to someone unworthy, and he nearly killed you with it. Kakashi, you didn't know he'd do that. Hell, even I thought he wouldn't. At one point or another, we were all blinded by the Uchiha bastard. True, but there's more. Kakashi paused, guilt radiating from him. He sighed loudly. I couldn't face you. I shunned you because of who you were. Kakashi, please, that doesn't surprise me anymore. I'm the Kyuubi's container. Being shunned is something I've been used to for a long time. Even with unwanted childhood memories flooding back, he felt genuinely bad for the man beside him. He could feel Kakashi's pain and guilt. Facing inner demons was difficult, to say the least. No, the Kyuubi had nothing to do with it. I knew you were Minato-sensei's son. I couldn't face you because it hurt too much. I'd lost everyone close to me. Your parents practically took me in. Then they died too. But in their place, they left you. You're their spitting image in so many ways. It took you almost dying for me to get my head out of my ass. Kakashi sighed, and Naruto sighed with him. Both men stared into the surrounding woods. This information was new to Naruto. He'd never known his parents were parental figures to Kakashi. If things had been different, and Minato and Kushina were still alive, they might have been like brothers. Naruto placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. His one eye widened. Naruto sighed again. Well, I guess it's good you got your head out of your ass then, Naruto replied with a foxy grin. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled. He chuckled despite himself. This boy, so much like his parents, could draw anyone out of their shell, a talent inherited from both. Given the chance, he could probably charm the pants off the devil himself. They sat in silence for a bit, reflecting on their conversation. Kakashi? Am I really like them? Kakashi was taken aback, not by the question itself, but by the innocent, childlike way Naruto asked it. His eyes glistened with hope. For that brief moment, he seemed untouched by his difficult upbringing. Kakashi felt saddened that Naruto would never know his parents like he and Jiraiya had, and guilty for not being there for him more, as his parents had been there for him. More than you will ever know. Everything you are now is what they were. I understand what happened, and why. I just wish I could have known them like you and Jiraiya. I didn't think it was possible to miss people so much when you never even knew them, Naruto said with heartbreaking sadness. They fell silent again. Being in his old sensei's presence was oddly comforting for Naruto. Being around someone who knew his parents made them feel real, not something he'd imagined. He felt tension rising from Kakashi. Kakashi, I know what you're thinking. I don't hate you. You did the best you could at the time. I don't know how you can't hate me. After finding out I knew who you were. Yeah, I won't lie. That was pretty shitty, but I think some people deserve another chance. Just keep your head out of your ass from now on, and I think we'll be okay. Heh, deal. Kakashi smiled. What did you return for? To the point as always, huh, Kakashi? Naruto returned the grin briefly before a serious look overtook his face. I'm here for what's mine. What was mine by birth, and what I've been denied for far too long. The air around Naruto perfectly suited him. He was serious and determined, truly developing into an interesting person in the 5 years he was away. He was a man like his father, a man a ninja could follow until their dying breath. It's time for my meeting with the council, Naruto said, jumping off the post. Kakashi followed suit, facing the young ninja. Yes, Namikaze-sama. It is rightfully yours, and I will honor my late sensei and fight with you to ensure it is. Thank you, Kakashi. Now, let's go. There's a room full of old people waiting for us. The role of leader suited Naruto well. Kakashi followed Naruto towards the council's meeting area in the Hokage Tower. He felt no strangeness walking behind him. As Naruto's battle jacket flowed in the breeze, Kakashi couldn't help but feel as if he were following Minato. He shook it off. He wasn't following Minato, he was following Naruto Namikaze, the Leaf's last Namikaze and next Hokage. The council had gathered in the small meeting room, waiting for the announcement of why they'd been summoned. Tsunade entered, and a hush fell. All eyes were on her as they awaited her words. Honored Council of Konoha, we are here today to address business 17 years in the making. A young man has returned seeking to claim what is rightfully his. Murmurs about the Uchiha rippled through the room. The Uchiha has returned. How come we weren't notified? Wouldn't we have known if he had? Who is he? Please calm down. He is here, wishing to speak with you. I ask that you do not judge him for what he was, but the man he has become, Tsunade said, eyeing the council warily. After a brief pause, please enter. The meeting room doors swung open, and 2 ninja walked in. One was easily recognizable as Kakashi Hatake, the other looked like a ghost. Whispers began again. Fourth Hokage-sama, there's no way that's him. How is Namikaze-sama walking among us? The tall blonde walked into the light, allowing them a full view. Their eyes fell upon his, shocked. They began to examine the man before them. Then, as they noticed the whisker markings on his cheeks, they all gasped. How can this be? How does the demon brat look like the fourth? What is he doing here? I thought he was exiled. A middle-aged man stood and looked Naruto in the eye. What business brings you back into our walls? You have much to answer for, the man stated. Naruto, Kakashi, and Tsunade bristled at the man's words. Tsunade began to speak but was cut off by Naruto. Both Kakashi and Tsunade were curious how he would address this man. Honored counsel, good sir. I don't know what you mean by I have much to answer for. I have done nothing but follow what I was told since I was old enough to understand. I was given the chance to choose to leave my home with my honor. Being as naive as I was when I left, I thought I had honor. But I soon realized I had none. I was denied my honor. I was denied my heritage, Naruto stated seriously. What do you mean your heritage? You are the Kyuubi, you have no heritage. Naruto threw his head back and laughed. The council stared as if he'd gone mad. Please sir, I don't insult your intelligence, so don't insult mine. I am not the Kyuubi, I am merely its container. I keep the bastard beast at bay so you can be safe. But let me ask you this, where did the fourth look to find this infant to seal away the Kyuubi? Do you think I won some damn contest? No. And I also know that the council has always been in the background. That you all have your ways of knowing what goes on in this village. You all knew that Gramps took me, protected me, and renamed me for my safety. What are you saying? That you are the child Kushina Namikaze was carrying? Please, you know damn well who I am. Look at me, for Kami's sake. Naruto growled, starting to lose his cool. Looks count for nothing. That could be a henge, another councilman said. I have two people here who know my birth parents. Jiraiya-sensei will be here shortly. And for the hell of it, Naruto held out his large hand and created a perfect sphere of swirling chakra, my father's Raise-nan. Tsunade and Kakashi stood in awe as he performed it with one hand in very little effort. The last time they'd seen him do the Raise-nan, he needed a clone's assistance. Look, I followed the council's rulings for as long as I was here. I followed Lady Tsunade, hell, I helped find her so she could become the fifth. I've studied under Kakashi the copycat Heitake and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sunin. I think I've proven I'm not this devil you all think I am. But I'm here to say that if you don't give me what's mine, then I will take it. Whether you like it or not, I am Naruto Namikaze, the only son of the fourth Hokage, and the last living Namikaze. And I will be henceforth. You can't just take it. The hell he can't. It is his to take. And you will not keep my student's son from it anymore. All eyes turned to see Jiraiya jump in through the window. It's his, and I can prove it. How can you prove such a thing? A council lady asked. By his blood. Tsunade jumped forward at her teammate's words. She was still in shock he'd made it to the leaf so quickly, but also amazed that when something was important, he never failed those who needed him. Jiraiya, what do you mean? His blood? Tsunade asked, seemingly voicing the council's collective thoughts. Murmurs of agreement sprung up from the council. I'm talking about the Namikaze compound. My student, even though he never expected him or his wife to die, left us a little test. He was a much-hated man by other countries, so he devised a security system for his compound. And as a seal master, before he could finish, he was cut off by one of the council members. Yes, that's all well and good, but what does that have to do with the matter at hand? If you would let me finish, I'd tell you. Jiraiya eyed each council member, looking for the next one to cause a disturbance. Like Naruto, Jiraiya was usually laid back, but when needed, he could be as serious as death. And when he was serious, he was not a man to be messed with. Whenever Minato Namikaze would leave the compound, he would activate the security system, and being a seal master, he used a complicated series of blood seals. These seals could only be activated and deactivated by a member of the Namikaze clan. Jiraiya finished. All the council members, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Naruto stood in silence as they absorbed the information. Naruto immediately knew what it meant. This was the proof the council needed. Leave it to Jiraiya to find something no one else would think of. Naruto nervously watched the council, seeing them trying to figure out where this was going. He glanced between the three other ninja in the room. Tsunade and Kakashi knew what this meant as well. Kakashi sighed loudly and hung his head. It means that to prove Naruto is a Namikaze, then he and only he should be able to open the seals Minato-sensei placed on the compound. Tsunade smiled and walked forward. So if you all will make your way to the Namikaze compound, we can settle this once and for all. If Naruto opens the seals, then it's proven. Agreed. There were some mumbles among the council. Tsunade started to get angry, and that scared the council. Oh, Kami. He has myself, Jiraiya, and Kakashi supporting him, and this will be undeniable proof. When he opens the seals to the Namikaze compound, I will name him as the last Namikaze. The council has abused him for too long. Now move out, Tsunade said, pounding a fist on the desk in front of her. The four ninjas used the body flicker technique to leave the meeting room and reach the gates of the Namikaze estate. As they waited for the council to arrive, Naruto walked over to Jiraiya. How do you know my father activated these seals before he left to fight the Kyuubi? Naruto asked. He always locked them, Jiraiya said. Pervert sage? You're starting to sweat. You're hiding something, Naruto accused. I am not, he argued. Jiraiya. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, and he winced. Oh, okay, I realized I left my good telescope here. A few weeks after the attack, I tried to retrieve it, but I couldn't. I know the seals are in place. Why couldn't you just jump the wall? It's not that high, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi asked. Because once the seal is activated, it seals the compound and projects a barrier around it. Minato truly was a genius with seals. The Toad Sage turned to his blonde student. You could be too, you know, if you'd just try. Not now, huh? The council approaches, Naruto stated calmly. Jiraiya stepped forward to meet the council as they gathered around the gate. Now, watch closely. Naruto, swipe your blood over that seal, Jiraiya said. Understood, Naruto said, biting his thumb to draw blood. He rubbed his thumb from top to bottom over the blank seal. At first, nothing happened. Scoffs were heard from the council. Wait for it, Jiraiya said. The seal seemed to come to life, absorbing the blood Naruto had smeared over it. After it cleared of blood, it began to glow. It was as if the seal were thinking and testing the blood. The glow faded, and then the blood reappeared, now reused as the ink that showed the markings of the seal. The words on the seal began to glow quickly as they faded out and sizzled. It was then that the seal began to split along the seam of the gates. Naruto's heart leaped as he placed both hands on the gates. He sighed loudly as he pushed them open. He lifted his head and looked out upon his family's home. This is where his parents lived. He was home. The council gasped. It was true, the namikazes were not an extinct clan. The glances they were throwing at one another ceased as soon as the massive gates swung open. There stood the namikaze compound, the home of the legendary fourth Hokage and his wife. These gates hadn't been opened since they were last here 17 years ago. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi walked up behind Naruto. The four took in the sights around them. For Naruto, this was something completely new, a connection to what he never had. For the other three, it was like walking into the past. The compound had been neglected for 17 years. The grounds were severely overgrown. All the gardens needed weeding. The grass was way too high. Even the buildings had minor damage, but nothing a caring touch couldn't fix. Naruto felt as if it were waiting for him to restore it to its former glory. He was in another world, lost to everyone around him. It was as if he were the only one in the compound. He didn't hear anyone calling his name. He didn't hear anyone talking around him. He was drawn to the land, he had to see it. Naruto walked further into the compound, leaving Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi to deal with the council. They were in awe. No one had actually thought the blood seals would work, but there it was, the blood proof. They couldn't deny Naruto anymore. The council had fought against Naruto for far too long. They tried to ignore him, but he couldn't be ignored. He would not let anyone ignore him. The council knew all too well who Naruto really was. They knew of his parents and of his heritage. They knew that Minato Namikaze of the Leaf and Kushina Uzumaki of the Whirlpool would indeed spawn a ninja with Hokage potential. Factor in the power of the Kyuubi, and his potential was endless. What stopped them was fear. They feared the Kyuubi, and by default, they feared Naruto. It hadn't occurred to them for most of the boy's life that he was not a demon, but a hero. They never realized that hating him could backfire and cause him to become the demon they all feared. It was now that they thanked Kami for those who kept this young man sane. After all, they all knew what Gaara of the Sand was like before Naruto befriended him. Ahem, well now, council members, you have your proof. I will speak with Namikaze-sama and let you know when we will be making the announcement to the village, Tsunade told them. Now, if you don't mind, we have things to discuss, you are all free to leave. Thank you. Yes, Lady Tsunade, she wants me. The Namikaze estate, while not as vast as the Hyuga or Uchiha compounds, featured a main house flanked by three smaller ones, with a wooded area beyond. To the left lay beautiful gardens, and in the back left corner, a family hot spring. The estate also boasted a dojo and ample space for training. Tsunade strolled through the gardens, admiring their enduring beauty despite 17 years of neglect. Ah, Kushina, you always had a way with plants. I don't know how you did it, or still do it. They're still beautiful. Talking to yourself, Haim? Jiraiya inquired, bracing for a hit that never came. Found him? Not yet. I was just admiring the gardens. It's almost like Kushina never left, she mused. Yeah, I know what you mean. This place is unreal. I can still feel them here, Jiraiya agreed. They scanned the grounds for Naruto and soon spotted him in the back right corner, near the wooded area. A faint glow emanated from him, the wind swirled, and leaves danced. Naruto stood with his eyes closed, a look of profound serenity on his face. As the two Sannin approached, he exhaled and met their gaze. So this is home, he asked. It is now, hell, it always has been, Jiraiya replied with a smile. Bah-chan, Defu, is it crazy that I can feel them? Right here, I can feel their presence. It's comforting. Naruto smiled, inhaling and exhaling deeply. So, Bah-chan, what did the council say? Nothing. They can't deny you now, and I think they're regretting their past choices regarding you. If you're still here, we can make the announcement in 2 days, Tsunade responded. Announcement? For what? Naruto questioned. We want to let the world know who you really are. If that's okay with you, Jiraiya said, a hint of spite in his voice. Now, Defu, if anyone has a right to spite, it's me. And I'm feeling it, just a bit. Let the village know. In 2 days, we'll tell them. But for now, we need to get this place in order. I think a few clones can handle the outside while we look inside, Naruto declared as 50 clones appeared, fanning out to begin work. Shall we? Naruto headed toward the main house, noticing his companions still behind him. Jiraiya smirked at Tsunade, who watched the clones with wide eyes. Is there a problem, Bah-chan? You've seen me make clones before, what's the big deal? Yeah, but there were no hand signs, and you said a few is like 2 or 3, there are 50 more of you, and are they cleaning? Yeah. And the point being, Naruto replied, holding her gaze. I know you have a lot of chakra, but 50 cleaning for Kami knows how long. Jiraiya, you old goat, what did you do to him? Why do I always get blamed for everything? I've been waiting 17 years for this, and you two are going to argue over my training at a time like this. Naruto shook his head and walked off. The two Sannin ceased their bickering and followed him. Naruto reached the back porch side and ascended the steps to the door. He looked at the door, then turned to Jiraiya, who had caught up. My dad was really paranoid, huh? Here's another blood seal. I bet they're all over this place. I'm sure they are. That's what happens when someone is hated and wants to protect what's theirs. And this was a way he knew would work, and work very well. Hey brat, you think I can get my telescope? Tsunade smacked Jiraiya's head. Really? You're going to ask that now? Yeah, I guess, Defu. And here we go, Naruto said before nipping his finger and drawing blood. He swiped his thumb over the seal, and it reacted just like the one on the gate. He slowly opened the door and stepped into the dusty home, the other two following, their hearts tightening. The house felt comfortable. Naruto instantly felt at home. It was spacious and uncluttered, though dust covered everything. Naruto pondered how many clones would be needed to clean the main house and the 3 smaller ones. The 2-story main house featured a large kitchen and dining area, 3 nicely sized bedrooms, and a bathroom on the first floor. The second floor housed 2 large bedrooms, another bathroom, and a massive library and study that occupied half the floor. The first bedroom was the master. A large bed dominated the center, surrounded by typical bedroom furnishings. Naruto walked to the open closet. It was his father's side. Ninja clothes hung there, and in the back, one of his battle jackets. Naruto ran his hand over it and smiled. It's like stepping back in time. Even when he was in a hurry, he was an organized and neat person, he said aloud to no one in particular. He continued to survey the room. After taking it all in, he decided to move on. He walked out and to the next room. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, he felt a chill. Naruto shook it off and opened the door. It was the room meant for him. He smiled as he entered. His crib stood in the corner. He peered over the edge and laughed. Inside was a bright orange baby blanket, edged in white flames with a giant swirl in the center. He ran his hand over the blanket. It's good to be home, he said as he walked downstairs, meeting the other two who were still exploring the house. What do you two think? I don't think it will take 50 clones. But I think it will be nice once it's back to its former glory. We have faith in you, Tsunade said. 2 days later, the time seemed to fly by for Naruto. He had sequestered himself on the estate, busy with cleaning. Only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were permitted inside. Naruto was a little disappointed that Kakashi hadn't shown up to see the place. He'd thought Kakashi, of all people, would want to see it now. Naruto attributed Kakashi's absence to their conversation 2 days prior. The entire village had been buzzing with gossip about Naruto Uzumaki's return to the Leaf. Some were surprised he hadn't been immediately chased off, but many were glad he was home. It had been a dull 5 years without his pranks. Everyone was curious about the Hokage's big announcement. Tsunade had requested that the remaining members of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy meet her in her office beforehand. Ever since they heard Naruto returned, they had hounded her about his whereabouts, receiving the same answer, be patient and all will be revealed. They assumed the summons was related. So, they were all on time and accounted for, except Kakashi. That man can never be on time, can he? Sakura complained. I don't know how you managed to put up with him for so long, Forward. I mean, really, Ino added. Before Ino and Sakura could begin their friendly insults, Niji coughed, and the two females stopped, looking at him. What both Ino and Sakura said in chorus. I'm sure if you would be patient, Hokage-sama would tell you why we are here, Niji replied coolly. They turned to see Lady Tsunade at her desk, drumming her fingers as the two young women bickered. She sighed. Thank you, Niji. Now, are you two done? She sat in silence. Neither dared to answer. I'll take your silence as a yes. Over the past 2 days, all of you have been wondering about Naruto. I wanted to let you all know that today you get your answers. I want you all to meet me on top of the Hokage Tower in 1 hour. And Sakura, yeah, please go and collect the Ichirakus. Tell them they are requested at the tower in 1 hour as well. Dismissed, Tsunade said, getting up and leaving the room. The ninja knew better than to question her, so they dispersed and did as they were told. An hour later, those requested at the tower were all present. It seemed the whole village had turned out for the announcement. Everyone was anxious as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi strolled to the edge. Villagers of Konoha, I, your Hokage, come to you today with wonderful news. After your honored council received the proof they needed, I have the honor to inform you that the blood of the namikaze still lives. Everyone fell silent. It was as if everything, even the wildlife, waited for what was next. Yes, the Yandame's son lived, and he has returned to the leaf. Namikaze-sama, please come out here. There was a pause, and everyone began to look around excitedly, but no one appeared. Murmurs began to rise. Kakashi smiled as he turned to the Hokage monument. People seemed to catch on and followed his gaze. Atop the fort's head stood a tall blond man with the fort's battle jacket resting on his shoulders, blowing in the wind. As soon as he was noticed, he was gone. He appeared at the front of the tower. Everyone gasped. Naruto stood there with a foxy grin. Villagers of Konoha, I present to you the Yandame's son, the last namikaze, Naruto Namikaze, Tsunade announced with great pride. The entire crowd fell eerily silent. The few standing atop the tower paled slightly, all except Naruto. He didn't dare back down. He knew who he was, and after 12 years of being pushed around by these villagers, he'd had enough. He wasn't the same wet-nosed brat he was when he left, and he felt it was damn time they all knew it. He didn't flinch, maintaining eye contact with the silent group below. Citizens of Konoha, I know what you all have thought of me for as long as I can remember. I have heard everything you've whispered behind my back. I've put up with it for damn long enough. I'm by no means arrogant enough to think that my name will buy anything from anyone. I'm not saying you have to like me, I could really care less. But I want to let you know that I am not the same person I was when I left here, and I will have respect. That is all I ask of you. He stopped speaking, awaiting the onslaught of boos from below. Tsunade watched him deliver his speech with a mother's pride. He had indeed become a fine man, one she knew would make both his parents proud. She looked at Jiraiya, who had a smirk on his face. Hell of a kid, I must say, Jiraiya told her. He sure is. Not much for winning people over, though. Basically he told them to kiss his ass. He's a bit too much like you, she replied. And you say that like it's a bad thing, he said, sounding offended. Oh, shut it, she retorted. Suddenly, the crowd erupted, cheering for Naruto. He stood stunned by their reaction. For too long, he'd been hated, and now they were cheering in approval. The familiar warm breeze swept through the town. As it surrounded Naruto, he couldn't help but smile. He could feel his parents, and that made everything okay. He turned from the cheers and headed toward his friends. He looked at them as they stared back in awe. Sakura launched herself at him like she had the day he left, jumping to throw her arms around his neck. He quickly caught her and returned the embrace. It's good to see you too, Sakura-chan, Naruto said. That seemed to break the ice. Everyone circled them, peppering him with questions. He gently set Sakura down and hushed everyone. Hey guys, take a breath. Look, I'm not going anywhere for a while, and I want you all to come to my house and we can catch up. Is that okay? Your house? Dude, when did you get a house? Kiba questioned. It's my parents' place, and since I'm the last namikaze, it's now mine. But I promise all will be answered, just be at the estate at 6. Will there be food? Koji asked. For Kami's sake, Koji. We haven't seen Naruto in 5 years, and you're worried about food, Ino yelled. Heh, it's okay, Ino, some things never change. Yes, there will be food, Koji, Naruto said with a smile. Now, you guys, I have a few things to prepare for tonight, so I'll see you all later. He waved to the group as he walked to the edge of the tower and hopped off, landing in the middle of the dispersing crowd. A few lingering villagers approached him, offered genuine smiles before bowing, and told him, welcome home. A few even ignored him, but not a single person dared to be rude after his speech. For once, Naruto could walk around the village without that nervous feeling in his stomach. He didn't have to worry about how he'd be treated. Though he didn't think people should treat him like a prince because of his name, he didn't mind that they weren't as hateful. That made a stroll through the village peaceful, something that wouldn't have happened 5 years ago, even with all he'd done for the people. He made a lap around the village, mingling and talking with whomever approached him. He even stopped by the park and spoke to some of the kids brave enough to walk up to him. Afterward, he headed for a place he'd considered a second home before he left Ichiraku's ramen stand. He entered and sat down. Neither the owner nor Ayam were in the front. After a few minutes of waiting, he sighed. "Hey, what does a man have to do to get a bowl of ramen in this place?" Naruto yelled. Ayam came from the back with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, sir. We didn't hear you come in," Ayam said as she bowed. When she looked up at the man sitting there, her smile vanished. Naruto had a serious look on his face, and maintaining the feigned seriousness, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "You'd think I haven't spent enough money here. I should be outraged." Unable to keep the facade going, he let his ear-to-ear grin show. "But it's a good thing I'm not. Because I'm starving." "Welcome home, Naruto. What'll it be?" Ayam asked. How about we start from the top of the menu and work our way down? It's been a while, and there's not one person I've found in all my travels with Jiraiya who can match the ramen at Ichiraku's." "Father, we're going to be very busy. One of everything we offer," Ayam shouted. Her aging father stepped out from the kitchen with a bewildered look. When he saw the tall blonde standing there with that identifying smile, he knew what they were in for. "Well, that makes sense. It's Naruto. I'll get started right away." With that, the old man vanished and began preparing large amounts of ramen for the human bottomless pit. After Naruto cleared the stand of all their ramen stock, he paid the large bill, bowed, and confirmed he'd see them both at his house in a few hours. He walked off to gather what he'd need to entertain the 20 or so people he'd invited. 6 o'clock came quickly, and everyone was excited. Naruto stood at the compound gates, waiting for everyone. He had closed the gates and activated the seals. He decided to go for a dramatic effect for 2 reasons. 1, he wanted them all to know that only he could open the seals, and 2, most of them had never been on the other side of the compound's walls. Anxious to see her teammate, Sakura was the first to arrive. She waved when she saw him standing at the gates and quickened her pace, greeted by a smile. "Hey, Sakura-chan, glad you could make it." "I'm glad you're home, Naruto. It's been a lonely 5 years without you here," Sakura said. "But why are we standing outside?" "Well, I figured one of the questions would be about the proof given to the council. It's easier to show than to explain," he said, relaxing and placing his hands behind his head. "Oh, well, that makes sense then," Sakura said, feeling a bit uneasy just standing there. "Sakura-chan, there's no need to be nervous. I'm still me, I'm still Naruto," he said with a small smile. "Now, tell me how you've been." "Well, I've been lonely without you around. I took you for granted. You were like a ball of energy everyone thrived off, whether they knew it or not. The only thing I could do was what you told me. I trained. I busted my ass." "Tsunade Shishao is a slave driver when it comes down to it," Sakura explained. "Yeah, tell me about it. You should see Ero Sennin. He's a monster. And you'd never think it, would you?" "No, you really wouldn't." Sakura began. "Hey, Forward, did you shush in here or what?" Ino yelled. Sakura blushed slightly when she saw Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji walking up the path. Not far behind them were Hinata, Niji, and Shino. They all walked up to where Naruto and Sakura stood. "So, Naruto, why are we standing outside your estate? Shouldn't we be on the other side?" "Niji Naizen, I'm sure Naruto-kun has a good reason for why we are here instead of inside, right, Naruto-kun?" Hinata whispered the last part. Her sudden boost of confidence faded as soon as she looked up at the blonde man, a blush coming over her face. "Right you are, Hinata. We're waiting for everyone to show up so I can demonstrate the power of the security system here. The others should be along shortly." "Yeah, well, we'll be here all night if we're waiting on Kakashi-sensei. He's still always late," Sakura said with a sigh. A saddened look crossed Naruto's face briefly before he replied, "Sometimes his tardiness should be overlooked, he has his reasons. But we're in luck." Everyone quirked an eyebrow, unsure what he meant. "That's a troublesome comment, Naruto. Care to explain?" Shikamaru asked in his lazy tone. "Sure, 1, Kakashi already knows how everything works, and 2, he's on his way right now, along with 2 Sunin and Shizun. They should be coming up that path any second now." "And just how do you know that?" Ino asked. "What, don't believe me? Ask Hinata, Niji, or even Shino, they're there." She turned and looked at the 3. "Well," the Akugan, Hinata, and Niji said in unison as their eyes activated. The 2 looked in the area Naruto indicated. Shino's bugs began to stir as they sensed chakra. All 3 nodded in agreement. "How could you know that, Naruto?" Ino asked again. "You want to know the truth? I can sense chakra at a great distance, plus with the breeze, I can smell Bahan sake," Naruto said with a cheesy grin. Everyone smiled and chuckled as they saw 4 heads bobbing over the horizon. The group of 4 arrived and, just like the others, asked why they were standing outside a closed gate and received the same answer. They stood there conversing when they heard Naruto sigh aloud. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, a little louder than before. She was starting to become more comfortable around everyone. Naruto looked at her and thought about how she was before he left. He should feel grateful she even spoke that loudly. Well, you know how I can sense chakra and all, Naruto began. Before he could finish, the group of 11 saw a large cloud of dust rising from the path leading to the compound. Through the dust and dirt, they heard two very familiar voices screaming about the flames of youth. Everyone's sweat dropped at the oncoming green-clad ninja duo. They arrived, doubled over, breathing heavily. Well done, Lee. YOSH. Your flames are indeed strong, and I'm glad I could challenge myself with a small race. You are a splendid ninja as always, YOSH. Thank you, Gai-sensei. I am most grateful for the race to fuel my flames to new heights. Oi. I don't care if you hug, but come on, don't cry. Naruto yelled over their overexuberant sobs. Lee? Where's Tenten? I thought you were going to get her, Neji asked his teammate. Ten-chan. She was with us. Lee began. One could feel the killer intent leaking from Tenten as she came up the path. Next to her was a very nervous-looking Kiba. I'm going to kill that spandex-loving. Tenten, you know how they are. You should calm down and put away the scrolls. Killing him won't be good for the village. We kind of need him. And you're dating Lee, Kiba pleaded with the weapons mistress. She sighed and looked at Kiba. Kiba gulped hard and held his hands up. I'm just saying, Kiba began. Yeah, I know, Tenten said. Lee ran up to Tenten when she got closer. He threw himself at her legs and wrapped his arms around them. Please, Ten-chan, I'm sorry for leaving you behind. I will do 500 laps on my hands. Lee tried. She held up her hand to cut him off. He looked at her baffled. Don't start that crap either. You just don't leave your girlfriend behind like that, damn it. You will make it up to me later. Understand. The crowd entered the compound, taking everything in. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade were awestruck. Kakashi, despite his efforts, couldn't help but soak in the atmosphere, having truly missed this place. A part of him felt safe and at home, and though unseen, a large smile spread across his face. Ino walked behind Sakura, momentarily speechless. It didn't take long for her to find her voice, however. She elbowed Sakura, leaning closer. I bet you wish you hadn't turned down all those dates from Naruto now, huh? Yeah, I mean no. I mean Ino pig, you need to watch yourself. Naruto and I are friends, we are teammates. Sakura whispered back. You can't use that line, look at Hinata and Kiba, and then there's Tenten and Lee. And you know damn well if it had been Suzuki-kun asking, you wouldn't have hesitated, Ino shot back. Yeah, well, we all have to grow up sometime. I'm over Suzuki. And you can't say you wouldn't have done the same. Up until the day he turned traitor, yeah, I would have. But he's not the same person, but then again, neither is Naruto. However, one of them has come out of this for the better, and it sure as hell isn't that damn Uchiha, Ino said, sauntering off. Sakura knew Ino was right, but she didn't even know if she had feelings for Naruto. While he was here, she had never given him the time of day, never allowing herself a chance to explore what could be with him. She had only focused on Suzuki. But both of them left her, and only Naruto came back. Was there more, though? She shook off the thought and caught up with the group. As the group rounded the main house, they stopped dead in their tracks. There, amidst the beautiful land, were 5 Narutos. 2 were manning the barbecue pit, 2 were setting up chairs, and 1 was coming in and out of the kitchen, placing items on a large table. All of them wore bright orange aprons. When they heard the new arrivals, they turned, waved, and then returned to their tasks. Are they cooking barbecue? Koji asked. They sure are, Koji. I had to have 2 cooks because I knew you were coming, Naruto laughed. Jiraiya walked up and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, leaning in. Is it almost done? Yeah, just about. Why? Naruto asked. Because I like your barbecue, and I want to make sure I get some before Koji cleans it out, Jiraiya answered, grabbing a plate and heading to the pit to stand in line. Hey, bro, when did you learn to cook? I thought it was all about ramen? Konohamaru asked. Don't get me wrong, ramen is still my favorite, but I'm nothing compared to Ichiraku's. And well, I had to learn because Mr. Todi over there is horrible at cooking, so it was either that or starve. The rest of the night went by smoothly. Everyone talked and gossiped about what had happened since Naruto left. Naruto was brought completely up to speed. Hinata was dating Kiba, Tenten was dating Lee, Konohamaru was dating Hanabi, Hinata's little sister, Shikamaru was dating Tamari from Suna. Both Ino and Sakura had tried dating a few civilians, but those never ended well, and now Ino and Koji were kind of seeing each other. Neji was still Neji, and after much nagging from all the females present, he revealed he did indeed have a girlfriend but refused to give her name. Naruto recounted his training and travels with Jiraiya, sharing stories of battles and learning to set up and maintain a spy network. He knew the question was coming, but he hoped it wasn't. Leave it to Ino, though, she had been dying to ask. So, Naruto, on all these travels you've just told us about, have you had any lady friends? Dates? Girl LLL friends? Ino said sweetly, with a wicked smirk, her eyes quickly flicking to Sakura and then back to Naruto, subtly letting Sakura know the question was for her benefit. I wouldn't say girlfriends. I went on a few dates, we really didn't stay in one place long enough, he sighed, his thoughts settling on one girl he didn't want to bring up. Jiraiya let out a very loud, fake cough, and everyone turned to look at him and his lecherous grin. Don't lie, brat, what about? Before he could finish, the look Naruto gave him silenced him instantly. He looked at his godson with an odd expression. I'd rather not, Naruto said calmly. Ah, come on, we told you about us. Who is she, and where is she? And if you like her, why don't you bring her here? Ino squealed. We were never officially together, but whenever we'd go back to her village, I would go see her, Naruto said. Well, that tells us, nothing really, spill, namikaze. Ino demanded. Fine, it's really not that big of a deal. Her name is Yuri, and she's a kunoichi from the mist, the blonde said. Well, you should invite her to come visit. We would love to meet her, Sakura piped in with a surprisingly genuine smile. I don't know how long I'm here for, but she might like that. She always did want to meet you all whenever I would talk about you, Naruto said, deep in thought. He truly missed her. He knew that if they saw each other more, it would become a real relationship instead of what it was now. Tsunade took this lull in the conversation to stand up and make a quick announcement. She cleared her throat and looked at the blonde namikaze with a smirk. Well, I want to be the first to congratulate you on your victory of taking back what was yours. You did good, kid. But there's more, and I asked to be the one to tell you this. The council met again after the announcement, and they discussed you returning to the Leaf, not just as a civilian, but as a shinobi. And I couldn't agree more. It just took them 5 years to figure out how wrong they had been for the past 12 years. So, if you are willing, I have a hitae to give you, Tsunade said as she pulled out the headband. Are they doing this because of my name? Are they kissing my ass now because I am a namikaze? If so, then I don't want it, Naruto said, offended. Face it, kid, if you had grown up with the name namikaze, you would have dealt with ass kissing anyway, that's just how it goes sometimes, Tsunade replied. Yeah, and we all know how well that turned out for Uchiha, don't we? Naruto shot back. Everyone stiffened at the barb made at Sasuke's expense. Many of them present had been on the first retrieval mission and felt a sense of distaste for the missing nin. Even though Sakura knew what he was and what he had done, she seemed shocked by Naruto's response. The Naruto she knew wasn't a bitter-sounding person, even though he had every right to be. Part of her felt that since Naruto came home, it would be a matter of time before Sasuke came strolling back in, a changed man, much like Naruto. But another part knew that would never happen, and it saddened her. Tsunade tossed the leaf hitae to Naruto and sighed. Look, Naruto, you deserve this. They are going to suck up to you, they want to get back in your good graces, and there's nothing wrong with enjoying it a little after the way they treated you, but don't let the attention get to you. That's where that bastard went wrong. He expected it whether or not he deserved it. You bust your ass for what you have, he wanted it handed to him, and that's what got him where he is now, and you are better than him. The group around him nodded in approval of her words. Shikamaru looked at his watch and yawned. It was now 10:30. He stood and stretched. Well, Naruto, it's getting late, and I'm tired. So I think I'm going to call it a night, he said, extending his hand to the tall ninja. Thanks for the invite. It was pleasant. Everyone else noticed the time and began to stand to leave as well. They all offered their thanks and expressed how much they enjoyed themselves. As everyone was walking out, Naruto pulled Sakura and Kakashi aside. We need to talk. I know it's late, but I want to get this out while we're on the subject. There are plenty of beds if you want to just stay, Naruto said in a very serious manner. Okay, Kakashi said, putting away his book. Let's talk then. Both Sakura and Kakashi followed Naruto into the house. In the living room, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune were already seated. Naruto motioned for the two to sit down. You might as well get comfortable, this isn't a short conversation, Naruto explained. What's this about, Naruto? Sakura questioned. I have some information on Sasuke, and since you both are part of Team 7, I wanted you to be here so you can hear what I have to say and the reasons for saying it. I would ask that neither of you get defensive, I have good reasons for this. Are we good? Naruto answered. Hi, they both replied. I have been outside of Konoha for 5 years, and along with Deifu. Deifu? Sakura interrupted. Yes, Deifu. Jiraiya is my godfather, but that is neither here nor there at the moment. Please, Sakura-chan, this is important, Naruto said patiently. Sorry, please continue. The two of us have had contact with the Uchiha, and after such, I am saying that all efforts of retrieval need to cease, immediately. And why is that? Tsunade questioned. We have run into him on 3 different occasions, the first and third were accidents, the second one, we were out looking for him, not to bring him back, but to bring him down, Naruto continued. We almost had him, but his groupies showed up and helped him get away. Both of us took damage and decided it was better if we didn't hunt him anymore. The first encounter was rather odd. He seemed really unstable mentally. He never even engaged me, but was talking like he had never left. It was like I was his friend and brother in his mind, not just a teammate. He really acted like we had grown up together being best friends. When I called him on the battle at the Valley of the End, he seemed troubled by the recount of his actions. He actually ran from me like he was scared. Naruto paused for a moment. It seemed like he was still trying to understand the things that had happened between them. When he was younger, he had always tried to view Sasuke as a friend, even a brother, but he knew damn well they were never anything like Sasuke was saying. It was almost as if in his mind, he had merged him and Itachi together, made them one person. He had shared that idea with Jiraiya, but decided not to with the others. Due to his unstable nature, Naruto and I thought it best if we looked for him and attempted to eliminate any threat he might pose. That's when we found him. The battle went on for hours. I was injured, he used the damn sword and sliced open my leg, so the battle was mainly between Naruto and the Uchiha. Naruto held his own the whole time and finally managed to get the upper hand when his damn team Hebai showed up. They grabbed the prick and ran off. I couldn't follow, and Naruto was getting close to chakra exhaustion, Jiraiya recounted. So he has replaced us? He has a new team? Sakura whispered. I don't think we ever really mattered to him, Sakura, don't let it get to you, Kakashi told her, patting her back for comfort. He couldn't care less. After that, we stopped looking for him. We wanted to know more about Hebai and what they could do, so we started looking around, talking to anyone who would tell us anything about them. We stumbled upon this one hideout of Orochimaru's that we had thought was abandoned, but it wasn't. He was using it. It almost came to blows, but we were able to get the hell out of there before anything bad happened. But not before he and I had a little talk, Naruto said. No need to get hostile, the Uchiha said, waving a hand at his team behind him, signaling them to stand down. This is just a chance meeting between old friends, isn't that right, Naruto? Whatever, what do you want? You wouldn't have called your goons off if you didn't want something, Uchiha, Naruto spat. Such anger, and here I thought you were my brother. But, however, Uzumaki, you are correct. I do want something, the Uchiha sneered at his former teammate. Well, I don't have all damn day, say whatever the hell you want to say and be on your damned way. I understand that you were basically kicked out of the Leaf because you didn't succeed in bringing me back. I want it made clear that I have no intention of ever returning to that piss-poor village. I want you to deliver a message to that old hag of a Hokage, tell her that any and all Leaf ninja that are sent after me will be killed on sight, even Kakashi and Sakura. I hold no attachments to the past, to Team 7, that is all. Sasuke and his team turned and vanished back into Orochimaru's hidden lair. They had dark and evil things to plan, and Naruto and his old sensei didn't really interest them that much. That was the last time we saw him. We have no idea where he is or what he is planning as of right now. That was 2 months ago, Naruto finished. All eyes fell on the Hokage as she processed the information. You could feel the killer intent starting to leak off of her. It seemed everyone held their breath without even realizing it. Old hag? I'll hang him up, cut his balls off, and make him wear them as earrings. Tsunade screamed. Earrings, Tsunadeheim? Really? That's twisted, even for you, Jiraiya managed to say. She turned so fast that Jiraiya didn't even realize how close she was to his face. She glared at him until he shied away, holding his hands up and closing his eyes. Earrings it is, poor bastard, he mumbled the last part to himself. He didn't even realize he brought his hands down to his crotch in a protective manner. Tsunade calmed herself and sat up straight. If the little traitorous bastard doesn't want to be brought back, then we will just have to dispose of the body before we get back. Hi, Hokage-sama, the remaining 5 answered. It had been a long night for everyone involved in the conversation regarding the traitor. Naruto had offered Sakura, Tsunade, Shizune, and Kakashi lodging for the night, which they gratefully accepted. None of the 4 really cared to go home after such an intense glimpse of someone they had held in such high esteem. Naruto had offered Jiraiya one of the smaller houses to call his own. He wanted his godfather to have a home in the Leaf, a place to come back to. Plus, Naruto couldn't use all the houses, so who better than Jiraiya to claim one as home? Naruto had claimed his parents' bedroom as his own since he was now the master of the estate. In all the cleaning and sprucing up he did, he couldn't bring himself to part with any of his parents' personal things. So, he decided to seal them in scrolls and store them. He wanted to keep them but at the same time felt odd keeping them in the room with him. The only personal items he didn't seal were photographs. It had taken him longer to complete the cleaning because he had stumbled upon their photos. He placed one, in particular, by the bedside. It was a picture of his mother and father. His parents were outside in the gardens on the grounds. They both wore huge smiles, and Minato rested a hand on his pregnant wife's large stomach. Every morning when he woke, he looked at that picture and prayed for his parents. On this morning, he woke up, jumped in the shower for a quick cleaning, and then put on fresh clothes. He decided on a black pair of ninja pants, one of his favorite pieces of clothing because they were always so comfortable to him. He grabbed an orange sleeveless shirt that wasn't tight but wasn't baggy, it fit him just right. Even though he knew it was foolish to dress head to toe in orange, he still had a thing for the color. And as one would look around the house, it seemed to be a genetic thing. He decided to forego shoes and made his way down the stairs barefoot. No noises were to be heard. Kakashi and Sakura were in two of the spare rooms in the main house. Tsunade and Shizune had opted for one of the smaller houses, and Jiraiya was forced to stay in his own little house by promise of death if he attempted to sneak into Tsunade's room during the night. Knowing that she might not kill him, he knew she would do evil and painful things to him. Sadly, he stayed home and worked on his upcoming Ika Ika book. Naruto thought his guests might be hungry when they got up, so he made his way to the kitchen to begin making breakfast for 6. He was making eggs as a clone was busy with the bacon and sausage. The smell began to waft through the house, and eventually, a horde of hungry-looking guests began to arrive one by one to the kitchen table. Ah, Naru, bacon, eggs, and sausage, what have I done to deserve such good food? Jiraiya said with a cheesy grin plastered on his face. Oh please, you aren't the reason, our other guests are the reasons, and don't act like you aren't used to eating my cooking, you spoiled old geezer. Naruto fussed. Yeah, Naruto's clone yelled as he spun around and poked Jiraiya with his spatula. Everyone in the room watched as Jiraiya, Naruto, and Naruto's clone argued and fussed with each other. All they could do was laugh at the three. Tsunade laced her fingers together and cleared her throat. The three fussing men stopped and looked at her. I'm hungry, when is it going to be ready? She asked as she sipped on a cup of coffee. Naruto's clone whirled around, shaking his spatula at Lady Tsunade. Naruto paled at his clone's actions, and before the clone could start fussing at her, he flung his own spatula at the clone's head and dispelled it. She glared at Naruto. Clones, they have a mind of their own, Naruto stammered. Just give me some food, brat. Sakura stood up from where she sat. Since there is only one of you now, I will help you if you'd like. Where are the plates? Right here. Naruto reached over where he was standing. He took out 6 plates and handed them to her. Thank you, Sakura-chan. Sakura helped Naruto by setting the table with the plates, glasses, and utensils. And since the clone that was taking care of the meat had been dispelled, she picked up his spatula and headed to the sink, and when the water was heard running, Jiraiya looked at her. Sakura, why are you washing it? Ever heard of the 8-second rule? Jiraiya asked jokingly. Well, Jiraiya-sama, it was much longer than 8 seconds, but that's not what bothers me, Sakura answered back. Well, what is bothering you then? The toad sage questioned. It touched you, she replied as she began scrubbing it. Spoken like a true apprentice of Tsunade. And you said I was rubbing off on Naru. Please, I don't know if the world is ready for another one of you. Jiraiya finished his sentence and then processed what he had said. All the color drained from his face. He looked around the room and saw 2 fuming kunoichis and 3 faces filled with shock and pity. They all knew what was about to happen to him. Ugh, gotta go, he blurted, vanishing instantly. I'll get you, damn perverted old goat, both furious women shrieked in unison. The room fell silent as the 2 women calmed down. Naruto, who had been tending to the eggs, spun around when they were done. Who wants eggs? Naruto and Sakura served the remaining people, and they ate in silence. After breakfast, Naruto stood and stretched, then looked out the window, getting an idea. Hey guys, how about a trip to the hot springs? That would be nice, Naruto, but they're on the other side of town, and I don't really think anyone's up for traveling. Shizune began. Not those, I mean the one out back, didn't you see it last night? The estate has its own hot springs, and it's wonderful, Naruto explained. Oh, no, I didn't see it, Shizune said, trying to peer out the window. Maybe you would have seen it if you weren't trying to beat Koji to the barbecue all night. I mean, how many servings did you have, Shizune? Tsunade questioned her dark-haired friend. I mean, have you seen that kid eat? I almost lost a finger. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, would you like to use it? We're in mixed company, Naruto. I don't think that would be wise, Kakashi chimed in. Yeah, I bet you don't. You're just as bad as Defu, and I never said you couldn't go in with clothes. I mean, I do have some shirts and shorts for the ladies, and you can just keep your pants on, Naruto answered. That sounds good. I did see it last night, and it looked great, Sakura said. Good, I'll be right back, Naruto said before leaving the room to find clothing for the ladies. He easily found clothes for Sakura and Shizune, but struggled to find a shirt for Tsunade. He sighed, why does she have to be so big in the chest? I mean, I don't have anything that large. He closed his eyes, and a clone poofed in behind him. What can I do for you, boss man? The clone asked. I need you to go into Jiraiya's house and get me a large shirt for Baa-chan. Nothing I have will work, he told his clone. Do you think his clothes will fit the big Tati-as? He stared at the clone. Tati-as. He shook his head. Just hurry. The clone nodded and ran downstairs. Naruto could hear his feet going down the stairs and into the kitchen. Naruto paused. Oh great, he's going through the kitchen. I hope he doesn't say anything. He sat there for a minute, listening to the muffled talking downstairs. He heard Tsunade's voice get louder, then stiffened. He wiggled his nose as the clone's memories entered his mind. If that had been a real person, their nose would have been broken for sure. Damn clones, why are minds so rebellious? He sighed, and another one poofed into the room. Before he could say anything, Naruto held up his hand. Go to Jiraiya's house, find me a large shirt, and don't go through the kitchen, hell, go through the window. I don't care, just go. He stood up with the clothing in his hands and made his way to the stairs. As he rounded the corner to the kitchen, he paused as he felt Tsunade's killer intent leaking from her. He hung his head and walked into the room. Hey brat? What the hell is wrong with your damn clones? Do they all act like that? Pretty much, pain in the ass, aren't they? Naruto said. Hey, I heard that. I'm not a pain in the ass, the new clone said as he came in with a large shirt. For once, I get one that listens. Thank you. Dispel, the original said. The clone poofed out of existence, and Naruto handed Tsunade the shirt and a pair of shorts. Then he handed the rest to Shizune and Sakura. He looked at Kakashi and motioned to the door. Ladies, feel free to join us when you have changed, Naruto said as he and Kakashi walked out the door and made their way to the hot spring. They both sighed as they eased their way in. Oh wow, this is better than the villages, Naruto said. Oh yeah, Minato-sensei took pride in his hot spring, and he had every right to. How are you doing with all of this? With being here now, Naruto held his hands up, motioning to the estate. It isn't as hard as I thought it would be. The day you opened it for the first time, I couldn't handle it. It was like stepping back in time. But I'm glad that it's yours. I'm glad that it has a new master, Kakashi said with a smile in his eye. Kakashi sighed and looked back at Naruto. It's so weird, sometimes it's like they're still here, Naruto finished. Yeah, it's so odd, but yet calming. If you think you feel them just anywhere, I want to show you this spot. It's unreal. I want to build a small temple there. It's so peaceful at that one spot. Maybe you could help me build it. I thought that I might have been going crazy at first. I'd like to help if you're sure. Wouldn't have asked if I wasn't sure, Naruto said with a smile. They sat in silence for a little while longer. Then, when they heard the door opening, Kakashi turned to Naruto quickly. How about we don't really mention the previous conversation? Don't want to seem soft for caring, Naruto asked with sarcasm. No, I have a reputation. I know that, and it's not as cool as you think it is. But I won't say anything about you being a big softie, although I think the girls would love it, Naruto said. He was enjoying messing with his former sensei. The ladies entered the water slowly. They commented on how much better these hot springs were than the ones in the village. They dropped hints that they wanted to use them more. Naruto caught on to what they were trying to do and changed the subject. So, Baa-chan, am I still a genin? Naruto asked. You would have been if it wasn't for the testimony of one of the three Sunin. Jiraiya vouched for your ability. He actually said that you were more of Jonin rank than Chinin, but you will be a Chinin, she explained. A sour look crossed his face. He knew where he stood and that he was easily above Chinin. Why am I not Jonin if Jiraiya said I was? Because I'm going to ease you back into the swing of things, like taking orders for one. However, when you have proven yourself worthy, you will be made Jonin, no questions asked. Deal. Do I have a choice? Nope. Well then, I guess you have yourself a deal then, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. Good, then I want you, Kakashi, and Sakura in my office at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning for your first mission. Hi. Hokage-sama, the three ninja answered. The five sat in the hot spring for a little while longer, enjoying each other's small talk. One by one, they all excused themselves due to their duties. Sakura waited for all the others to leave, which Naruto was actually glad for because there was something he had wanted to ask her. They sat in silence for a while until Naruto spoke up. So, how have you really been these last 5 years? I told you how I've been. Sakura-chan, you can't lie to me. I may not have been here for 5 years, but I know you, come on, tell me. Well, I've been really lonely and depressed. Why so? He asked softly. Because you all left me. I know Kakashi-sensei was still here, but I mean after you and Suzuki left. I just threw myself into training and working in the hospital. He went on missions. Just recently have I started missions again as the medical ninja on the team. Have you dated? No. I never allowed time for anything other than training and working. Why? Well, I'm trying to figure out where you are with the whole Suzuki thing. Do you still have hope for him? Are you still hung up on him? Naruto asked with a worried look in his eye. Honestly, she sighed as she looked down. I know that he's a lost cause, and it saddens me. I miss the way things used to be. I was naive enough to think that that was happy, but I know now that it wasn't, that it was an illusion of mine because I wanted to be happy. I must have made you miserable. I was too wrapped up in what Suzuki thought of me to notice you, and I kind of regret that now. You are what I always hoped he would be. Sakura-chan, She knew where he was going with what he started. He was about to say something about Yuri. You have Yuri, and when you spoke of her, as sad as I was that I lost my chance, it made me happy. I'm so thankful that you found someone. I was so worried about you being alone, and now you aren't. There was a bit of silence between them, but it didn't feel awkward at all. It was a comfort between friends. Do you miss her? Yeah, I do. She's great. I think you and her would get along. Tell me about her. I want to know more about the love of your life. Naruto blushed hard. He had never really thought of Yuri as that, but it was nice. When he heard Sakura say that, he knew it was true. It made him miss her all the more. She's great. She's everything that I could have wanted. She's a kunoichi, so she can keep me in line, and she does very well, he said with a smile and a distant look in his eyes. What does she look like? She's beautiful. Sakura just sat there and waited for him to continue his description, but it never came. He just sort of sat there with a big smile on his face. Well, oh, sorry, I was just thinking of her. I don't know, she's tall, long white hair, light blue eyes. I mean, words don't do her justice. You'd have to see her. And when would that be? I'm not sure. Since I'm back for now, I mean, we're starting missions back up tomorrow. It depends when I can go see her. I guess I'll never meet her then. Tsunade Shishio is a damn slave driver now. I bet she doesn't even touch Jiraiya. For such a laid-back person, he can be insane when it comes to training and mission-type things. You would never peg him as such though. Damn pervert is probably peeping somewhere. More than likely. If he gets caught by Shishio, I'll see him tonight in the hospital. Oh crap. I have duty at the hospital now. Sakura jumped out of the hot spring and ran towards the house, waving and yelling as she went. Naruto couldn't make out her goodbyes. He just sat in the hot spring, enjoying the silence. I wonder if Kakashi wants to work on the temple today? I think I'll go find him, Naruto said to himself as he got up and started walking to the house. Naruto and Kakashi spent the rest of the day working on the temple in memory of Minato and Kushina. It was a very peaceful time. Kakashi had opened up a little more to Naruto about the two. He told him a few stories that always made him laugh. All in all, it was a good day. Sakura and Naruto sat outside Tsunade's office, waiting for Kakashi. The two had been about 10 minutes early, and now it was going on 2 hours of tardiness, courtesy of Kakashi. Oi, I didn't think that he would be this late after everything, Naruto complained. He never shows up on time. Still, I don't even know why I bother showing up on time anymore. All we do is sit for at least 2 hours, Sakura added in agreement with her teammate. I wonder what our first mission will be, Naruto asked out loud. Probably tracking down Kakashi's lazy ass. Close, real close, Kakashi said with a smile evident in his eye. Man, you seriously need to wake up earlier. What the hell did you do when you were Umbu? Naruto commented. Sakura and Naruto stood up and followed Kakashi into the office. Tsunade looked up from her paperwork and smirked. Even though Kakashi was 2 hours late, she welcomed the break. Right on time, hey take, she said with sarcasm. He looked up from his book and started to ramble out one of his lame, overused excuses when she held up her hand. Save it. I could give a shit about one of your excuses. Think of something new. Anybody who knows you knows why you're late anyway. She took a breath and continued. Now, about your mission. Before going on it, I wish for a test. A test? What do you mean, Shishio? Sakura asked. It has been a decent amount of time since you three have worked together, and it's time you showed each other what the others are capable of. And I am feeling oddly sentimental. Tsunade fished out 2 bells and tossed them to Kakashi. Doubt you will be able to read this time, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said with confidence. Sadly, I think I agree with you there, Kakashi said as he put away his book. Shame too, I was getting to the good part. After the training session, do we leave for the mission? Naruto asked. Sakura and Kakashi looked at their blonde teammate. They saw him dead serious. Gone was the loudmouth little boy that they once knew. Naruto was all about business when it came to missions now. Hi, your mission will take you to the mist. I need you 3 to travel there as ambassadors and deliver these documents to their Mizukage. Not that I'm complaining, Hokage-sama, but why not just send a messenger? Why send 3 ninja? Kakashi questioned. Ordinarily I would, but it's a show of good faith that I trust them enough not to kill 3 of my best shinobi. Plus, Naruto is on friendlier terms with the mist ninja than most. They won't harm him or you if you're with him. Humph. My travels to the mist weren't well known to the Mizukage, and I was tolerated because of Yuri. She can be damn scary when she's pissed, Naruto explained. So you had a girl protecting you? Kakashi's eye crinkled as he tried to stifle his laughter. I'll have you know that she is on par with our Umbu. Naruto looked at Kakashi and seemed to know what was coming next. who are in their prime. Well, I can't wait to meet her, Sakura said with a smile. Well, if you three are ready, you have a test to take, Tsunade said with a smirk. And I think I'll watch this one. Team 7 made their way to their old training grounds with Tsunade in tow. The three participating in the test were in the zone. They were all ready and cautious about the others. The biggest mystery to them would be Naruto. Naruto had been missing in action for 5 years, and they really had no idea what he was capable of. Kakashi had tried to get some information out of Jiraiya. Hey, Jiraiya-sama, what has Naruto been up to for these last years? What's he have in his arsenal? Kakashi asked. Can you keep a secret, Kakashi? Hi. Good, so can I, Jiraiya said with an evil smirk. Kakashi-sensei, are you ready? Naruto asked in a mocking tone. He was trying to get an early rise out of Kakashi. Kakashi seemed to pick up on the tactic. As soon as you are, namikaze-sama. Wouldn't have it any other way. He reached behind him into a pouch and pulled out a pair of gloves. They looked almost just like the standard ninja gloves, however, they were longer, reaching Naruto's elbows. Kakashi took note of the metal plates on the back of the hand and the almost fin-like ones on the side of both arms. Naruto fixed his gloves and rolled his shoulders back. He looked at Sakura and gave her a big smile. You ready, Sakura-chan? Bet your ass I am. Let's do this. She rolled her shoulders and cracked her knuckles. Kakashi lifted his Hitai-8 and readied himself. Remember, intend to kill. Go. Before Kakashi's Sharingan could catch him, Naruto vanished in a yellow blur. Kakashi's eyes widened. Sakura used the chance to hide herself well. She knew that he was distracted. She looked up in a tree and saw Naruto sitting on a branch, looking rather amused at Kakashi's reaction. All of a sudden, 6 Narutos walked from the bushes and surrounded Kakashi. I see you're still a fan of the clones, but I have to ask, have you mastered it? Is that what I thought it was? No, that was not it. I feel no need to reveal that just yet, one of the clones spoke up. Then what was it? That? It was a mind trick. Movement at a very high speed in addition to the yellow inside of my battle jacket, it makes the mind think that it is the Hirishin, but it is by no means so. The clones around Kakashi started to walk around him, slowly at first, but then picking up speed as they went. They all threw up the battle jacket, and it seemed like Kakashi was in the middle of a yellow hurricane. The bright color could be very distracting to a common enemy, but it could not fool the Sharingan. This is pointless, Naruto. I thought you of all people would know the workings of this eye, he said with a smirk. And he was practically singing, I can see you. The Naruto in the tree looked down at Sakura. He gave her a nod, and she knew that she had an opening. Naruto had purposely drawn all attention to him so she would have a chance. She watched in awe as Kakashi waited for Naruto to do something amazing. He may be able to see into the moves, but he was so wrapped up in thinking about Naruto, he forgot about Sakura, and therefore, never even looked for the underneath that he always preached about. The Naruto clones began to close in on Kakashi. Kakashi could feel them closing in, and he knew that he would have to get out. He never picked up on the subtle movements of the clones. They had been herding him towards the bushes, closer to the waiting Sakura. Finally, Kakashi shooshined out of the ever-shrinking circle of Narutos and landed just where Naruto had wanted. That was pointless, Naruto. I thought you would have picked up something better than that for Jiraiya. I'm disappointed, Kakashi replied with a bit of disgust. He knew that Naruto was holding back, and it drove him crazy. Sakura jumped out of the bushes and grabbed Kakashi in a hold. She smirked as Naruto landed gracefully from his branch right in front of Kakashi. Disappointed, you say? Why? You should be proud. We were able to use teamwork efficiently, and we got the bells with ease, and we didn't even have to use any ninjutsu, except for the clones, of course, Naruto said smugly. His projected confidence was a bluff. Both he and Sakura knew that this wouldn't be an easy thing. They knew that Kakashi Hatake wasn't a well-known ninja for no reason. They both were aware of the level of skill that he possessed. They were toying with him so that he would underestimate them. Naruto was amazed at how well Sakura fell in line. When this test was over, he was confident that Team 7 would be better than before. In a poof of smoke, Sakura was holding a log. Tisk, tisk. Kakashi shook his head as he appeared on the other side of the two. And I brought out the Sharingan for this? You were both better when you were genin. Naruto never turned around to face Kakashi when he appeared behind him. He looked at Sakura and smirked. Taijutsu, he asked her in a voice that only she could hear. She returned his smirk. Love to. She squeezed the log that she was still hugging, and it splintered into thousands of pieces. She dusted off her hands and took out her gloves. Naruto turned to face Kakashi as Sakura joined him. He removed his battle jacket, folded it, and a clone appeared to take it. Give this to Baa-chan. I don't want to get it dirty, Naruto instructed the clone, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. Dressed in black and mesh ninja attire, with only his blonde hair and blue eyes adding color, Naruto and Sakura assumed their taijutsu stances. Finally, Kakashi remarked, The two launched themselves at the older ninja, their synchronized speed astonishing. Kakashi, taken aback by Sakura's newfound quickness and still unsure of Naruto's full potential, found himself completely on the defensive. Tsunade watched in awe, mesmerized by Naruto and Sakura's seemingly telepathic coordination. Their movements flowed like a dance, each punch a perfect counter to the others. Now this is what teamwork is supposed to look like, she mused, a proud smile gracing her lips. She knew Kakashi would soon integrate seamlessly. So engrossed was she that she didn't notice Jiraiya approach. Hey, Haim. Jiraiya observed the match, chuckling softly. He's come a long way, huh? Yes, he's incredible. He hasn't even truly begun, just some clones and now taijutsu. But I can't get over how well Sakura and he worked together. He hasn't used anything but clones? I thought he'd want to show off. That kid's mind is like a sponge, he's always eager to learn new jutsu. He'll have a field day in Minato's library. He hasn't gone in there yet? Tsunade inquired. He has, but he hasn't read much yet. The two Sunin fell silent, continuing to watch the match. Kakashi began to tire, knowing he had to incapacitate one of them. Logically, Sakura was the easier target, but Naruto, anticipating this, gave him no opportunity. Hey Kakashi, how about we kick this up a notch? Naruto asked. Kakashi's eyes widened as the metal plates on Naruto's gloves glowed blue, the fin-like extensions on his arms growing and sharpening. He realized then the true purpose of their design, not just for defense, but as deadly chakra blades, activated with a mere pump of chakra. Chakra blades? Kakashi questioned, quickly drawing two kunai to block. He knew the blades could cut through them, but it was all he had against such an unexpected weapon. Kakashi shifted his focus to Naruto, momentarily turning his back to Sakura. That instant proved to be his undoing. As Naruto brought both blades down, Kakashi braced for impact with his kunai, but nothing happened. He looked at Naruto, who had deactivated his blades, a wide grin on his face. Kakashi blinked, then turned to see Sakura jingling the bells, sticking out her tongue and smiling. Ah, sensei, I thought it would take longer than that. Sakura feigned a whine. It's okay, Kakashi, you can admit it. You underestimated us, didn't you? Naruto asked. Chakra blades? Yeah, I'd say so. Kakashi groaned, pulling his hitai over his eye. I'm impressed by you too, though. You rarely gave me any openings, and when you did, I think they were on purpose. You both have improved greatly. Tsunade and Jiraiya joined the three ninja in the clearing. Damn impressive, you three, Tsunade praised, handing Naruto his battle jacket. Didn't want to get it dirty? It is a battle jacket. Hi, I know that. But this wasn't a real battle, was it? Naruto smirked, unfolding and donning his jacket. Now, what about our mission? Calm down, Naruto. We all know why you're so excited about this mission, but let us catch our breath, Kakashi said, trying to steady his breathing. Heh, don't lump me in with you, sensei. I don't need to catch my breath, Sakura snorted at the older ninja. Okay, you three. Here are the documents you need to deliver. Make sure you get these to the Mizukage himself. Wait for a reply, but there's no need to rush. Just don't take forever. I need the Mizukage's response. You are to be peaceful and not engage ninjas unless absolutely necessary. You are ambassadors of Konoha, understand? Tsunade explained. Hi, they replied in unison. So these are the treaties? Naruto asked. Well, they're more like negotiations towards a treaty, Tsunade said, winking at Naruto. So it looks like you may be making a few more trips to the mist in the future. Naruto smiled and nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama, no objections here. Good. Now you all go get ready, you leave in an hour. How about you show up on time, Kakashi? Naruto said, his tone serious. Will do. Kakashi looked at Naruto, understanding his eagerness to get to the mist to see his lady. He knew that was not something to interfere with. Sakura and Kakashi vanished, leaving Naruto with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Hey, brat. You get to see your woman, eh? I want details. Jiraiya said. Yeah, I'll be sure to tell Yuri-chan that, Naruto replied. No, never mind. I was only kidding. I don't want to know anything. Jiraiya frantically tried to backtrack, not wanting to upset Yuri. I must meet this girl, Tsunade exclaimed. Now, if you two would excuse me, I have to prepare for a mission, Naruto said before hining out of the clearing. So, where are you going to stay while he's gone? Tsunade asked her old friend. What do you mean? I'll stay on the compound. Doesn't he activate the blood seals when he leaves? Oh crap, I have to catch him. Jiraiya vanished. Naruto was in his room, packing for the mission. Since becoming proficient with sealing, he carried everything in scrolls. He'd organize items into different scrolls, then seal them all into one larger scroll that fit easily into the scroll pouches of the vest Jiraiya had given him. He was just finishing when Jiraiya knocked on his door. You know you don't have to do that if I'm alone, Naruto replied. You mean I don't ever since Yuri-san, always a pervert? Naruto sighed. Whatcha need, Deifu? You just need to embrace your inner pervertedness. You're a man, you think that way, I know you do. But anyway, are you going to activate the seals while you're gone? Yeah, I was, Naruto replied. That's fine. I need to check on the network and do some research. You'll probably be home before me. Good luck, and tell Yuri-san I said hello. Will do, Deifu, watch yourself out there, Naruto told the older man. I won't be there to bail your ass out this time if anything goes wrong. And please, stay the hell away from Hebai and Akatsuki. You do know that I can handle myself, don't you? I mean, who the hell do you think taught you everything you know? Don't do that, I know you're more than capable. But I just worry. You're all the family I have left. He trailed off, looking at Jiraiya. Jiraiya met his gaze, seeing the emotion in his eyes. Naruto had been with him for the past 5 years and was scared of losing him, understandable after everything. I will. See you soon. You know how to reach me if you need me, Jiraiya said. Same here. Naruto turned and left the room, needing to make a stop while Jiraiya gathered his things. Naruto walked to the small temple he and Kakashi had built. He sat in front of the memorial and began to meditate. During these times, he felt his parents' presence even more, as if in the silence he could hear their whispers carried on a warm breeze. He felt Jiraiya's chakra signature leave the compound. Finishing his prayer, he stood, stretched, and made his way out. He activated the seals and shoes-hined out the front gate. Sakura was waiting for the two men. Naruto arrived next, followed by a thankfully on-time Kakashi. They began their journey to the village hidden in the mist. Naruto traveled with a smile, excited to return to the mist. Their trip was uneventful. Being ninja, their high speed allowed them to reach the shipping docks in a third of the time it would take a civilian. They paid for their ferry tickets and boarded. The boat ride was as boring and uneventful as their trek on foot. It took them 3 days to reach the village outskirts. Naruto knew how the mist operated. They'd be watched, followed, then stopped and dealt with accordingly. He didn't know who would be on guard, but one thing was certain: the omnipresent mist. Sakura, Kakashi, be on guard. Remember, we are ambassadors right now, Naruto said, raising his voice on the last part, as if to be overheard. The two tensed slightly and nodded. As they neared the city gates, the mist thickened. Kakashi and Sakura looked around. I remember this mist, Zabuza used this mist, Sakura said. Not exactly, Naruto corrected. He tried to gauge who was following them and how many. He picked up only one signature and smirked, searching for the ninja. This is a bit different than Zabuza's, it's thicker. As they continued, a chilling, light voice, likely female, stopped them. Despite its lightness, it was unsettling. There are 8 targets: throat, spinal column, lungs, liver, the jugular vein, the subclavian artery, kidney, the heart. A chilling laugh echoed. So many to choose from, what to do? That was what he said. Almost word for word, what's going on? Sakura's voice was laced with fear, remembering the mist and the unseen assailant. Sakura, be calm, Kakashi told her. I think, if I had to choose, I'd say, the heart, Naruto replied aloud. Oh really? The voice responded from the mist. So be it, Naru-kun. They heard movement, followed by a thud. They stiffened, still unsure what was happening. The mist began to lift, and Sakura and Kakashi searched for Naruto. They saw him on the ground, pinned by a mysterious kunoichi, clearly the owner of the chilling voice. The ninja held a short sword directly over Naruto's heart. As the mist almost completely dissipated, the remaining two-leaf ninja relaxed considerably when they saw Naruto's famous fox-like grin as he gazed up at the female on his chest. She was beautiful, to say the least, with long, silvery white hair and a loose braid draped over her shoulder, contrasting with her tan skin. Of medium height with a lean build, her light-footedness was evident. She wore gear similar to the leaf sambu, but her hands were taped to her elbows with black tape. Yuri-chan, you really should put that away before you hurt someone. Well, a leaf Hitai ate? Naru-kun, what have you been up to since your last visit? All in good time, Yuri-chan. Now please, can you let me up? Naruto asked nicely. Not until you pay the toll. She giggled, leaning down and kissing Naruto on the lips. She whispered in his ear, I really missed you. She stood and replaced her short sword in its scabbard on her lower back. She offered Naruto her hand, and he hopped up with ease. Yuri turned to Sakura and Kakashi, examining them emotionlessly. As she approached, her crystallized blue eyes seemed to pierce their souls. They grew nervous the closer she came. She stopped 3 feet in front of them and then gave them a smile worthy of Naruto. Good to meet you, Sakura-san and Kakashi-san. I have heard so much about you both. Sakura, relieved she was nice, offered her own smile. Yuri-san, good to meet you too. Naruto did try to talk about you, but he kind of got tongue-tied, Sakura said. He was right, You don't seem like the kind of person I would want to piss off, Kakashi said, his eye crinkling to indicate a smile. Ha, did I mention that she was trained as an assassin by none other than Zabuza Mamakai? Naru-kun, don't tell everyone that. They're supposed to look at me and not know that. Yuri-chan, I told you we fought your old sensei, that whole 8 targets, what to do bit gave it away, they would have asked. I know Sakura-chan was thinking it. Yuri turned to face Sakura with an inquisitive look. I wanted to, I just had to think of a way to ask. But thankfully Naruto still has a big mouth from time to time, saved me the trouble. That he does. Yuri looked up at him and smiled. But now to my task at hand. Her smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Please state your name and business here in Kirigakure. We are Konoha Gakure Ninja, acting as ambassadors on behalf of the Godame Hokage. We request an audience with the Mizukage to present him with these documents, in hopes of starting negotiations for an alliance between Kiri and Konoha, Kakashi said. Yuri nodded. Hi, follow me, ambassadors. I will bring you to Mizukage-sama. Yuri guided them through the mist the rest of the way. At the gate, 2 more ninja guards greeted them and bowed to Yuri. Yuri-sama, what is the nature of your guest's visit? The first guard asked. They are here for an audience with Mizukage-sama. I will escort them. Please have someone take over my watch. I think Ig-sama will be available. Hi, Yuri-sama, the guard said before bowing and sending for Ig. This way, please, Yuri said. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi followed her through the village. She was very popular and well known, people nodded and said hello, but no one approached her, knowing she was on duty. Her demeanor was a blend of kindness and toughness, friendly yet clearly not to be crossed. As they reached the Mizukage Tower, the number of ninja had drastically increased. It seemed to the Leaf Ninja that the people of the mist were taking no chances with their leader's safety, suggesting something significant had occurred. Yuri-san, is security usually this high around the tower? Sakura asked, trying not to bump into people. No, not normally this high. There was a recent incident. But as a shinobi from another village, I am not allowed to speak of it with you. Please don't think me rude, but I must follow orders, she replied. I understand completely. My curiosity just gets the better of me sometimes. I apologize for asking, Sakura said. There is no need for that, Sakura-san. I would have done the same, Yuri said, continuing through the tower with the others in tow. Here we are, the level of the Mizukage's office. Due to recent events, we ask that you allow us to search you. Certainly, Yuri-san, Kakashi said. Normally, none of them would agree to a search, as it implied a lack of trust, but as ambassadors, they consented. Once cleared, Yuri led them down the hall and asked them to sit. I will speak with Mizukage-sama and let him know you are here. Please wait here for my return. She looked at Naruto. Please do not roam, it wouldn't be wise. Naruto looked at her, feigning hurt. She gave him a pleading look, and he sighed. We shall await you right here, he said with a small smile. Thank you. She turned and entered the office. As the 3 sat, they watched numerous guards patrol the halls, wondering what had happened. It was clearly significant, possibly an attack on the Mizukage. Perhaps they would learn more from the Mizukage himself. Yuri emerged from the office after about 10 minutes and motioned for them to follow her inside. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura entered the Mizukage's office and bowed. Mizukage-sama, thank you for seeing us, Naruto said, stepping forward. We are here as ambassadors on behalf of the Godame Hokage, Lady Tsunade. I have some documents from her. She wishes to begin negotiations with you and your village, hoping to forge an alliance between Kiri and Konoha, both economically and strategically. The Mizukage studied the 3 shinobi, his gaze settling on Naruto. He examined the young man's features carefully. You, the ninja who just spoke, you look very familiar. What is your name? The Mizukage asked. Naruto bowed again. Mizukage-sama, I am Naruto Namikaze. Namikaze? I thought the Namikaze name to be a thing of the past. How is it that you are a Namikaze? My father was a Namikaze, Mizukage-sama. He was the yondaime of the Leaf. Minato Namikaze was your father? How can that be? He, his wife, and his child are dead. It is common knowledge that they died when the Kyuubi attacked your village. Mizukage-sama, if you would forgive an old man's stories. Sarutobi-sama said that I died as well to protect me from those who hated my father. I only found out 5 years ago, but I promise you that I am a Namikaze. The Leaf has recognized it. Well then, I am honored to have you here. I have also heard of you as you were named before, as Uzumaki. Just because you may think that I was unaware of you being in my village before does not mean that it is true, the Mizukage told the young man. Now then, Yuri, please give me the documents. Hi, Mizukage-sama, Yuri said, walking over to Naruto and accepting the documents. After placing them on his desk, she bowed and returned to her spot. Namikaze-san, please do not take offense, but I have to be careful. A missing nin recently tried to assassinate me. Thanks to Yuri-san, he was unsuccessful. No offense taken. It was lucky that you have such talented kunoichi to protect you, Mizuki-sama. That we are. I will read these documents and get back with you in 3 days. Is that acceptable for Hokage-sama? Hi, it is. We shall await your summons, Naruto said with respect. Please, make yourselves at home here in Kiri. I will have a hotel arranged for you three. If there is anything that you need, please let Yuri know. She will be your guide for your visit. You are most gracious, Mizuki-sama, Sakura said with a smile and a bow. Yuri, please show them to the hotel. Your guard duty will be taken care of while the Leaf ambassadors are here, the Mizukage said. You are dismissed. The 4 ninja bowed and followed Yuri out of the room. Once she was told she'd be their guide, she relaxed. Even though she was still on duty, she didn't need to be on high alert. She led them to one of the nicest hotels in the village. This is the hotel Mizuki-sama reserves for his guests. They will take good care of you here, Yuri explained. Yuri and the 3 Leaf ninja approached the front desk. The lady behind the desk greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome. If Yuri-san is with you, then you must be guests of the Mizukage. Hi, Aiku-san, they are here as ambassadors from Konoha, Yuri said. We are very pleased to have you here. We will have 3 of our rooms ready for you in no time. Please, 2 rooms will do just fine. Naruto and I can share. He gave Naruto a sly, semi-perverted look. We do not want to take advantage of the Mizukage's generosity, Kakashi said. Hi, 2 rooms then. Please, give us at least an hour to prepare everything. I am Aiku, if you need anything, please let me know, she said with a bow. Thank you, Aiku-san, we will return later. I wish to show them around town, Yuri said with a smile. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi followed Yuri once more. She led them through the entire village, showing them its finer parts. Naruto seemed a little bored, having been to the mist several times. Kakashi had also been a few times on missions, so it was nothing new to him either. But Sakura was in awe of its beauty. Would the guys mind if we stopped by my house so I can change? If I'm going to be hanging out with you guys for 3 days, I'd rather be a little more comfortable, Yuri asked. I never turned down a trip to your house, Naruto said with a sly little grin. Not now, Naru, she fussed, playfully punching him in the arm. Kakashi walked up to Naruto, his nose still in his book. He giggled softly and elbowed Naruto in the side. So, Naruto, will I be enjoying that nice hotel room alone? Kakashi whispered. You know that's why I asked for 2 rooms instead of 3. I thought yours might be empty. Not if she hears you, and then you'll be in a hospital because Sakura-chan wouldn't even be able to heal you. Did Ero-Defu not warn you? Naruto questioned. About what? Kakashi asked. Just watch, Naruto said. Yuri-chan, Jiraiya sends his best. He told me to tell you hi. That perverted old man. I'm sure he said something else. When the hell will he ever learn? Yuri yelled, continuing to mumbling. Naruto and Yuri longed for time alone after spending a full night and day with Sakura and Kakashi. It wasn't just about being together in a romantic sense, their solitary comfort was profound. They could share a room in silence and find peace, a testament to their amazing connection. Hey, Sakura-chan, Kakashi? Would it be alright if Yuri and I spent some time alone? Naruto asked. Alone? Kakashi queried, raising an eyebrow. Yuri instantly caught the lewd implication. She whirled around, nearly nose to nose with the Jonin. Excuse me, Kakashi-san, but if I didn't know better, I'd say you have Jiraiya-like tendencies, which could be very dangerous to your health, Yuri stated in a menacing tone. Kakashi swallowed hard, struggling to control his reaction to the intense killer intent radiating from the slender kunoichi before him. Sakura watched in astonishment as Yuri seemed to wield such power over both Kakashi and, apparently, Jiraiya. Yuri-san, please forgive Kakashi and his mouth. He doesn't realize it could be the death of him one day. We understand you two haven't seen each other in a while and would like some alone time. Enjoy your night, Sakura said with a bow. Thank you, Sakura-san, Yuri replied. Yes, thank you, Sakura-chan, Naruto added, flashing one of his wide smiles. Naruto draped an arm around Yuri's shoulder, and they walked off, leaving Kakashi and Sakura. Sakura turned to her sensei. You know, for someone as smart as you, you're really stupid sometimes, Sakura said, shaking her head. My dear Sakura, I have no idea what you mean by that statement, Kakashi retorted, attempting to act as if the conversation never happened. Oh, shut up. You can at least pay for dinner, she snapped. And why would I do that, he asked. Because you owe me. If I hadn't intervened, you'd be in the hospital because of Yuri-san, Sakura said. Now come on. I'm hungry. Knowing he had no escape, as he indeed owed her, Kakashi sighed and followed Sakura to a restaurant. He began to think about Naruto, sighing audibly and catching Sakura's attention. What's the matter now? Sakura inquired. I was just thinking, you know how they say a man will find someone like their mother? Sure, I guess, but I really have no idea what you're talking about. Well, Naruto may have never known his mother, but he sure did pick a woman who would make Kushina proud, Kakashi replied lazily. They will definitely be the next Minato and Kushina. Kakashi-sensei, you knew his parents? Yes, very well. His father was my sensei. And his mother, well, she was like a surrogate to me. I've always wondered what his parents were like. Well, they were good people, really good people. Yuri and Naruto arrived at her small house. The moment they stepped inside and closed the door, Yuri spun around and launched herself into Naruto's arms. He embraced her tightly. Yuri-chan, are you okay? I am now. I've really just missed you so much. I wish we were in the same village. I hate when you're away. I know you can more than handle yourself, but I just worry you might never come back. He pulled away slightly to see her face. Why would I not come back? He asked. I don't know, something could happen to you, or you just might forget me. Yuri-chan, I could never forget you. You are the reason I fight so hard, so I can come back to you. Really? Really, really. He picked her up and hugged her tighter. They stood for a minute, content in each other's arms, until a loud, familiar noise broke the silence. Naruto's stomach let out a giant growl. Naru-kun, hungry? Maybe just a little, he answered with an ear-to-ear grin. Take out? Sure, as long as it's not ramen. Ah, but Yuri-chan. She looked him in the eye and wiggled her index finger at him. Don't whine, it's unbecoming, namikaze-sama, she said with a hint of playfulness and seduction. Naruto eyed her up and down with a huge smirk. He knew where it was leading, and this was always fun. Can you ever forgive me, Yuri-chan? He replied with the same attitude. I don't know, maybe. What's in it for me, she said, her smile beginning to rival Naruto's. Oh, don't play stupid, you know what's in it for you. She paused, a bewildered look on her face. She crossed her arms and tapped a finger on her chin as if pondering. Will you give me a back rub? She asked innocently. No, he said. And why not? She said defensively. You know you never let me rub your back, he said matter-of-factly. True, very true. She walked up to him. She loved how his eyes absorbed everything. She loved when he watched her, taking in the sway of her hips. She ran her hands up his stomach and settled them around his neck. She drew herself into his neck and inhaled his scent. She lightly exhaled and felt him shiver as the warm air from her mouth touched his skin. Yuri brought her hands down around the front of his black vest. She unzipped it slowly, never breaking eye contact. As it hit the floor, she pecked him on the lips. When she pulled back, she licked her lips and smirked. But I do let you rub other things. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. His hands roamed lightly up and down her back, sending shivers down her spine. His hands made one more pass down her back and settled on her butt. One hand on each side, he grabbed her by the butt and picked her up. She threw her legs around his waist and clung to his neck. Yuri straightened her back, thrusting her breasts into Naruto's face. He tried to capitalize on the moment and nuzzled his head between them. As soon as he responded, she shied away. He looked up into her crystal ice blue eyes. Both could see the desire burning in the other's eyes. But Naru-kun, I thought you were hungry, she said, feigning concern. She knew she had him, hook, line, and sinker. She looked deep into his blue eyes and bit her lip. That was the one move that sent him over the edge. Oh, but Yuri-chan, I can always eat you, he said with a devilish smirk. She squealed with excitement as he carried her into the bedroom. He kicked the door shut and threw her on the bed. He got on all fours and crawled over her. He locked lips with her as they struggled for dominance. Naruto ended up on his back. He wiggled up to the head of the bed, placed his head on the pillows, and laced his fingers together behind his head. Yuri began to pout. But Naru, you said. Don't whine, you'll get what you want, but first, strip, now. After wearing each other out, they stayed in bed, naked bodies touching. Yuri's head rested on Naruto's chest, rising and falling with his breathing. Naruto lay there, a look of contentment on his face, thinking about Yuri as he played with her hair. Naruto, I'm worried. Yuri-chan, there's nothing to worry about. I won't forget you. As happy as I am that you won't, that's not what has me worried. What's wrong? I can't say for sure, it's just something I feel. Something in my bones. Something big is going to happen. I just know it, Yuri said with serious concern. What do you mean? I know I shouldn't tell you this, but it concerns you too. Even the leaf, the Mizukage was very vague about the missing nin who tried to kill him. You know him. Uchiha? No, but just as dangerous. He was my old teammate, not yours. Suijutsu. Yes. I don't know what they are planning, no one knows. But I do know that Lady Tsunade picked a good time to offer an alliance. I don't think Mizukage-sama will turn it down. He knows about the Uchiha's defection. He knows we can join together to end this, and it will. I will stop him this time. That's what worries me. I know how you feel about the Uchiha. I feel the same way, you know that. On some levels, we are so alike, we have felt some of the same things, we have both lost a teammate who was like a brother, but when this is all said and done, there is one thing I refuse to lose." "What's that?" he asked, even though he knew the answer. Because if he were asked that same question, his answer would be identical. Yuri had always been strong, little could breach her defenses. If anyone could, it was Naruto. She looked at him as tears streamed down her face. Naruto wiped them away. "Yuri, you won't lose me. I'm not going to leave you like that." "How can you say that? We are ninja, that's not a promise you can make." "Yes, it is." "How? How can you make a promise like that?" "It's simple, it's because I love you." Yuri was stunned. Though both knew how they felt, neither had spoken the words before. And Naruto had just said it. She felt as if her heart would leap from her chest. She gazed at the man holding her. "I love you too, Naru. I've waited a while to say that, and it felt good." She hugged him tight again. She put her head back on his chest. Once again, that noise broke the silence. It was as if his stomach waited for these moments to ruin them. He began to laugh. She looked at him and joined his laughter. "How about that takeout now?" he asked with a cheesy grin. "Sure thing, Naru, I'll be back." Yuri smiled as she kissed him on the head. Naruto and Yuri lay together in bed. Naruto was convinced that sleeping beside her was the best sleep ever. He felt at ease having her next to him. Yuri, of course, would argue the same, but for different reasons. Not only did Naruto become the human equivalent of a teddy bear, but he was always warm, and nights in the mist could get chilly. As always, Naruto began to stir first. He looked down to see Yuri nuzzled up next to him with her head on his chest. He smiled as he watched her sleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he made a clone and quietly ordered it to begin breakfast. It wasn't long before the smells of breakfast wafted into the bedroom. He watched as Yuri slowly began to move. Her nose scrunched as she sniffed for coffee. "I see you. I know you're up, Yuri-chan." "No, I'm not. I don't smell coffee," she said, shaking her head vigorously. Just as she said that, a clone walked into the bedroom and handed her a cup. "The food is ready." With that, the clone disappeared. "Naru-kun, you really shouldn't create clones when you're naked." "And why not? I didn't think you'd mind," he said with a big grin. She continued to sip her coffee. "Well, it does me no good to tell them to put on clothes when I do. I swear, it's like sometimes I really don't even understand my own clones. They don't behave like other people's clones." Yuri stood up, and the covers slid off her, revealing her naked body. She could feel his eyes on her as she walked across the room. When she reached the door, she removed a large shirt from the back of it. After successfully putting it on, she turned to him. "Naru, please, it's like you forget that it is you who are different from everybody else, my love," she said tenderly. "Now, I'm hungry. Let's eat before my stomach starts making noises like yours." Naruto got up and followed her after putting on his pants. He joined her in the kitchen, and they ate breakfast in silence. Once breakfast was over and the kitchen was cleaned, they decided it was time to get ready. Naruto showered first and dressed quickly. Yuri was right behind him with a quick shower. He sat there amazed at her speed. She had finished dressing and was now looking at him oddly. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yuri questioned. "Nothing's wrong, Yuri-chan. I'm just thinking how lucky I am to have a woman like you. You shower and dress faster than some guys," Naruto replied. "And that's a good thing?" "Hell yeah. The women of Konoha could take a lesson from you, especially Sakura. Sheesh, she used to take forever getting ready for missions. Always had to look good for the damn Uchiha." Naruto started to mumble. "Bitter, are we?" she asked. Naruto stopped and looked up at her. "Good, because if I didn't know any better, I think you might still have a thing for her." Naruto paled. He didn't want her to think such things, as they were the furthest from the truth. "No, I don't. That was the past. When I met you, it was like Sakura who?" Naruto said seriously. "Yeah, you better kiss ass, but that's a good thing, because now I don't have to kill her." Naruto looked up at her. "You see, that's why I love you, Yuri-chan. You take everything in stride. Kind of have to when dealing with you, don't I? And why is that? You're too damn random at times. Makes you learn to roll with the punches, you know." Naruto smiled as he walked up to her. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into a kiss. "Hey, don't you have some vacation time coming up?" he asked. "Yeah, why?" "Because I want you to come to Konoha. I want you to see my house and meet my friends." "Oh, meet the friends? Isn't that something you do with a girlfriend? Show her off?" "Sure is, and I can't wait to show you off." He pulled her super tight and whispered in her ear. "I know it's harder because we are so far away, but I do want you in my life. And I want to date only you, and I want you to date only me. Is that okay with you?" She looked into his bright blue eyes. She held his gaze and smiled. "It is perfect. It's only been you, ever since our first date." "Really?" "Me too." They leaned in to kiss each other. When their lips were just about to touch, they were interrupted by a loud knocking at the door. They both cracked an eye and looked at the door. They heard nothing, so they tried to finish their kiss. There it was again. This time, the knocking was louder and faster. Yuri spun on her heel and headed for the door. She flung it open to see an official messenger from the Mizukage. "What is it, Tsukai-san? Please forgive the interruption of your morning, Yuri-san, but Mizukage-sama wishes for you and your guests to come to the tower as quickly as you can. Hi, return to Mizukage-sama and tell him that we are on our way. Hi, Yuri-san." With that, the messenger shoos hind out of her yard. "Why didn't you ask if they talked to Sakura and Kakashi?" Naruto asked. "Because I didn't want him to know that you were alone with me. They would start to ask too many questions. Can they not know that we are together? It's not that. I just don't know for sure how the Mizukage is going to reply to the alliance with Konoha. I think he will take it, but I don't want him to think that I am pushing for it either way. I want to seem neutral in the matter. If he thought that I was partial, then it might not go so smoothly. That's all. As soon as we know something. I don't really care who sees or knows about us. What if he told you that you couldn't see me? Naru-kun, don't think like that. As long as it is not harmful to the mist, he should not care what I do. I know I shouldn't think like this, but every time I have something good in my life, it seems to be taken from me, and I don't want that happening with us. Would you do anything to be with me?" It took a moment for her to understand what he meant. It was true, he had a hard life, and people never tried to understand him. In her, he found someone who wanted to know everything about him and someone who loved him no matter what he was or what people thought he was. And she knew in her heart that he would never leave her no matter what. She softened. "Anything, Naru-kun." She smiled. He exhaled, not realizing he had been holding his breath. He smiled at her. He closed his eyes and bowed his head to her. "Thank you for loving me, Yuri-chan." He lifted his head, and his face changed. "Now then, let's find the others and meet the Mizukage. I am anxious to hear what he has to say." Yuri nodded, and they both left her house in search of Sakura and Kakashi. They found them finishing breakfast at a small restaurant. "Hey you two, the Mizukage has sent for us," Naruto said, waving to them. "Wow, that was sooner than he stated. I guess there wasn't much for him to think through," Sakura said. "I just hope we can go home," Kakashi said lazily. "Why are you so anxious to leave the mist, Kakashi-san?" Yuri asked. "Because my wallet can't take too much more of Sakura conning meals out of me." Kakashi may have seemed off guard, but he brilliantly dodged the plate Sakura sent at his head. Now, Sakura, that wasn't very nice. I'd almost say you're trying to kill me." "You think?" she asked, her face so flushed that her pink hair seemed pale in comparison. "Excuse me, but Mizukage-sama is waiting. Can you please finish this later?" Yuri interjected, clearly annoyed. "Sorry," Sakura and Kakashi replied simultaneously, neither wanting to anger her when she used her on-duty ninja voice. Sakura pushed away from the table and stood up. She pulled money from her back pouch and left it on the table. "Here, Kakashi-sensei, my treat," she said, then walked to stand with Naruto and Yuri. Kakashi sighed and followed. Why are women such a pain, he mused to himself, knowing better than to vocalize the thought. Silently, the four headed to the cage's tower. Upon reaching the office, they were ushered in, as the Mizukage was expecting them. "Ah, Yuri-san, and ambassadors of the leaf. Have you enjoyed your stay here in the mist?" the Mizukage asked. "Hi, Mizukage-sama. As always, the mist has been most enjoyable and beautiful," Naruto said, bowing. "Thank you for your generosity, Mizukage-sama. Your village is amazing, and the villagers have been pleasant," Sakura added. "Hi, it has been most relaxing to be in the mist, Mizukage-sama." "Thank you," Kakashi said, his one eye crinkling as he bowed. Good. I am happy to hear it. I know I have called you four back sooner than originally planned, but I feel we need to initiate this alliance." He gestured to the four seats in front of his desk. "Please, all of you, have a seat." The four sat down. Yuri looked at the Mizukage, a confused expression on her face. "Please, Yuri-san, be patient, and I will explain your presence here as well. I have reviewed the documents sent by Hokage-sama, and for the most part, I am very pleased with their setup. I am returning these documents with you to give back to the Hokage. There is only one addition I wish to make to this alliance. As it's difficult for two leaders to meet frequently, I propose we establish an official ambassador from each village to relay information on behalf of the other." "That is where Yuri-san comes in." "Me?" Yuri questioned. "Yes, Yuri-san. I am appointing you to the position. You are to travel back with Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura and meet with the Hokage on my behalf. You are a talented kunoichi, and I trust you greatly. Furthermore, you have first-hand knowledge regarding our current biggest threat. Since these three are in the same situation as you, upon reaching the leaf, you are to discuss it with them and the Hokage." "Excuse me, Mizukage-sama? How are we in the same situation as Yuri-san?" Kakashi asked. "Once you reach your home, she will brief you on the entire situation. I believe that since this affects both our villages, our first act as allies should be to bring down Team Hebai. It has to do with Suzuki? Sakura asked. Not now, Sakura. Once we reach home, Yuri-chan will tell us everything. We shouldn't press the issue here, Naruto advised. Hi. You are right, please forgive me, Mizuki-sama. Sometimes the past is hard to forget, Sakura said, casting her eyes down. No need to forgive. Trust me, we understand completely. It is hard to forget a past that constantly resurfaces, the Mizukage said with a sad smile. Now, if you please excuse Yuri-san and me. I need to speak with her alone. She will be ready to meet you in an hour. Hi, Mizuki-sama, Kakashi said on behalf of the others. The three stood and bowed, then made their way to the hotel to pack. Yuri turned to face the Mizukage and sat back down in her chair. What are the details, Mizuki-sama? She inquired. Yuriheim, there's no need for formalities now, it's just us, he replied. I'm sorry, uncle. It's habit. What do you wish to speak about? That boy, Naruto, he called you Yuri-chan, her uncle observed. Hi, uncle, you don't miss anything, do you? She asked, looking up at him as if trying to discern his next words. Is there a problem with it? You know I worry about you. I promised my sister and her husband I would care for you like my own. I just wish to know the nature of the relationship, that is all. You are a grown woman. I cannot make you do anything. Even as Mizukage, I am still your uncle. We are together. We've been seeing each other for 4 years, but as we're both ninja from different villages, we never made anything official, until now, she said, hopeful he would understand. Then I have 2 questions for you. Do you love him? And are you happy? Hi. I love him, and he makes me happy. I never thought I would find a love like this. I didn't think it was possible for a ninja to find love with another ninja. As long as you are happy, Yuriheim, then I am happy, the Mizukage said with a smile. Your happiness is what I want. Thank you, uncle. I'm worried about you in my absence. What if he comes back? There's no need to worry. Others can protect me, and let's not forget, I was made Mizukage for a reason. I am capable. Now tell me, what do you think of the alliance? I think it's long overdue. An alliance with the Leaf will greatly benefit the Mist. Plus, we can both rid ourselves of the past. This is something that has to be done, if either of our villages wishes to live in peace. That's my Yuriheim. You have wisdom beyond your years, my dear. I know you will be safe. Hurry back as soon as you can with word from the Hokage. It's like you say, we have things to do. Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi waited for Yuri at the Mist Gate. After being dismissed by the Mizukage, they returned to their rooms, packed their belongings, and checked out. All that remained was to leave. Naruto wasn't concerned, he knew Yuri was punctual. And sure enough, she joined them before the hour was up. Hey guys, she greeted as she approached. Everything okay, Yuri-chan? Naruto asked. Oh yes, I just had to speak with my uncle before leaving. Uncle? But Yuri-chan, you've never mentioned an uncle in 4 years. I thought you were alone. Well, I know. I'm sorry about that. It's just that usually when I mention who my uncle is, it makes people really nervous. And it's also for my own safety. Wow, he must be important then, Yuri-san, Sakura remarked. Oh yes, you could say that he's very important. Naruto walked up to Yuri and placed his hands on her shoulders. She looked into his eyes and could tell it was bothering him. He wanted to know everything about her. Well, the next time I'm here, I want to meet him. I don't really have any family other than Deifu, but I want to know what family you have left. Is it really that important to you, Narukan? Hi. I want to know your family, he said pleadingly. Well then, that's good, because you've already met him. All of you have. Naruto's brow furrowed. He tried to recall when he could have met her uncle. I have? Naruto questioned. Do you know how cute you are when you think too hard? Yuri giggled. My uncle is the Mizukage. What? Well, I could see how that would make people uncomfortable, but don't you see why you and I are so perfect? It doesn't really matter because your dad was the 4th Hokage, so it shouldn't really freak you out, right? Yuri, if you're asking if this changes how I feel about you, then the answer is no. But I am a little stunned, you don't even look like family. All 4 began walking out of the village. I know I don't. He and my mom looked somewhat alike, they were brother and sister. But I look more like my dad. They walked in silence for a while. Kakashi opted not to read his book in Yuri's presence, sensing it would no longer be overlooked. The walk to the ferry wasn't far and was punctuated by easy conversation among the 4. Yuri and Naruto shared stories of their younger adventures, proving that 2 13-year-olds could get into just as much trouble, if not more, than 2 17-year-olds. Adding Naruto to the mix made for some truly funny tales. Naruto and Yuri continued to joke with each other, so engrossed that they didn't notice Sakura staring at them. She sighed. Kakashi walked up beside her. So Sakura, what do you think of the two lovebirds? Kakashi asked, his hands still jammed in his pockets. She sighed again. I'm jealous, happy, and hopeful. Wow, all three, eh? Yes. I'm jealous because I want what they have. You know you could have. It was no secret how he felt about you, Kakashi reminded her. Yeah, I know, sensei. I was too wrapped up in Suzuki. And look where that got me. Don't beat yourself up over that too much. Suzuki had a lot of us fooled. And a lot of us overlooked Naruto because of him. Yeah, I know, but I am happy for him. I know he's had a hard life, and all he longs for is love. And even if I was too stupid to give it to him, he has found someone who will. And as his friend and teammate, that means a lot. I want him to be happy. And the third emotion? I'm hopeful because, maybe even I can find love one day. It's out there. I just had been looking in the wrong places, Sakura said with a smile. Sakura, you really have grown a lot. You are more mature, even since Naruto came home. Seeing him has been good for a lot of people, even you. Me? Kakashi questioned. Hi. After he left, you closed yourself off. You became an even bigger recluse than me. I threw myself into medic training, you into missions. It seemed like you were trying to make up for the past, but now, you seem at peace, Sakura explained. I don't think any of us, villagers too, no one knew how much he impacted us. I do agree with you on that one. We should be thankful that he doesn't hate us and that he came home. I don't think he could ever really hate us, that's just not who he is. He may have disliked us and wanted to beat the crap out of us at one time, but I don't think he ever hated us. Even now, I don't think he hates Suzuki. I think he feels sorry for him because he has given up on everything, his life, his happiness. But I have no doubt in my mind that Naruto would do whatever he has to do to protect those he cares about. Even if that means killing Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura said seriously. I know that he will do whatever it takes. He isn't the same person he was, and that will be the thing that brings down the traitor, Sakura said with venom in her voice. Their trip home was as uneventful as the trip to the mist. They soon found themselves approaching the large gates of Konoha. Yuri suddenly became alert, looking all around as if expecting something she couldn't find. Yuri-chan, what's wrong? No guards? Not like the mist, but just because you can't see or sense them doesn't mean they aren't there. Our Umbu are quite talented at masking their chakra. You have your mist to hide you, they don't. So we're being watched? No, you are being watched. Isn't that right, Umbu-san? Naruto called out. The bare-masked Umbu emerged from behind a tree. Naruto knew there were more hidden, having one show himself was better than none. The ninja walked up to the three-leaf ninja. Though it was impossible to tell, his eyes remained fixed on the mist ninja. Hello Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura. Welcome home. I trust your visit to the mist was without incident, he replied. Hi, Kuma-san. It was a good visit with much merit, Kakashi said, easily slipping into conversation with the masked man. That is good to hear. Now, if there are no problems here, I shall return to my duties. The bare-masked Umbu bowed and then shunshined away. Shall we? Kakashi prompted. The four travelers turned and completed the remainder of the walk to the gates. As if on cue, the two Chunin guards stood from their seats. Ah, welcome home Kakashi-san, Naruto-san, and Sakura-san. What did you do? Pick up a stray. The first guard chuckled at what he thought was a joke. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura held their breath, turning to observe Yuri's reaction. She walked up to the desk they stood behind. Though the kunoichi moved with grace, she exuded an aura of death. The two Chunin had seriously misjudged the situation. I'm sure Hokage-sama would love to know how her guards treat an ambassador from the mist, she spat with venom. Ambassador? From the mist, the first guard stammered. Yes. I am the ambassador from the mist, Yuri replied coldly. But don't let that fool you, she is a fearsome kunoichi. And I promised that she could whip both of your asses, Naruto said with a smirk, winking at Yuri. Would you care to try? She asked with an evil look in her eyes. No, Ambassador-sama. Please forgive my partner's rudeness. And please, it was not I who made the comment, he said, throwing up his hands. So you do not wish to incur the Hokage's wrath? Yuri asked. No, Ambassador-sama, he pleaded. Then it would do you good to remember how you feel now. Don't ever misjudge someone based on how they look. You know, like the whole books and covers thing? Hi, Ambassador-sama. Please continue on, I am sure Hokage-sama is awaiting your visit. Welcome to Konoha, the second guard said. Yuri bowed to them and started walking, leaving her three companions behind. She stopped and turned around. Naru-kun, at least I showed you to the Mizukage's office, she yelled. Get your ass up here now. Naruto jumped and ran in her direction. Coming, dear. Sakura and Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at the two. They both looked at the Chunin guards, who had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. What a man does for the woman he loves. Shall we, Sakura? we do have to report to Lady Tsunade. They both walked off towards the tower, deciding to keep a little distance behind Yuri and Naruto. They didn't want to be there if anyone else angered her. Tsunade sat behind her desk, speaking with Jiraiya. He had just returned from checking on some contacts and was briefing Tsunade on his findings. It seems you chose a perfect time to extend an alliance to the Mist. One of my contacts told me there was a recent attack on the Mizukage, Jiraiya said. However, they didn't succeed, but they were vague about who it was. I wish Naruto would hurry up. I haven't heard from him since they left. Hopefully, they should be coming back soon. I'm sure he has heard something, having been there for so long. Jiraiya was about to speak when he and Tsunade heard yelling outside the office. You can't go in there. She's in a meeting, the receptionist yelled. And when has that stopped me before? I see Baa-chan when I want. Naruto yelled back. When the two heard Baa-chan, they knew it was Naruto. They relaxed. After all, no one else was foolish enough to call her that. Naruto flung the door open to see Tsunade staring at him and the back of Jiraiya's head. Since Jiraiya was facing Tsunade, he didn't see Yuri walk in with him. Oi, Deifu, I thought you were checking the contacts. I did, you brat. How was the Mist? Did you have a nice time with Yuri? He asked in his lecherous voice. Tsunade had to stifle a giggle. After watching the beautiful girl behind him turn red, she assumed it was Yuri. Why don't you ask her, you old goat? Tsunade motioned for him to turn around. He turned ghastly pale. Oh, Kami-sama, please. He spun around to see Yuri standing next to Naruto, fuming. Oh, hello there, Yuri-chan. Did you, have a nice trip to the Leaf? She reached behind her and pulled out her short sword. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Yuri-chan, you can't kill Deifu, Naruto said. He knew she wouldn't kill him, but he had to stop her from harming him. He is the only family I have left. I won't kill the old pervert, she stated. With that, she chucked the sheath at his head. There was a deafening crack when the two made contact. Tsunade watched the young woman, highly amused at how she handled Jiraiya. The only other person who would treat him like that was herself. Tsunade stood from her seat and walked over to where the sheath had landed. She picked it up and turned to walk to where Yuri and Naruto were. You must be Yuri, she said with a huge smile. Hi, Hokage-sama. I am Yuri. I have been appointed ambassador to the Leaf by Mizukage-sama. He wished for me to meet with you on his behalf. Good, but please, no formalities. I don't expect such things from someone dating a young man who is like my son. And, I must say, I love the way you handle Jiraiya. He needs to be put in his place, Tsunade said as she bonked him on the head and then handed Yuri back her sheath. I hope you will stay a while with us here in the Leaf. Hi. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. I have much to discuss with you, but this needs to be told to Kakashi-san and Sakura-san as well. Just as she finished saying that, the two walked into the room. Good, you two are here so we can begin. Is it okay if Jiraiya is here too? Tsunade asked. Hi, if you wish, Tsunade-sama, Yuri said. Tsunade nodded and motioned for them all to sit. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if Jiraiya has picked up anything in his contacts, but about a month ago, there was an attempt on the Mizukage's life, Yuri began. My contacts heard something, but not many details are known, Jiraiya said. Well, that's because if the people of the Mist found out who it was, they would be in a state of panic. But this person has ties to a traitor of the Leaf. This is one of the major reasons for the acceptance of the alliance and why Mizukage-sama wishes for Team 7 to be informed. In the Hokage's office sat 6 people, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sakura, Kakashi, and Naruto, all in silence as Yuri began to speak about the attempt on the Mizukage. Tsunade-sama, this information is of the utmost importance and is S-rank classified. There aren't many who know what I am about to tell you. 5. I must stress that this information cannot leave this room. Naruto-kun, if you would, please place a silent seal and a restrictive seal on this room. Hi, Yuri-chan, Naruto said. He walked to the door, took out 2 seal papers, and placed them on the doors. He painted a few markings on the papers and then made the correct series of hand signs. When he was finished, he placed his hand on the papers, causing them to glow as they activated. Done. You may begin, Yuri-chan. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said with a smile. Then her face turned serious. It has been almost a month since the attack on Mizukage-sama. We ninja of the Mist were not as strict with guarding the Mizukage. We all know how powerful he is, so therefore we have been confident that he could protect himself, which he can. He was in his tower doing paperwork, it was late, and he had dismissed the majority of the guards. Due to the personal nature in which I know the Mizukage, she was cut off by Tsunade. I'm sorry to interrupt your story, she asked, but is this of a personal nature? Yuri was about to answer when Naruto interjected, yeah, he's her uncle, as if it were common knowledge. Naru, Yuri chided. Yuri-chan, Naruto responded, it's not a big deal. Like you said, my father was a Hokage, and look at me and Granny Tsunade, she's like family too. Your relation to him really isn't a huge thing. Just relax. She smiled and nodded. Anyway, since he's my uncle, I decided to stay with him to talk. We noticed the mist thickening outside. Given the time of year, it wasn't normally alarming, but it was much denser than usual. He wanted to finish his paperwork, so we waited. As soon as we stepped out, we sensed it was a chakra-filled mist, typical of our mist jutsu. More importantly, I sensed a familiar signature within the mist. I warned my uncle, and we both took defensive stances. When I called out Suijutsu's name, he dropped his own mist. If he intended to attack, why would he do that? He just surrendered his element of surprise, Jiraiya questioned. Well, Suijutsu isn't the most stable person. His personality is much like an Uchiha's, he believes he's superior to everyone. He dropped the mist because he thought he didn't need it. He underestimated my uncle and me, something he's done since we were kids. We go way back, but I'll explain that later. She paused, gathering her thoughts. When he appeared, I saw he had Zabuza-sensei's sword, the Kubikari Haucho. He was arrogant enough to think he didn't need to draw it against me. Regardless, I knew I could take him. We fought. Neither of us went all out, but I challenged him enough that he decided it was too much trouble to continue. Then he just left. That's why we've all been on edge at home, and why our security around the Mizu cage has nearly tripled. Not to be rude, Yuri-san, but what exactly does this have to do with us? Sakura asked. Yuri looked at Naruto, giving him a look he seemed to understand perfectly. He sighed and nodded. Well, Sakura, Suijutsu is a member of Team Hebai, Sasuke's new team. It's possible he was involved in sending Suijutsu after the Mizu cage. If that's the case, then Sasuke himself might return to try and take out the Hokage, Naruto explained. Even if that's not the case, Sakura-san, Hebai is no good. They'll be trouble as long as they're around. We must do something about them, Yuri added. Oh, I get it. You have us, who know about Sasuke, and then you know about Suijutsu, Sakura said. That's half the team right there, not to mention the leader. If you take out the leader, the rest won't have a clue what to do and would therefore be less dangerous, Kakashi chimed in. That's true. But there are still two members we don't know much about, Jiraiya stated. These last two, Karen and Yugo, are a mystery, and none of my informants really know what they're capable of. So there's still a high risk. Even if we know about the other two, we can't go in half-cocked. That would be suicide. You're right, Jiraiya. It's your job to find out more about the other two. I know you have other ways of finding things out. Do it, Tsunade ordered. Hi. Now, Yuri-san, please tell us more about Suijutsu. I'm most curious to learn about him, and you as well, my dear, Tsunade said with a smile. Hi, Lady Tsunade. Well, we were on the same genin team. However, we were younger than all our classmates when we graduated. Suijutsu and I were 8. We were a 3-man team under the guidance of Kyoko-sensei. Our other teammate's name was Kazuka, he was 12. He wasn't very strong, but he was a good person. On our 3rd C-rank mission, we had to escort someone back to their home. On the way back, we were ambushed. Kyoko-sensei knew she didn't have to worry about me or Suijutsu, but she was worried about Kazuka, Yuri recounted. Yuri paused for a minute, clearly reliving the event. It seemed to cause her much pain. She sighed, trying to compose herself. There were 5 ninja, all jonin. They enjoyed picking off genin teams. At the first attack, only 4 came out, 1 for each of us. But 1 was hidden, ready to strike if needed. Sensei quickly dealt with the one who attacked her first, then told us to protect Kazuka as she went for another. Kazuka was between us as Suijutsu and I fought off 2 of them. To this day, I still don't know how we managed it. At our level, they should have easily killed us. The 2 of us managed to kill one of them while the other vanished. He went straight for Kazuka. Sensei killed the last one we could see and moved to save Kazuka. The ninja holding Kazuka decided that since he had the chance, he would kill him. So, he slit his throat. She paused again, her eyes glazed over, as if she were on autopilot. That was the day I made my first kill, and the day I watched my friend bleed out. She sighed. Suijutsu and I froze. We had never seen so much blood. We heard our sensei yelling, and then we were covered in mist. She created it to protect us and give herself cover. She killed the ninja who killed Kazuka. We could hear his screams as she brutally ended his life. She was furious. He took away her student. The mist began to clear, and we saw her holding Kazuka. While her attention was on him, the last ninja attacked. He appeared right behind her and put a kunai in her head. I had never felt such rage in my life. I was consumed by it. Suijutsu didn't know what to do. He saw me draw my kunai and watched me race forward. All he could do was follow. The ninja was so sure that we genin were no threat that he lowered his guard just enough for us to get within range. I shoved my kunai into his heart, and Suijutsu went for his neck. She paused. She blinked rapidly, as if returning to reality. The glassy look in her eyes now formed small tears, but even amidst her emotional struggle, she kept herself in check, never letting the tears actually fall. They just pooled in her eyes. By the time the Heki showed themselves, we had piled the enemy's dead bodies and covered the bodies of Kazuka and Kyoko-sensei. We were covered in blood. We were in such shock that we didn't know what to do or say. For me, I was different from that day on. I realized I let my emotions run free on the battlefield, a lot more than I should have. I shut myself off. It wasn't that hard. Before that, I had a small number of people in my life, my team and my uncle. Then I had only my uncle and Suijitsu. She looked around the room. Everyone was listening intently. Even Naruto couldn't take his eyes off her. He knew the story, she had shared it with him once before, but he was saddened by it because he knew the pain it caused her to relieve it. Wow, Yuri-san. That sounds so hard. You have amazing strength not to let that break you, Sakura said with a small, sad smile. That was hard. It was the day everything in my life changed. It was the fork in the road that led me here. I wish I could say it got better, but a week after that incident, Zabuza Mamakai was assigned to us as a replacement sensei. You were trained by the demon of the mist? Tsunade asked, a little dumbfounded. Hi, I'm sorry, I just didn't think he had taken on students, she replied. Well, he didn't really. He was only interested in taking on one of us. We were 9. He looked at everything there was on us. He even made us battle each other, and he was going to decide which one of us he would take on as an apprentice. Neither of us were fools, we knew who he was. And if one of us was his student, then one day that person would be in his place as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If he had come to us a week before, I don't think I would have been chosen. It didn't take long for my heart to become stone. He chose me over Suijitsu. So, I was taken away and isolated, whereas Suijitsu was transferred to another team. I trained day and night. I slept and ate only when I had to, even though he became a monster. Zabuza Mamakai was a skilled ninja. I asked him one time why he had chosen me over Suijitsu. His answer was that he could see something in my eyes, a desire to learn how to be a cold-hearted killer, whereas he only saw arrogance in Suijitsu's eyes. He trained me for 2 years. A lot happened in those 2 years. While we were training all over, he found Haku and began to train him as well. Once he found out about his Kekii Genkai, he seemed more interested in him than me. I didn't like being second best, and I had learned everything I could from him, so I decided I would return home. And I did. Shortly after I did, he tried to kill my uncle and take over. When it didn't go so well, he defected and took Haku. The rest is, as you say, history. Whenever I returned, Suijitsu feared that I would ruin all the things being said about him and the reputation he had made. He didn't want to be outshined by the apprentice of Zabuza. He still resented me for being chosen instead of him. Wait, I thought that Suijitsu was hailed as the second coming of Zabuza? Jiraiya asked. He is said to be. Not many people know that it was I who was trained by Zabuza. After the attempted coup, my uncle thought it would be best that people really didn't know about me being trained by him. He didn't want people to fear me, so it was taken off my records. So then it is you who is really the second coming of Zabuza, and it is you who can rightfully claim the Kubikari Haucho as your own, Tsunade stated. Hi. That is correct. Tsunade looked at Naruto and shook her head. Damn, son, you sure know how to pick 'em, she said with a big grin. Finally, someone who can keep your ass in line. Welcome to the family, Yuri. The meeting hadn't seemed long, but by the time they finished, it was dark outside. Naruto looked at his girlfriend, taking in everything about her. He knew she was one of the toughest kunoichi around, not to mention one of the strongest ninjas period. However, he was still worried about her. In the time they had been together, he had developed a strong desire to protect her in any way he could, and even though she would deny it to anyone who asked, she thrived off it. It made her feel like a woman, and not just a human weapon. Naruto could sense how drained she was. After all, she had just relived several traumatizing experiences back to back, which would knock most people out. Naruto knew she was emotionally exhausted and wanted to do whatever he could to make her feel better. Yuri-chan, how about we get some food? I'm sure you're hungry by now, he asked her. You're a mind reader, Narukun. I'm so hungry I could probably give you a run for your money, she said with a small smile. Well, I guess I'll just have to take you up on that. No ramen, I promise, he said with a megawatt smile. That was all it took for Yuri to feel better. To her, his smile was infectious. Whenever something was wrong, that smile seemed to make it go away, the same way a mother's kiss can make any child's boo-boo disappear. She returned the smile as she said, Good, I don't know if I can handle ramen right now. You know there are other foods you can eat, and they're much better for you. Ramen really isn't that great. She knew what that would do, and she was hoping for it. Naruto stopped in his tracks. His smile faded, and he acted as if she had said something that had shattered his heart. He knew her game, and if she wanted to play, then play he would. What is this blasphemy I hear? You better take that back, he yelled. And why would I do that? Because Ramen is the best, he said as he started walking closer to her. A devious grin began to appear on his face. Take it back, Yuri-chan. Or what? I'll be sorry, she said, returning the devious grin. You know you will, he yelled again. He puffed up his chest to make himself appear bigger as he began to circle her. I'll give you one more chance, take it back, Yuri-chan. Make me, Naruto-kun, she said as she prepared to defend herself. But how are you going to do that if you can't see me? She quickly made some hand signs and covered the surrounding area in mist. The few people who were outside watching the two in amusement started to get nervous when the mist surrounded them. A few of them yelled out, but Naruto and Yuri ignored them. Yuri-chan, Naruto whined. This is cheating. It is not cheating, Yuri said. Oh, come now. I know that you can. And before she could finish her sentence, she felt Naruto wrap his arms around her waist. She melted into his embrace. See, I knew you could do it. She turned around and kissed him. As they were kissing, they heard a familiar voice start screaming at them. Naruto? Yuri? Are you two in that damn mist? Tsunade yelled. Hi, they both yelled. I have no idea what you're doing in there, and I don't really want to know. But for the love of Kami, you're scaring the crap out of the villagers. Please get rid of the mist. Tsunade yelled into the mist. Now! Oh. You're in trouble now, Yuri-chan, Naruto said so only she could hear. Oh hush. We've gotten out of far worse than this, she shot back. The mist began to lift, revealing the two standing in the middle of the street. Watching them were Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya was trying his hardest to pick up his notebook before Yuri saw, but he couldn't hide that lecherous grin etched into his face. The two walked up to Naruto and Yuri. Please, Lady Tsunade. We were just playing around. I meant no harm. Tsunade held up her hand to cut Yuri off. She looked dead serious, eyeing the two for a few minutes. Granny Tsunade, cut us a break. No one got hurt. Look, you little brat, don't call me that in public, she fussed so only he could hear her. Her voice then got louder. And I don't care that you two were playing, just don't do that again in the village unless it's serious. You just freaked out the villagers. They're not used to the mist like your villagers are, Yuri. They thought we were under attack or something. Hi, I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. Just, don't let it happen again. She looked at Yuri and winked. Yuri smiled back at the Hokage. Hi, I won't. Good. She smiled as she and Jiraiya turned to walk away. Pervert sage? Where are you going with Granny Tsunade? Naruto asked. We're going to catch up, we're old friends. And since when do I have to explain myself to you? Cranky, are we? You just better keep your hands to yourself, you old goat. Naruto said louder as they continued to walk away. Trust me, she can take care of herself. My hands won't go anywhere she doesn't want. He raised a hand to wave. Tsunade, however, brought her fist down on his head instead, sending him to the ground. You're absolutely right, you old pervert. Now get up, I need a lot of sake, she yelled, walking away without waiting for him. Yuri and Naruto watched her leave. Naruto shook his head. Those two, they worry me, Naruto said. Old friends? Yuri asked. Yeah, they were on the same Genin team, along with Orochimaru. They're known as the legendary Sunin. Don't let them fool you. I wouldn't want to truly anger either of them. Good to know, she replied. Can we eat now? We sure can. We're right outside the restaurant, he said with a smile. They entered the restaurant and enjoyed their meal. The two seemed to have a natural connection, as if they'd known each other their whole lives. Conversation flowed easily, and the meal passed quickly. As they exited, Naruto stretched and sighed. Shall we? He asked. Yes. I need to find a place to stay while I'm here, Yuri said. What do you mean find a place? Hello? What about Hotel Naruto? Stay with you? Wouldn't that look bad for an ambassador? First, you forget I'm a namikaze. People wouldn't find it strange, it would be an honor to stay at a namikaze home. And how small do you think the compound is? Compound? I thought you inherited a house? I did, but it's on the namikaze compound. So I got the whole kit in Kabuodle. Just wait, you'll love it. Plus, Namikaze-sama requests your presence. You've been invited to stay in one of the guest houses. Guest houses, she repeated in disbelief. There's more than one house? Well, I'll be happy to show you. Shall we, Yuri-chan? He said with a charming smile. I'd love to, Naruto-kun, she said, lacing her arm in his. The walk was short, and within 10 minutes, they stood at the massive oak gates of Naruto's home. Naruto released Yuri's arm and began deactivating the blood seals on the gates. Yuri watched her boyfriend in awe of his natural ability with seals. You're amazing with seals, she said. It's a namikaze thing. We're known for our mastery of seals of all sorts, he said, pride evident in his voice. The seals opened, and Naruto pushed the gates open. It's good to be home. Wow, it's huge, Yuri said quietly. Yuri-chan, wait until we're inside to speak of such things, he said playfully. You're too much like Jiraiya sometimes, she scolded. Yeah, I know, he's rubbed off on me. You know I was just kidding. Wait until you see it in the morning. It's truly beautiful. My mother seemed to have a green hand. Green hand? I thought it was a green thumb. Just you wait and see, she had a green hand. They started walking up the path to the main house. Naruto stopped. Oh, hold on. I forgot to lock the gates. He turned, shut the gates, and reactivated the seals. He walked back to Yuri and took her hand. If Jiraiya does come home, oh well, he can always find somewhere else to sleep. He lives here too, she questioned. Yeah, in one of the extra houses. I wanted him to have a place to come home to, plus I didn't need 4 houses. As the niece of the Mizukage, this shouldn't shock me. But it does. I just never thought this is where you'd live when I finally visited. Well, if the council had been good little boys and girls, you might not have. I've never lived here before now. This is all pretty new to me too. But it's a sweet deal. Great place to start a family, huh? He said the last part quieter, but Yuri heard him. She stopped and looked at him. It was strange sometimes, how they could think the exact same thing at the exact same time. This was one of those times. She blushed slightly. I was just thinking the same thing, Naruto. She gave him a content and happy smile. He squeezed her hand tighter as he led her to the house. I know it's late, but in the morning I'll give you the grand tour of the whole place. But I think we should get some sleep. He pulled her close. You had a pretty draining time earlier. I know you must be tired, Yuri-chan. I am. Thank you, Naruto. Don't mention it. Now, would you like one of the guest houses, or would you like to stay in the main house? With the seals activated, you don't have to worry about anyone finding out anything. But if you're more comfortable in the... She cut him off, gently grabbing his face and pulling him down for a kiss. Releasing him, she looked at him. He looked stunned. Where was I? He asked. You were just about to show me to your room, you know, where I'd be staying. She gave him a sly grin. Oh, right, this way. The sun's rays streamed through the window. Just like in the morning in the mist, Naruto awoke first. He stared at the sleeping angel in his arms. He made no clones, he wasn't ready to wake her yet. He wanted to think. He thought about what was said before, what he'd said as they walked up to the house. He thought about having a family of his own, a wife, and children. For the first time in his life, Naruto truly considered the future he wanted. He wanted 3 things, but one made the others worthwhile. Without this key piece, his life wouldn't be complete. He wanted to be Hokage. He wanted a family. However, he couldn't have the latter without a wife. And he could only think of one person to fill that spot, the woman lightly snoring beside him. He couldn't help but smile at the sleeping woman. He'd never felt this way about another person. He remembered how he used to feel about Sakura. It was nothing like what he felt for Yuri. He knew this was real, not puppy love. The thought of not having Yuri made his chest ache. He knew he couldn't live without her. A strong desire overcame him. He felt he had to wake her. He had to let her know how amazing she was and how much he loved her. She had to know he couldn't live without her. Yuri-chan, he said softly. Yuri-chan, wake up. Her eyes slowly fluttered open. Her crystal ice blue eyes met his bright blue ones. She smiled up at him. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, beautiful, he said with a small, warm smile. I'm sorry to wake you, but there's something I just had to tell you. Is everything okay? Everything is more than okay. It's perfect. You're perfect. Naruto, you know I'm far from perfect, she replied. And that's what makes you so perfect. I'm not perfect either, but together we make up for each other's shortcomings. You don't understand. I thought I'd live the rest of my life not knowing what love was. And now I do. I just had to tell you that I love you. I couldn't go another minute without telling you that. Is that weird? No, it isn't. In fact, it makes me happy. I never thought I'd find someone who would love me either. I was so cold, until I saw that smile of yours. It melted my heart. I'm so happy that we're together now. Good, because I don't want to lose you. It makes my heart hurt to think of something like that. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're stuck with me, Naruto. I'm not going anywhere. Good, I wouldn't have it any other way. He leaned in and kissed her. When she broke away for air, she looked at him. Where's my coffee? There's the girl I love, he chuckled. How about I make it myself? And you can go soak in the hot spring. After I brew your coffee, I'll join you. That sounds lovely. 20 minutes later, both Naruto and Yuri were in the warm waters of the hot spring. This place is wonderful. Now I see what you meant about your mother. Her gardens put mine to shame. She was very talented with plants, apparently. The two sat in silence, enjoying each other's presence. It was nice for them to relax. Suddenly, a large poof appeared next to Naruto. As the smoke dispersed, it revealed a toad, about the size of a large dog, sitting on the edge of the hot spring. Hiya, boss. Gamekiki? What are you doing here? Did Gamabuntas send you? No, Jiraiya did. He said he couldn't get in the gate, and wishes for you to let him into his home. How did he get in here? I thought the blood seals kept everyone out, Yuri asked. Well, normally they would, boss lady. But since I'm a summons between the two of you, I guess the rules don't apply. Boss lady, she repeated. Yeah, boss lady, you're the boss's woman. And with that, he poofed back out of the yard. You have weird summons. I know, but he means well, boss lady. Now, I'll be right back. Got to go let Jiraiya in. Naruto stood up, water dripping from his body. He didn't notice the look on Yuri's face. She was, at that moment, consumed with lust. She smiled as he shined away to the gates. I could get used to this. Yuri Namikaze has a nice ring, she said, closing her eyes. Just as she said that, a warm breeze surrounded her. She opened her eyes and looked around. She could have sworn someone had just hugged her. I think I need to rest more. I'm imagining things now. She sank lower into the warm waters. As she soaked, she felt calm and safe. She felt at home, as if she was welcomed into the family, literally with open arms. As Naruto appeared in front of the gates, he felt the warm breeze in the compound. His face lit up. He quickly deactivated the seals and opened the gate to see Jiraiya standing there, tapping his foot impatiently. Oh good, the summoning worked. Didn't know if it would. Why are you smiling like a fool? Other than the fact that you are, but that's neither here nor there. Nice to see you too, Jiraiya, Naruto said sarcastically after Jiraiya's comment. Ah, home sweet home. He walked past Naruto and turned to his godson. Well, are you going to tell me what made you smile that way? Oh, well, you know how we both sometimes feel my parents around? Yeah, what about it? I just felt them, as I was leaving the hot spring. It was like they were approving of Yuri. I know it sounds crazy. Naruto started. Yes, it does sound crazy, but I believe you. He started to walk back to his house. His shoulders slouched, and he sighed. He turned around again. I have a message for Yuri, from the ladies of our immediate entourage. They said she should be ready because they're coming to get her at 10 o'clock for some girl talk time. Oh, okay, why do you look so sad? Because Tsunade said that if she catches me within 5 miles of wherever they are, she'll put me in the hospital. And with just Sakura and Yuri, I know they could do it, not to mention Ino, Hinata, and Tenten. He hung his head, turned on his heel, and started to walk to his house for the third time. The whole way, Naruto could hear him mumbling about evil women and sharp pointy things. All Naruto could do was laugh. He shined back to Yuri in the hot spring to find her getting out and drying off. Hey, you, she said with a smile. Hey, Yuri-chan. You have about an hour and a half until some of the ladies of Konoha come and take you away from me. I think this is Tsunade and Sakura's planning. They want to get to know you. Oh, they do they? Well, that's fine. I want to know your friends. If they're special to you, then they're special to me. Naruto walked up to her and gave her a big hug. He loved the way she melted into his arms, as if they were made to hold her. What about that tour? I'll even carry you on my back, he said. Oh, I love piggybacks. We haven't done this in a while, but the last time we did, you were trying to make me carry you. Well, I see nothing wrong with that, he said as she hopped onto his back. I have feelings too, you know, and it's nice to be carried. I know you're sensitive, but you're also pure muscle, she said, enjoying the ride. So? And when is that a bad thing? When I'm trying to carry you. You're heavy. Yeah, well, ramen makes my butt big. Haha, you sound like a woman. Would you like to join the girls' outing? I could, you know. He made forbidden hand signs around Yuri and transformed into his sexy jutsu. See, I could fit right in. She hit him on the head. He dispelled the jutsu and rubbed his head with a free hand. Not so hard, Yuri-chan. Oh please, now you're a delicate little flower? She kissed him on his head. As they neared the temple, the same warm breeze picked up and surrounded them. Naruto sighed, and Yuri fidgeted to be set down. That breeze, it's my parents, he said. I know it sounds crazy, but it feels like them. Yuri stood very still and quiet. She closed her eyes and inhaled. She opened her eyes and walked to the temple. Wow, it's so strong here. What is? Naruto asked, slightly confused. That feeling, there's this feeling of love. She looked back at Naruto. That would explain it feeling like your parents. It's like they were here waiting for you. They wanted their son to come home. I thought I was crazy. When I came back to Konoha, I felt that warm breeze. It always made me feel content. And I felt it the strongest over here, so Kakashi and I built this temple here. It's nothing fancy, but it's for my parents. Well, it's beautiful, and I think it makes them happy. Really? Yeah. Yuri looked around the yard. She knew this was a place she could spend the rest of her life. And she liked that. This place was amazing. It was homey, she felt at ease. She flopped down in the grass and watched the sky. She heard Naruto start to laugh. She didn't even move. And why are you laughing at me? You remember me talking about Shikamaru? Yes, what about him? Well, you reminded me of him, he loves to cloud watch. When am I going to meet the rest of your friends? Tell me if you want to meet the rest after your big outing. Naruto chuckled as he plopped down next to Yuri in the grass. Now I see why he does this. It's so relaxing. The two sat in silence. Soon, they had fallen asleep. It's amazing how the wind can carry someone's voice. The minute the mob of women walked into the compound, their voices carried all the way to the back. As the 9 women approached the main house, their voices seemed to get louder and louder. But for some reason, Sakura and Ino's voices could be heard the loudest. Hey, Forehead, where's Yuri-san? I thought you said she'd be here with Naruto. About Ino Pig, what were we discussing? You seriously meant it about not calling you Forehead? Absolutely. We don't want to seem rude in front of Yuri-san, but I don't even see her yet, Forehead, Ino retorted. Can you two please be quiet? Anko grumbled. If she hears you, she might run away, and then I'll never get to meet the kids woman. Ino paused, glaring at Anko, her annoyance clear. And how on earth do you even know Naruto? Ino pressed, clearly underestimating Anko. Other than the Chunin exams, when did he ever interact with you? Anko slowly turned, her eyes meeting Ino's. A surge of killer intent emanated from her. Across the compound, Naruto and Yuri sat up abruptly, sensing the raw power. Naru-kun? I feel it. I think it's Anko, he replied. He scooped up Yuri and Shuzhen to where the killer intent originated. They appeared among the group of women Tsunade, Shizen, Sakura, Hinata, and Tenten who all looked at them, except for the two locked in a staring contest. Anko, tisk, still picking on other girls? Naruto commented. You know, if you don't play nice, the other kiddies won't want to play with you. Without breaking eye contact with Ino, Anko began to smirk wickedly. Ino shivered, which was exactly what Anko wanted. Anko slowly reached into her pouch, pulled out a kunao, and flung it at Naruto. She expected him to catch it, but was stunned when he didn't flinch as Yuri Shuzhen in front of him, snatched the kunao from the air, and then reappeared before Anko, kunao held defensively, ready to strike her throat. And she's a friend, Naru-kun? Yuri stated bluntly. With a friend like her, who needs enemies? Anko stared at the girl, leaking more killer intent at Yuri. Naruto rolled his eyes and shook his head. Yuri met her gaze fearlessly, sending her own killer intent back at Anko. Anko's eyes widened slightly, then she smirked, but Yuri still didn't back down. Suddenly, both killer intents vanished, and Yuri dropped her stance. This one has guts, good choice, kid. I like her, Anko said with a genuine smile. She extended her hand. Nice to meet Cha, I'm Anko. Anko, I'm Yuri, she replied, shaking her hand. Nice to meet you too. Sakura walked up to Naruto, nudging him. What was that? She asked. It was their version of guys comparing who's got a bigger thing, he said with a smirk. And I think Yuri won. Sakura simply nodded, speechless. But then she remembered Ino's earlier question and wondered how Naruto and Anko knew each other, deciding to ask later. Well, now that that's settled, can we please go? Tsunade motioned for them to leave. I have a private hot spring waiting for all of us with lots of sake. Shall we, ladies? She then added loudly, and I'll know if anyone who isn't supposed to be there is. Yeah, Jiraiya. Yuri shouted. Jiraiya appeared next to Naruto, looking dejected. Naruto looked at him and shook his head. Deifu, even after all the previous threats and bodily harm, you were still going to peep on people like Tsunade and Sakura? And my Yuri? I have to write about something. He stammered. It's no use, you're not going to die in combat with an S-ranked criminal, you know that, right? Naruto said. You're going to die at the hands of some pissed-off women who caught you peeping. But what a way to go out, he said with a huge, lecherous smile. He began to feel the killer intent emanating from the 10 women in front of him. He paled, mouth agape, trying to think of something to say. But I'm not ready yet, he Shuzhened out of sight. Bet he's going to hide, Naruto remarked. He better, Tsunade said. Now, brat, we're taking Yuri. See you later. She waved goodbye, and the women began to file out of the compound. Yuri ran up and gave Naruto a peck on the cheek. Bye, he smiled back. Naruto headed out the front of the house. He was on a mission, he needed to talk to Jiraiya about something important. But first, he had to find where the Toad Sage had hidden himself. Tsunade was true to her word, being Hokage certainly had its perks. She had reserved one of the hot springs for the afternoon. So, what do you think of Konoha, Yuri-san? Sakura asked. Please, you can just call me Yuri, but I love it here. It's beautiful, Yuri replied. What do you think of the Namikaze compound? Ino asked, eager for details about her and Naruto. It's amazing. I love it there, she answered. So, Naruto was vague on details about you too, Ino probed. Oh, he was? Yuri asked, raising an eyebrow. Ino, I may not know you very well, but you don't seem the type to beat around the bush. She's not. Sakura blurted out. Oh, shut up, Forward, Ino yelled. She turned back to Yuri. Fine, tell us about you and Naruto. Well, there isn't much to tell. We met about a year after he left Konoha. We went on dates whenever he would come to Kiri. Was it love at first sight, why Yuri? Hinata asked bashfully. There's no need to be shy, Hinata, she said, reassuring the timid girl. I think it was. All the women squealed. It was like listening to a romance movie. Oh, tell us more. Anko shrieked. All the women stared at her, dumbfounded. Such behavior was completely unlike Anko. They just kept staring. What? Just because I'm not girly all the time doesn't mean I can't enjoy a good love story when I hear one. Anko fumed. You still never answered me, Ino said, still looking at Anko. I know, Anko replied. There was a moment of silence. Hinata, feeling a little more comfortable, decided to speak up. Anko, I think we're all curious how you know Naruto. Would you please tell us? She asked in a slightly louder voice. Oh, since you asked nicely. I ran into him a few times on missions, Anko stated plainly. I need to collect information, and whenever someone needs information, finding Jiraiya is usually the best place to start. That kid and I became fast friends. We used to spar occasionally. I used to win every time. Used to? Tsunade questioned. Yeah, the kid can whip my ass now without even trying. Wow, Naruto has really changed? Tenten said. You don't even know the half of it, Yuri said. He's far from average. And he knows a lot more than he'll ever let on. You're just saying that because he's your man, Ino countered. Normally, yeah, but he's changed a lot since you all last saw him. He's grown up a lot from what you knew. He talked about you all often. He did? Hinata asked softly. Yep, I know a lot about you all already, but I'm glad you invited me to this. To be honest, I don't have many lady friends to hang out with. Most of my friends back home are men, and even they don't like me. Mainly because I can drink them under the table and then whip their ass, Yuri confessed. Ha, I knew I liked you for a reason, Yuri, Tsunade exclaimed. So that means you don't get to gossip much then? No, I don't, but it sounds like I've come to the right place. Oh yes you have. Ino squealed with glee. Yuri walked back towards the compound, having genuinely enjoyed her time with the ladies. Ino hadn't been kidding about it being the right place for gossip. Yuri now knew the intricate details of nearly every one of their relationships, or lack thereof. She learned it had taken Hinata a long time to get over her crush on Naruto, which didn't surprise her given Naruto's stories, and that Hinata and Kiba had been dating for 2 years now. Hinata recounted how Kiba had practically begged for the first date, promising he only needed one chance to impress her. Fortunately for Hinata, he was right. She heard all about Ino and Koji, which wasn't too interesting. They had just started dating and, unsurprisingly, ate out a lot, though Ino bragged about Koji's cooking. Apparently, their first date resulted from a bet. Koji bet Ino he could cook better than a restaurant, and he won. Her favorite was when Tenten talked about her and Lee. She found any story involving Lee highly amusing. Tenten shared how she had finally given up on Niji and how it was the best thing that ever happened to her. Besides sharp pointy tools, she loved giving her boyfriend a hard time. It was clear that Lee made Tenten feel the same way Naruto made her feel. Then there were Shizune, Anko, Sakura, and Tsunade. All 4 were single. However, only Sakura seemed upset by her single status. She saw everyone else happy with someone and yearned for that. During Ino's probing, they discovered Sakura had a small crush on Sai, which shocked everyone. Sai was a difficult person to figure out. Yuri had a lot to process on her walk home. As she drew closer, she sensed many chakra signatures from the compound. She wondered what was happening. Opening the door, she heard men laughing and yelling. She had walked in on a guy's poker night. The laughter died down, and all the men looked at her. Sitting at the large poker table were Naruto, Kiba, Lee, Shikamaru, Koji, Niji, Shino, Kakashi, and Irika. The little lady is home. Finally, we all get to meet her. Kiba shouted. Naru-kun, I'm sad, you have a poker night and didn't invite me, she asked, sounding hurt. I knew you'd be back, plus I didn't want you to take all their money in the first couple of hands. We wanted to play a bit, Naruto said. What do you mean, take all our money? She's a girl, Kiba scoffed. Move over. I'm going to show you how much of a pup you still are, Yuri said, sitting next to Naruto. You all are in trouble now. Naruto shouted. It had been 4 wonderful days since Yuri stepped through Konoha's gates. She had enjoyed her time there, delivering her Mizukage's wishes to the Hokage and then spending time with her boyfriend. She met and connected with his friends. All in all, her time there had been normal, yet amazing, but all good things must end. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and she sat in the Hokage's office with Naruto and Jiraiya. She noticed how they had changed. Walking to the tower, they were yawning and quite cranky, neither enjoying early mornings. But as soon as they took their seats, they were all business. "I trust you enjoyed your stay here in the Leaf, Yuri. I know I enjoyed getting to know you. As an ambassador to the Leaf, I look forward to the alliance and will be sending such documents to the Mizukage along with you." "Hi, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your generosity. I really like the Leaf and her people," Yuri said with a smile. "Now, since we're somewhat aware of what we have to do in dealing with Hebai," Tsunade began, "I suggest once you return home, you speak with Mizukage-sama and start thinking of ways to deal with the areas you know best, namely Suijutsu. We will look further into Suzuki. However, it will be up to both of us, Leaf and Mist, to further investigate the remaining members of Hebai. It's of utmost importance that we keep each other up to snuff." "Hi, I agree, Tsunade," Jiraiya said. "Good, because it will be up to you and Naruto to escort Yuri home and then continue out from there to check on your contacts. We need to find out as much as we can, as fast as we can. I have a bad feeling about this. We need to be ahead of the game." "Hi," the three said in unison. "Good. Naruto, Jiraiya, keep a low profile. You know the drill. Report back as soon as you know something." The two ninja nodded in agreement. They knew what to do and how to do it. They had become extremely talented at remaining undetected if they chose. "Dismissed." The three stood. Yuri bowed, while Naruto and Jiraiya simply waved. "We'll be in touch, Baa-chan." She sighed and waved back, worried about the upcoming events. She knew this wouldn't end without bloodshed, and though she wished it would, she knew better. She just prayed to Kami that they would be okay when this was all said and done. Naruto, Yuri, and Jiraiya made their way back to the compound. They needed to pack their things and leave as soon as possible. Naruto and Yuri went to his bedroom to pack. Yuri sat on the bed for a moment and sighed. "Yuri-chan, are you okay?" he asked. "Well, yes and no. I know as a ninja that we shouldn't expect life to be normal, because for us, it's not. We live the way we do so others won't have to. I know that. But it's okay to want and try to have a little bit of normalcy in our lives. I mean, we are human," he replied. "It's just that." She sighed. "I'm going to miss being here and being with you. I'm going to miss being able to just live. I know what the future holds, and it's not going to be like this. It's going to be rough taking out Hebai." She trailed off. Naruto stopped packing and sat next to her, grabbing her hand and holding it tight. "Yuri, you will always be welcome here. And no matter what the future holds, I will be there to help you get through it." He smiled at her. "We'll do it together. Okay?" She gave a small nod, took a deep breath, and exhaled. "Ugh, I can't believe I'm acting like this." "Acting like what?" he asked. "Showing my emotions so easily. I'm a ninja, and a damn fine one at that," he said. "Thank you, but that's not what I mean. I've shut my emotions off for so long, I guess I thought they just went away for good. I'm just readjusting to having them again." She looked at him and smiled. "Now, enough of that, we have to pack." In no time, they were all packed and ready to go. The three set out on their way back to Kiri. It had been about a day since the three walked out of Konoha's gates. Although they weren't traveling at top speed, they were making good time. In another day or two, they should be nearing the water. Naruto was quiet for most of the trip, lost in thought about the mission he and Jiraiya had been given. He knew handling Hebai would be difficult. But at the moment, what troubled him most were the two unknowns, Karen and Yugo. No one really had any idea what they were capable of, and that could be very dangerous. Even though he was deep in thought, his senses were still sharp. He picked up 4 very faint chakra signatures. One in the group he would know anywhere, and it reeked of snake. "Nice weather, Daifu?" he asked, hoping Jiraiya would pick up on their long-established signal. "It sure is, nice for traveling," he replied. "Yeah, if it weren't for the shadows it would be warmer," he said. "Warmer? How much warmer do you want it, brat?" "I think it's hot." I don't know. Maybe 4 degrees." Yuri remained silent. Anyone else would think Naruto was just making small talk, but she knew the man he was now. She never knew their code, but she was aware they had one. Being as sharp as she was, when they suddenly started talking about the weather, she assumed something was up. She quickly thought, 4? Shadows? Is someone following us? 4, could it be Hebai? Then, she sensed it. She could feel Suijutsu. "Narukun, I'm disappointed in you. Even with the shadows, this is not nearly as cold as the mist. I thought you could hack it by now," she said. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "I've underestimated her again. She's sharp. I wonder how she picked up on what we were talking about." He looked at Jiraiya, who was just as baffled as Naruto that she'd caught on. With Yuri's input, everything was confirmed. They were indeed being shadowed, and he knew one was definitely Suzuki. Now, he was fairly confident one of the others was Suijutsu, thanks to Yuri. Naruto focused hard on the other two. He knew those must be Karen and Yugo, so he wanted to make sure he could recognize them again if needed. Naruto caught Jiraiya's eye, and he nodded, then looked at Yuri, who nodded as well. She quickly formed hand signs. Soon, they were covered in a mist. A low, cold laughter echoed from somewhere within the mist. "We know you're there. You might as well come out," Yuri said. "Oh, but Yuri-chan, how are we ever to see through such mist?" Suijutsu said, every word dripping with spite and sarcasm. "Or have you forgotten, I can see you? You must be Suijutsu?" Naruto asked aloud. "And what of it?" he spat. "Then you're a member of Team Hebai. And you sound way too cocky for your own good. I know you're not the only one who can see us, isn't that correct, Suzuki?" "Ah, Naruto-kun, I'm touched. You knew I was here," Suzuki said as he slid into the open, chuckling. The sound was worse than anything Orochimaru ever made. "You're correct though, I can see you, all of you. So why not have your little girlfriend drop the mist? Unlike my all-too-eager companion, I'm not here to fight, yet." "Naru-kun?" Yuri asked. "Go ahead, Yuri-chan, you can drop it. If he wanted to fight, he would have attacked us a long time ago." The mist began to fade, revealing the people within. Although 7 people were present, only 5 stood in the open. Suzuki was near Naruto, and Suijutsu stood toe-to-toe with Yuri, both eyeing the other, waiting for a move. His hand rested on the hilt of the massive sword strapped to his back, and hers was on her short sword, ready to slit his throat if necessary. Naruto nervously kept an eye on them. "What are you going to do with that toothpick of a sword? Poke me?" Suijutsu taunted. "Give me a chance and I will show you what I will do with it." "You forget who you're talking to, and who is that? A scared little girl who needs her boyfriend and a decrepit, has-been ninja to bring her home, safely? No, asshole, the real second coming of Zabuza Mamakai, demon of the mist, and the true master of the Kubikariba show," she said dangerously. "Is that so?" he asked. "If that's true, then why is it that I have it and you don't?" "You know why, you stole it from his grave. You had to take it from him once he was dead because you knew you weren't man enough to take it from him when he was alive. Haku would have killed you before you even got close, and you know why that is," she spat back. "Because you were never good enough. And you know it. Do you still cry because he picked a girl over you?" Naruto kept watching the exchange between the two. It was a fight waiting to happen. They were both baiting each other, wanting the other to make the first move. If it continued, Suijutsu would likely strike first. Yuri seemed to be hitting a raw nerve with the missing nin. Suzuki's ever-observant eyes remained glued to Naruto. Oh, so I was right, she is your girlfriend? Finally given up on Sakura, I see. I guess she could never get over me enough to like you. I gave up on her love a long time ago, and now I think there's a part of her that hates you more than me. You know the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Just wait until you run into her again, Naruto replied calmly. That little whelp couldn't hurt a fly, so what is she going to do to me? Fall at my feet and want me to love her? Please, she is and has always been weak. Just wait. He looked around. Suzuki, why don't you have your other little pawns come out of hiding? I know they're there, watching. Yugo, Karen, come say hello, he said. It's rude not to show yourselves when we've been careless enough to get caught. From out of the bushes walked a rather huge man and a rather petite woman. The man emerged just enough to be seen and was closer to Suijutsu, who looked at him with annoyance. The woman sauntered over to where Suzuki was and draped herself over his shoulders. Suzuki-kun, why are we talking to these people? I thought you wanted to kill them. You thought wrong. Naruto here is one of my oldest and dearest friends. I have no need to kill those who pose no threat to me. Suzuki-kun? I see, so she is your girlfriend. I must say, you should have stuck with Sakura. Karen here is, well, you know what I mean. How dare you? You insult me, you will pay, she screamed. You're not going to let him talk to me like that, are you, Suzuki-kun? The three ninja approached the gates of the village hidden in the mist. Yuri sensed a presence and, with a series of hand signs, cleared the mist to reveal two members of the HEKI Black Ops, poised for action. Their appearance mirrored Yuri's own during her guard duty. One was a tall man, the other a woman. Both wore plain black masks, distinguished only by a kanji under the right eye, the man's for Mars and the woman's for Mercury. Please, Marisu-san, Sugan-san, stand down. We must meet with Mizukage-sama immediately, Yuri commanded. The two HEKI remained unmoving. They drew their blades, holding them flat to their masks, revealing kanji that matched their identities. The man stepped forward. And who are you to demand things from HEKI? Yuri unsheathed her short sword and mirrored their stance, revealing the kanji for moon etched on her blade. Upon seeing it, the two HEKI members lowered their swords but did not resheathe them. Forgive us, Suki-sama, we did not know it was you. Yuri-chan, if you are a member of the HEKI, how come they don't know who you are without your mask? Naruto asked. It's not that they didn't know who I was, they didn't know that I outranked them. We know who is a member, but not who is which mask. It is a safety measure. Suki-sama, I mean no disrespect, but how can you reveal such information to one who is not of the mist? That is a traitorous action, the woman stated. Both HEKI members tightened their grip on their swords. Sensing the escalating tension, Yuri intervened. Don't worry, they are trustworthy. This is Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Konoha, and Naruto Namikaze, ambassador to the mist from Konoha. She glanced back at Naruto, a small smile gracing her lips. And my boyfriend. Naruto felt a surge of importance from her last remark. Though he knew it wasn't the time, he couldn't help but feel happy. She had just acknowledged their relationship to people from her home village, bringing a brief moment of joy despite their recent tumultuous journey. Look, we have vital information that must be given to the Mizukage. If you do not move of your own free will, then I will make you move. Yuri spat. Feel free to report whatever you wish to the Mizukage. I care not. Yuri walked past the two, sheathed her sword, and turned to face Naruto and Jiraiya. The look she gave them sent a shiver down their spines. Forgive us, Marisu-san, Sugan-san, but it is her anger I fear the most, Naruto said with a sheepish smile, then rushed to catch up to her. And I'm with the kid, Jiraiya added, following suit. The two HEKI stood dumbfounded. They knew better than to provoke Suki, aware of her power and the significance of her leadership in the Black Ops. Should we report this, Marisu, the woman questioned? If it were anyone else, I would. But I don't want the wrath of Suki on me. Plus, she never would behave that way unless it were a matter of grave importance, the man replied. Hi, then let's continue our duty. She agreed. She performed the correct hand signs, and the two HEKI vanished into the mist. Once past the guards, the three ninjas sped toward the Mizukage's office. Yuri acknowledged greetings quickly but kept moving, followed closely by Naruto and Jiraiya. Yuri burst through the office doors. Mizukage-sama, please, we have to talk to you right now. It is very important, Yuri exclaimed. Ah, you are home. What is it you have to tell me? While we were on the way back, we had some visitors. We were stopped by Hebai, Yuri revealed. What? By the look of your clothing, there was no battle. They just stopped you three to chat, the Mizukage inquired. Hi. Suzuki is not well in the head. Something we knew, but it's odd. He feels as if he and I are friends. And as a friend, he felt like he should warn me that sometime within the next 2 years, he will attack Konoha. I really don't understand why he would just tell you something like this. It makes no sense. He hasn't made sense since he left Konoha years ago. He feels as if we are not a threat and that it doesn't matter if we know of his plans or not, that he will still bring down the walls of Konoha. That is why he told us. I see, Naruto. But this time, he has seriously underestimated what he is up against. He will not make it through this, Naruto said coldly. That is good to hear, the Mizukage affirmed. I agree, Mizukage-sama. However, I hate to have to rush out of here, but we have our own orders from the Hokage. Yuri here is more than capable of filling you in on all of the things that happened, Jiraiya stated respectfully. I understand, Jiraiya, there is much to do. Please, if you need anything, let us know. We will do whatever is in our power to help you in carrying out your orders. Both Naruto and Jiraiya rose to leave. Naruto paused, looked at Yuri, and smiled. She returned it. He walked over, knelt beside her, nipped his finger, and placed it on the ground. With a small puff of smoke, a tiny toad appeared. He picked her up and placed her in Yuri's lap. This is Gamaami, she is a daughter of Gamabunta. Please, keep her with you, and if anything happens, she has ways of finding us. We will be in touch. Please be safe, Yuri-chan. Promise me. She looked into his eyes and smiled. I will on one condition. And what is that? Naruto asked. That you return to me. That you be careful as well. Can you promise me that? Nothing could keep me from you. I will be safe and I will return. He stood and kissed her forehead. He looked at Gamaami and gently patted the small toad's head. Please, Ami, come to me if anything happens. Watch over my Yuri-chan for me. You have my word, boss. Thank you. Naruto turned to the Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, we will keep you informed as we learn new information. However, may I make a request? Hi, what is it? The Mizukage asked. When I return, may I have a private meeting with you? Is that all? Hi. You amuse me, Naruto Namikaze, so be it. On your next visit to the mist, you shall have a private meeting. Good luck, to both of you. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. Naruto bowed. We will be in touch soon. Naruto and Jiraiya exited, making their way to the edge of town to begin their mission. Good fun as always, Hadefu. You know it, Naru, you know the drill. Mask your chakra and let's put some distance between Kiri and us. I have some intel that suggests we head north. There is an old base up there that once belonged to Orochimaru. I'm sure it has been destroyed, but we still may be able to find something there on our two unknowns. Then let's go. The sooner we do this, the sooner we can come back. There is something that I have to do, and the sooner the better. And what is that? You will find out soon enough. Can we just go, Deifu? Damn, you know you can still be a brat when you want to be. Yeah, some things never change, pervert. Naruto and Jiraiya made excellent time reaching the northern base. It was dusk when they arrived, approaching silently. Naru, I think we should rest before we attempt to go any further. We don't know if there are any guards, and we can't go in half-cocked. Good idea, Deifu. We will come back early. Alright, let's go. The two slowly retreated from their positions and quietly left. They stopped about 3 miles from the base, deciding to sleep there for the night. A fire would draw attention. Thankfully, it's not cold, Jiraiya said. Yeah, can your old bones handle sleeping in the trees? I don't want to give any indications where we are. Old bones? Look, you little brat, get your ass up the tree and take the first watch. I need my beauty sleep. Ha, beauty sleep? You know we don't have that much time. Would you just shut the hell up? Well, if you wouldn't set yourself up for such comments, then I wouldn't have to say them. They both jumped to the treetops and settled into somewhat comfortable positions. Naruto leaned against the trunk, stretching his legs along a long branch as he scanned the perimeter. You know, just because of where we are, maybe we should set up some type of perimeter. I'd rather be safe than sorry. I agree, that would be smart, but I think that clones may not be the safest thing. If your clones get spotted, then we are still as good as caught. You know, for a toad sage, you don't utilize the toads very well. We can both summon a few of the smaller toads and have them keep a lookout for us. They are animals and would blend in a lot better than a bunch of clones running around. Damn good thinking, Naru. I knew picking you as the future toad sage was a good idea. Best idea that you ever had, but I won't be as damn perverted as you, Naruto said, poking fun at his godfather. But you know, the transparency jutsu of yours might be good for tonight. Once you get that brain working, only Kami knows what you are capable of coming up with. You know you worry me, and why would I worry you? Because I think that you are getting senile. You should have at least thought of that. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I am, but I must admit that I am tired. Tired of all of this. I think I might consider retiring soon, live out the rest of my days as just a happy old man. You know, wait for you and Yuri to pop out some children so I can spoil them and teach them to give you hell. The more that I think of it, the more I want it. Children? We aren't even married, I mean we are only dating, and you are thinking about children already. Don't play innocent. You may think that I am senile, but what you think and what I am are two different things. Your business that you need to tend to, it's her. You are going to ask her to marry you. How did you know that? Because I know you. It's not hard to see that you both are crazy about each other. I just wish that all this hebai nonsense wouldn't be in the back of your mind during something that is supposed to be such a happy time. You and me both. Well, keep a watch. The sooner we get this done, the sooner you can get to making babies. One-track mind as always. Sunlight began to pierce the leaves where Jiraiya slept. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to ignore the light, until something squishy fell into his lap. He cracked one eye open to find a small toad. Jiraiya yawned and stretched. What's up? He asked the toad. I am here because Naruto wanted me to check and see if you were awake. Where did he go? And why didn't he wake me up for my shift? He let you sleep, something about beauty sleep. He said he was going to do an initial sweep around the base. He would like for you to join him as soon as possible. I think he is anxious to enter the base. Alright, thank you. You can go home now. Hi. Thank you, Jiraiya. With that, the small toad poofed away. Jiraiya stood and stretched again before leaping off the branch to find Naruto. Though usually a jokester, Jiraiya knew this was a time for seriousness. He found Naruto, dead serious. Nice for you to join me, Deifu. Did you sleep well? Hi. But let's chat after we get out of this place. What did your sweep find? Well, I don't believe that there are any guards left here. Sasuke may feel that there is no need for them, but that doesn't mean that there are no traps or anything of that sort. So when we go in, we can't be half-cocked. Deifu, when this is over, we will have to work on some new phrases for you. What are you talking about? You say half-cocked way too much. Not now, Naru, get your mind on the task at hand. Sorry, Deifu. Ready, as always. Naruto created 2 clones and cloaked them with a transparency jutsu. The clones silently emerged from the bushes and headed for the deserted base. Each clone took a side at the entrance and paused, listening for anything unusual. Once they confirmed no movement within the entrance tunnel, they entered. So what are we going to do? Just sit here while they go in? Hi. It is the safest way to go about this. If there are any guards, then the clones can take them out. If there are any traps, the clones can find them for us before we enter so we don't accidentally set them off. And, if something should happen, then they are just invisible clones, and I will find out everything they know once they disappear. It's win-win. You really are smarter than you let on sometimes. I find that if people don't think I am as smart as I am, then they will underestimate me or overlook me. It used to piss me off when I was younger, but I realized that it's actually a pretty smart defense. Naruto stiffened, followed by a dull rumble. He shook his head, as if trying to recall memories. Explosive tag. One clone is gone, but so far there are no guards. There are a few more tags in there. They are set to cause a chain reaction to trap whoever stumbles in there. Is it clear enough for us to go in yet? Hi, they have cleared a path for us so far. I think something is off though. Why is that? So far, there are no major threats in this base. Did he really not think that we would find this base? Be on alert. I have a feeling that it will get deadlier the deeper we go. Hi, Jiraiya nodded. The other clone will continue on, and we will follow. Let's go. Naruto and Jiraiya sped toward the entrance, both stopping at the door and listening. You know where the first set of tags are, they are just up here. The amount increases as we get further in. They sped a little further in, and Naruto stopped. Here, this is the center of the area that has been tagged. Then why are we stopping? We need to get out of here in case the tags go off. No faith in your student? You were Konoha's seal master, after all. Naruto unsnapped a pouch on his vest, removed a scroll and brush. With a flourish, he unrolled the scroll onto the ground and quickly painted the appropriate words and symbols. What do you mean were? After you see this, you will realize that the title of Toad Sage is not the only thing you will pass on to me. He finished with the brush and stowed it away. With another flourish, he rolled the scroll back up. He bit his thumb and wiped it on the scroll. Holding the scroll in his right hand, he made a hand sign to focus his chakra into it. Watch this, he said. He took a deep breath and slammed his right hand, scroll and all, onto the ground. A moment of silence, then all the tags in the hallway began to glow and sizzle. What the hell? Naruto! I thought you were going to disarm them, Jiraiya yelled in a panic. Just as quickly as the glowing and sizzling began, it stopped. Jiraiya looked at the tags as the ink faded and disappeared. No faith. Nice. When did you learn that little trick? What do you mean learn? I made that little trick. I thought it might be useful one day, and I was right. That you were. Shall we continue? Hi, let's. Just as they started to walk off, Naruto stiffened again. Clone number 2. Hi, we have company. Good, now we can have a little fun. The two sped down the hall. Naruto led the way, with Jiraiya close behind. The tunnel widened slightly, revealing a light at the end. Naruto reached into his konoha pouch and pulled one out. He wasn't sure who they were facing, but a weapon wouldn't hurt. They slowed as they reached the opening to assess the situation. They thought they were in luck, seeing only one guard. Naruto stopped and motioned for Jiraiya to halt. Naruto looked at his godfather seriously. Can you control yourself in this battle? He whispered. What do you mean, control myself? Jiraiya whispered back. I mean, our opponent is a woman. I don't want any of your perverted bullshit to cause this to not go as planned. Is she attractive? See, this is what I am talking about. Do you want to just stay here and I will take her down? Do you really think I can't keep myself under control? Naruto simply looked at him without answering. Jiraiya sighed heavily. And I am the one with no faith. Jiraiya stood and walked into the room where the guard was stationed. She stood in the shadows, her features hard to discern. She was tall and of medium build, with clearly defined muscles, and abs that would make any man envious. Her skin was dirty and sweaty, and her clothes weren't much better. It was clear she had been in the base for a long time. Her long brown hair was matted and stringy. This woman was in desperate need of a bath and possibly food. I was wondering when you would come to this base. I thought you would never come. Jiraiya and Naruto, the female said in a raspy voice. So the Uchiha was expecting us to come here, Naruto said as he stepped out of the shadows. Such disrespect. The Uchiha? Sasuke-sama knew that you would eventually learn of this place and left us here to make sure that you don't make it out of here, alive. Why do you follow such a man? Naruto asked. Because he set us free. That bastard Orochimaru used us, he experimented on us. It was Sasuke-sama who broke us out of the hell that we were imprisoned in. He wasn't scared of us, he wanted our help in stopping a real demon. You, the woman said. Yeah, I am the demon. Wait, you keep saying us. You aren't the only one here. No, my sister is here as well. Would you like to say hello, Kitamono? The woman asked, seemingly to no one. Hi, I would, Kurei. I thought you would never ask, her sister responded in a slightly deeper but equally raspy voice. Kurei stepped out of the darkness, revealing her beauty. Naruto paled at Jiraiya's reaction, a small droplet of blood trickled from his nose. Deifu, he yelled. I'm sorry, son, but she is beautiful. He turned his attention to Kurei. That bastard Orochimaru, what did he do to you? We can save you, and you can come live with us in Konoha, would you like that? It was then that Kurei turned to the side, revealing another head protruding from behind her own. Jiraiya gasped at the sight. What is that? He asked. What? I am not beautiful anymore? Does my sister repulse you? Kurei spat. I have seen someone like you before, Naruto interrupted. Oh, you must be talking about our good-for-nothing brothers, Seikon and Yukon. They got off easy. They just got this damn curse seal, but not us. That bastard had to go above and beyond what he did to them. What did he do to you? Naruto asked, disgusted at what the answer might be. Well, you are from the Leaf, you must know all about Yamato and the way he can control wood. Hi, what about it? Well, that is Orochimaru's doing. He stole kids and put the first Hokage's blood in them. He was trying to duplicate that power. Almost all of the children died. Yamato, my sister, and I are the only ones to survive the tests. So you can control wood? No. It didn't take with either of us, it did boost some other things though. Then we got one of those dandy little curse seals. Orochimaru ruined our lives, and Sasuke saved them, Kurei said. So we do as we have been ordered by Sasuke-sama, and guarding this base was an order. Prepare yourselves, it's time to fight. Kurei turned to face Naruto, instantly dropping into a fighting stance. Sister, relax. I can handle this, Kurei told Kitamono. You can stay comfortable where you are. Fine. Just finish them quickly so we can return to Sasuke-sama, Kitamono replied. He'll need us for his attack on Konoha. Naruto sighed and mirrored Kurei's stance, his eyes closing briefly. As a man, I dislike fighting women, he stated, opening his eyes to meet hers. But as a ninja, I'll do whatever it takes to extinguish certain evils. You talk big, but that's all it is talk, Kurei scoffed. She lunged at Naruto, snatching a rusty kunai from a pouch on her leg. Kurei slashed and stabbed as she closed the distance, but Naruto effortlessly dodged each blow. He moved with an almost elegant grace, his battle jacket swaying as if he were dancing. Naruto noticed his evasive movements were starting to irritate her, her attacks grew sloppier. He suddenly stopped, and Kurei smirked, believing she'd finally worn him out. Ha! You're pathetic, she screamed, bringing her kunai down toward his heart. A dull clang echoed as her kunai struck the chakra blades on his gloves. Kurei's eyes widened, realizing he'd easily blocked her sure strike. Naruto pushed her back with minimal effort, then lowered his guard. You were toying with me, you bastard. Kurei roared. Don't blame me. You're just as guilty of not fighting seriously, Naruto countered, his voice hardening. Frankly, it's starting to annoy me. You must not value your lives. What? I know how Seikon and Yukon's bodies work, their bloodline limit that lets them share a body. If they were your brothers, you must have it too. If I kill you while you're sharing a body, your sister dies with you. How do you know that? That doesn't matter. Fight me seriously, or this will be a senseless killing. Fine. You want a real fight? You'll get one. Naruto unfastened his battle jacket and expertly ripped it off, tossing it at Jiraiya's feet. Kurei was surprised by his physique, his toned body clearly showed he spent most of his time training. She realized then that both she and Sasuke had severely underestimated him. Watch that for me, Deifu, he said over his shoulder to Jiraiya. So, I'm sidelined again, Jiraiya remarked. Yeah, those things we talked about. I want that for you too. And I'll make sure it happens. Alright, but hurry up, brat. I'm getting bored just watching. Right, Naruto readied himself. Please, let's continue. And if you like, you can activate that seal now. I don't mind waiting. I may have underestimated you before, but I can beat you without relying on its power. She vanished instantly, reappearing behind Naruto and thrusting her kunai into his back, aiming for his heart again. She smirked, certain of her success. Her smirk vanished when Naruto dissipated into smoke. Did he not even tell you I favor clones? Naruto asked, stepping up behind her. That doesn't matter. You're right, it doesn't. That was impressive speed, though. Must be one of Orochimaru's boosts. You're not as stupid as you look, she spat. But that's not speed. I'll show you speed. Her speed surged exponentially. She darted around the room, stopping briefly in various spots. To an ordinary person, she might have seemed to teleport, but to Naruto, she was merely making a fool of herself. She stopped behind him, attempting another stab. His laughter halted her. What are you laughing at? You think that was fast? Please, he laughed louder. You seriously don't know who you're dealing with, do you? You're Naruto Uzumaki, container of the Kyuubi. Yes, I'm the Kyuubi's container, but I'm also Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha. With that, the room filled with yellow blurs. Kurei couldn't keep up. She had a gut feeling this was just the beginning. She knew deep down that if she kept trying to go toe-to-toe with him, she wouldn't survive. Her breath hitched as he materialized in front of her. She gazed into his blue eyes, struggling to regain her composure. She saw something in his eyes that Sasuke lacked. He didn't fight for revenge, Naruto fought with purpose. His purpose was to extinguish evil, to create a better future, even if it meant enduring hell. Don't you see? Your speed is no match for me. If you want to keep your life, you need to do one of two things: activate the damn seal or surrender. It's in your hands, Kurei. The choice stunned her. This man, who could effortlessly defeat her, offered her life. The truth was, she didn't want to die. She didn't even want to fight. She was tired of being used to fight for things she had no connection to. I don't want to die. Yes sir. Kurei began. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Kurei. Kitamono interrupted. Are you going to abandon Sasuke-sama? He saved us. I'm sick of fighting for things that have nothing to do with us. Kurei yelled. Oh, little sister, you have no idea how much this has to do with us. Orochimaru used us, experimented on us. Sasuke-sama saved us, we owe him our lives. That's our connection. I'm not fighting anymore. I surrender. You leave me no choice, foolish sister. I'll kill this pest myself. Kurei's body contorted. She collapsed, convulsing and screaming in pain. The separation was always agonizing for the host sister. From Kurei's limp form, a larger woman, Kitamono, surprisingly emerged. Once separated, Kitamono turned on her sister. You've always been the weaker one. You never had the backbone to kill. Kitamono spat on Kurei's motionless body and kicked her aside. Now, let's finish this. Fine, Naruto replied. In a yellow flash, Naruto appeared behind her. He decided now was the time to use the metal chakra plates on the backs of his hands. Primarily defensive, they became powerful when charged. As Kitamono turned, he brought his arm across his face, delivering a backhand across her cheek. Kitamono's large body flew across the room. Naruto knew he hadn't hit her hard enough to finish her, but he wasn't ready to yet. Deifu, get Kurei out of Kitamono's reach. If I recall, the one piggybacking can't maintain their body for long. Kitamono will need her sister's body once she weakens. Naruto picked up Kurei and shunshined over to Jiraiya, placing her in the Toad Sage's arms. As Naruto turned to re-enter the battle, Kurei stirred. She reached out and grabbed his arm. I don't want my sister to die either, but she's not well. I've come to terms with what being a ninja means. I understand you have to do what you must in battle. Why are you telling me this? He asked. Because, you don't seem to enjoy killing, and I don't want you to hold back thinking I need her. It's the other way around, she needs me. But you already knew that. Naruto nodded as she released his arm. He turned as he felt a surge of power. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Kurei watched as Kitamono unleashed her curse mark. I'm disappointed, Naruto. You lectured my little sister about not fighting seriously, then you slapped me with the back of your hand like some little bitch. Now I'll tell you the same thing, fight like you mean it, or you won't make it. Good, that means you're serious. I'm tired of playing games. He turned to Jiraiya. Take her to the surface. This won't take long. All right. Be careful, Naru. Jiraiya turned and carried Kurei out of the base. Jiraiya? Yes? Do you think Naruto will make it? I mean, he's up against the curse mark. Don't you worry your pretty little head, Kurei. That boy is more than capable of fighting the curse mark. He'll be fine. Naruto stood ready, waiting for Kitamono to make the first move. She simply watched him. You know, time isn't on your side, Kitamono. If you're planning to fight, I suggest you make your move. Your funeral, she spat, charging at him. She launched punch after punch. He dodged most, but occasionally let one connect. He did this for two reasons: first, to gauge her strength, and second, to make her think she had the upper hand. She pushed him back, then got a running start. As she sprinted, she channeled chakra into her hand. A few feet away, she launched herself into the air, bringing her fist down onto the top of his head. The force of the blow drove her to the ground, leaving a crater. Naruto had watched from the ceiling. He was a master at seamlessly swapping places with his clones. When she'd pushed him back, he'd used that moment to switch with a clone and hide above. He watched the dust clear, revealing Kitamono standing in the center, seemingly pleased with herself, panting heavily. Naruto didn't move. He waited, knowing she was on the verge of chakra depletion. Naruto had no qualms about taking out any enemy, but he knew this one would be more valuable alive than dead. War was on the horizon, and they needed information. With her and her sister, he knew they could get what they needed. Once the smoke cleared completely, Kitamono looked around for Naruto. Another clone? Are you too afraid to fight me? She called out. Not at all. But why should I use my chakra when I can just wait for you to use yours? I have plenty. She looked up, spotting him clinging to the ceiling. Why don't you come down and fight? You're a bad liar. I know you're almost out. I didn't think your brothers had so much more chakra than you. Naruto hopped down from the ceiling and walked toward Kitamono, his eyes watchful. He knew from experience that desperate ninja could do stupid things. Now, are you ready to fight? She asked. I'm always ready. Naruto charged, firmly planting his fist in her gut. He'd charged it with just enough chakra to knock the wind out of her. Her body hit the ground, and the seal began to retract. He stood over her for a minute to ensure she was unconscious. After checking, he quickly tied her up. Good time as any to try out this new seal, he muttered to himself. He removed 4 small sealing papers from his vest, placing one on her stomach, one around her tied hands, and one on each leg. Naruto pumped a little chakra into his hands, then placed his hands on each paper, one at a time, activating them. About 30 minutes had passed since Jiraiya and Kurei left Naruto. Jiraiya had tended to Kurei's minor wounds and given her food and drink. But the longer they waited, the more worried they became. I wonder what's taking so long. Kitamono can't sustain her body for this long. You don't think she killed him? No, she can't kill him. We'll wait a little longer, and if he's not back, I'll go in and search. Just as Jiraiya finished his sentence, a low rumbling began, and the ground trembled slightly. What's that? It sounds like the passages are caving in. Jiraiya ran toward the entrance, only to be knocked back by a yellow blur. Naruto had made it out just in time. The ground shook violently as a large plume of dust and debris erupted from the entrance. No! The information! Jiraiya yelled from where he sat. Please tell me you got it. You really have no faith in me, do you? Of course I got the information, you ass. That was the whole damn point of coming here. Naruto yelled back at his godfather. Don't call me an ass, you ungrateful ass. Oh, good comeback. Naruto set the unconscious Kitamono a few feet from her sister. Kurei looked slightly relieved her sister wasn't dead. She's still alive, but very low on chakra. And don't worry about the seals, they won't harm her. It's just to make sure she doesn't try anything on the way back to the leaf. The leaf? Kurei asked. Yeah, we're bringing both of you back with us. Between you, your sister, and what I got down there, we should be able to piece together everything we need. I'm scared to go to the leaf. What are they going to do to us? I'm not saying they'll throw you a party, but if you cooperate, I doubt Baa-chan will jail or execute you. Baa-chan? Oh, don't call her that, but I was talking about Lady Tsunade, the Hokage. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. She doesn't even like it when I call her that. Kurei remained silent, clearly worried about what awaited her and her sister in Konoha. Jiraiya knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Look, if you help us, we'll help you. It'll be okay. But you might have to pay your dues for some of the things you've done. Alright. Then I want to help you, and the leaf. Thank you, Kurei-san, Naruto said with a big smile. Let's get moving. Daifu here stinks, he could use a bath. Kurei had to stifle a giggle as the two began to bicker. Naruto bit his thumb and summoned a horse-sized toad, placing Kitamono's body on it. Kurei-san, if you feel like you can't walk, I can summon one for you too. No, I'll be fine. You've been more than enough help, she smiled. For the first time, Kurei felt at peace. The inner battle within her had ceased. Maybe I can start over in Konoha, she thought to herself. That would be nice. The walk to Konoha was uneventful, which suited everyone. Kurei began to tire, deciding to take Naruto up on his offer for a toad ride. Naruto-san? Is that offer still open, for the toad ride? She asked. Of course, Kurei-san, he replied. Naruto bit his finger and performed the signs. Once the smoke cleared, Kurei climbed onto the horse-sized toad's back. She admitted to herself she wished she'd accepted sooner. However, she hadn't realized how much not having her sister attached to her would affect her. It shouldn't be much longer until we reach Konoha, Jiraiya said. Okay, honestly, I'm in no rush. I'm still nervous about what will happen to us once we get there, Kurei stated. That's understandable, Kurei-san. But Tsunade shouldn't be too harsh if you provide us with some help. Though, you'll likely have to do something to make amends. I know. I think I'm more scared for my sister. Let's just say she's never been an easy person to get along with. I kind of picked up on that, Naruto said with a grin. They walked the rest of the way in silence, soon approaching Konoha's large gates. The vibrations from the two toads alerted the guards slightly before they arrived, as they stood ready to investigate the noise. Naruto! Jiraiya-sama! We thought you two would be gone longer, the first guard exclaimed, clearly surprised. We should have known the slight tremors were caused by you, he said, walking around the two large toads. I see you brought home some strays. That's not very nice. Kurei snapped. Oh, feisty. The second guard countered. State your name and reason for visiting the leaf. Kurei opened her mouth to answer, but Naruto spoke first. This is Kurei-san, and her sister. He pointed to the other toad, Kitamono-san. As of now, they aren't really visitors but more like prisoners. We found them on our mission, and Kurei-san has offered to lend us some much-needed help. They're under our supervision for now, Jiraiya added. However, if you would summon Tsunade, Shizune, Sakura, and a few Umbu to meet us at the hospital, we'd appreciate it. They need medical treatment first. Yes, both guards said in unison. The two guards bowed to Jiraiya and Naruto as they passed through the gates toward the hospital. The guards looked at each other and shrugged. They always keep the oddest company, she smelled. Like she hadn't bathed in weeks. You're one to talk, you smell like that now, the second guard said. What do you mean now? I showered this morning, the first replied, slightly offended. Sure you did. Look, stinky. I'll go notify the Hokage. I don't want your odor to offend her, the second guard said, laughing as he took off before the other could reply. The first guard stood alone for a minute, scanning the area to ensure no one was around. Satisfied he was alone, he did a quick smell check. Ha! I do not stink, he sniffed again. Much. I mean, it is hot out here, and you do sweat, he mumbled as he walked back into the small guard stand. A guard gently knocked on the Hokage's door, then peered inside when he received no answer. Hokage-sama, he ventured, his head poking through the crack. He paled upon seeing the Hokage asleep, recalling tales of what befell those who dared wake the slumbering blonde. Standing before her desk, he nervously wrung his hands. Just as he was about to speak, the door behind him opened, revealing Shizune, much to his relief. Shizune-san, he exclaimed. Naruto and Jiraiya have returned and request that you, Hokage-sama, and Sakura-san meet them at the hospital. At the hospital? Were they injured? She asked, worried. No, but they brought back two kunoichi who urgently needed medical attention. Jiraiya-sama also requested a few umbu guards for the two women. Alright, I'll handle it. Thank you, you may return to your post. Hi, the guard said, bowing before quickly vanishing. He had no desire to be present when Shizune attempted to rouse the Hokage. Shizune sighed and approached the sleeping blonde, clearing her throat. Lady Tsunade, she yelled. The Hokage nearly leaped out of her skin, turning to glare at Shizune. Don't even try to fuss at me. You know you have things to do, and you're here sleeping. Well, I didn't get much sleep last night, Tsunade whined. Then maybe you shouldn't have stayed up all night drinking. I swear, for Kami's sake, would you please start acting like the Hokage? Tsunade looked at her and sighed. So why did you wake me up? She groaned. Naruto and Jiraiya are back. They want us to meet them at the hospital, and no, they weren't hurt. They brought someone who needed help. Sakura is already at the hospital on her shift, and I'll summon two umbu for guards. Let's go then. Tsunade stood and stretched, with Shizune following behind. The two women made their way to the waiting room. Tsunade opened the door, eyeing Naruto and Jiraiya as she entered. That was quick, she commented. Well, we just happened to get lucky. This is Kurei-san and her sister, Kitamono-san. They were guards at the northern base, and Kurei-san here has some information that would help us. They both look rough. You were right to bring them here for treatment. Sakura and Shizune can begin with that now. She turned to Naruto and Jiraiya. You two go home and get some rest. I'll call you when they're ready to talk. Hi, Baa-chan, Naruto said with a smirk, vanishing before she could respond. You know, sometimes I wish you two weren't so alike, Tsunade said to Jiraiya. And why is that? He asked. Because neither of you listens to me, and it really doesn't do me any good to try and make you. You can both be headaches, but you're some of the best damn ninjas I have. I'm touched. Get the hell out of here, you old goat. I have work to do, she said with a smirk. Hi, you know where to find us when you're done. With that, Jiraiya turned and simply walked out of the room. Naruto hadn't realized how attached he'd become to his home in such a short time, but he truly missed the place. A familiar warm breeze greeted him at the open gates. It's good to be home, Mom. Dad, he said, the last part quietly. He noticed a difference in the breeze, it felt less warm, almost tinged with sadness. Naruto shook his head, trying not to dwell on the idea of his deceased parents being sad. He made his way to his bedroom and unpacked. Grabbing a change of clothes and a towel, he decided it was time for a shower. Though they had only been gone for 2 weeks, Naruto desperately missed regular showers. A hot shower and a warm, soft bed were luxuries when he and his godfather were on the road gathering information. As he stood under the spray, he felt his muscles relax from the hot water, watching the dirt wash away from his body. Naruto enjoyed the shower for other reasons. It was a place to think and unwind. He never rushed a shower unless truly pressed for time, preferring to take his time when he could. Naruto began to contemplate what he'd have to do after Kurei provided information about the other two members of Hebai. He knew her intel would be helpful, but they shouldn't rely solely on it. That's why he'd gathered as much information as possible from the lab before destroying it. He'd deal with that soon enough. Before I even start with that, I really need to let Yuri know that we're okay and that we found some information, he murmured to himself. He stepped out of the shower and dried off. After putting on clean clothes, he brushed his teeth and made an honest attempt to comb his hair. It was futile, no matter how many times he fixed it, it always reverted to its familiar blonde mess. Naruto went to his father's study. Given the estate's security, he knew this would be the safest place to work on the information he'd found. He sat at the desk, pulled out a piece of paper, and began to scribble a note for Yuri. Once finished, he placed the scrolls he'd used to seal the other documents and equipment on the desk and created a couple of clones. These scrolls contain very important documents and such. The information is highly valuable for the upcoming war against Hebai. Please make sense of it and organize it for me. I'd like at least 2 copies made, one for the Hokage and one for the Mizukage. The clones nodded and began their task. He rose from the desk and walked to the door. Before leaving, he turned to them. I'm going to seal you guys in here. Until we know everything that's there, you will not stop and will not leave. No one is to know of this information, which is why you, along with it, are being locked in here. The clones nodded and returned to work. Naruto shut the door behind him, bit his finger, and activated the blood seals on the door. Once satisfied with the locks, he went outside. If he was going to take a nap, he wanted to be outdoors enjoying the wonderful day. He planned to lie in the grass by the memorial for his parents. He sat before the stone marker and bowed his head, offering a quick prayer for his parents. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and summoned a small toad. "Hiya boss," a small blue and orange toad chirped. "I need you to do me a small favor." "Sure thing, what can I do for you?" "I need you to take this message to Yuri for me." Naruto paused, noticing the breeze around him had grown warmer when he mentioned Yuri's name. "She has one of your sisters with her, Ami. You should be able to find Yuri by finding Ami." "Not a problem, Naruto." The small toad took the rolled-up paper from Naruto, waved, and disappeared. Naruto sighed, then stretched out in the grass for a short nap. He smiled to himself. So that's why the breeze wasn't as warm before. Yuri wasn't with me. My parents must miss her too, he thought. I must be going crazy, but at the same time, I like to think that they're here in spirit. Yuri had just woken from her slumber but couldn't muster the desire to get out of bed yet. She lay there, staring at the ceiling, wondering what Naruto was doing. "Ami? Yes, Yuri-chan? Do you think Naruto-kun is going to be okay? Why the sudden lack of faith in Naruto, Yuri-chan? You should know better than anyone that when Naruto says he will do something, he will do it." "Hi, I know that. I just can't help but worry. I know what kind of person Suijutsu is, and from what Naruto-kun has told me, the Uchiha isn't even on a level that Suijutsu could hope to achieve." "That is all true, but fear not. I know that Naruto is okay." "How do you know that?" Yuri said, sitting up to look at the small toad. "Because he is my summoner, and there are toads everywhere. So if something were to happen, I would know," she said kindly. "Oh, okay then," Yuri said as she flopped back down onto her pillow. Silence briefly returned to the room until a poofing noise broke it. Yuri shot up in bed, looking around the room when she felt something land on her bed. Her eyes finally settled on a toad about the same size as Ami. The blue and orange toad looked up at Yuri with a smile. "Hiya, boss lady," the toad said. "Hi, brother?" Ami asked as she hopped over to him. "You bring us news?" "Hi. Naruto asked me to bring this to the boss lady over here," he said, extending his little web foot. Yuri took the scroll from him and quickly opened it, reading the words as speedily as she could. The note read, "Yuri-chan, I hope this note finds you well. I just wanted to let you know that we made it back to Konoha and found what we were searching for. I will be coming to Mist soon, so I will explain more when I get there. I can't wait to see you again. Yours, Naru. P.S. The toads love candy." "Oh, Ami, you were right. He is fine," Yuri exclaimed, melting back into her bed, immensely relieved. Naruto lay in the grass, barely asleep. The grass was just long enough to hide him from view. Naruto savored the warm air and the sun gently kissing his skin. To the unaware eye, Naruto seemed completely oblivious to his surroundings. Though his eyes were closed, Naruto was very much aware of Jiraiya approaching him. "I'm down here, Deifu. I figured you'd be around here somewhere." "Hi, have we been summoned yet?" he asked. "The Umbu are waiting for us at the gate." "Alright, let's not keep them waiting. You know how Baa-chan gets when you keep her waiting." Naruto and Jiraiya met the Umbu at the gate, then all three made their way to the hospital. The Umbu stopped outside the door and nodded as the two entered. "So, are they ready to talk to us now?" Jiraiya asked. "Well, I am ready to speak, Jiraiya-san, but I'm afraid my sister won't be much help. It's as I thought, she's still loyal to Sasuke." Kurei hung her head. "But all I know is yours." "Well, that's a start," Jiraiya said. "Now, do you know when the attack is planned?" "No, I don't think Sasuke has even thought that far. There are things he needs to get in order, most of which I'm not sure, but I know he's trying to gather more ninja." "What about the Otonins?" Naruto asked. "Are they still loyal?" "For the most part. But I think they follow orders out of fear. If they were scared of Orochimaru, then they are petrified of Sasuke." "What about the ninja he's trying to gather?" "I wasn't privy to that information, but if I had to guess, it would probably be anyone with a grudge against Konoha or the ninja of Konoha." BAHN, we'll need to gather a list of missing nins who have a personal vendetta against any of our ninja. We'll also need to feel out the other villages. Good thinking, Naru. Now, Kurei, we know about Sasuke himself. Naruto began. No. You know how he used to be and only have an idea of what he's capable of now. I wish I could tell you everything about him, being as he will cause the most damage and claim the most lives. But not even those in his inner circle know all there is to him. Well, I knew Orochimaru, and what he was capable of. So we expect him to have surpassed him. Is that much accurate enough? Jiraiya asked. That would be a good place to start. With the Sharingan, Sasuke has the knowledge of all jutsus he saw Orochimaru perform. I heard whispers of a book of forbidden jutsus that Orochimaru was working on at the time of his death. I'm sure Sasuke has that book, and I know that if he tried, he could complete his late sensei's work, Kurei said. It is like the old saying, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We'll work on figuring out the Uchiha later. I found some things in the base, maybe that will help us with that, Naruto said aloud. Okay, but there are others that we don't know about, Tsunade said. What about Suijutsu? He's a cocky asshole. He's skilled, don't think he isn't, but he brags about it. It would make anyone think he's full of it and can't back it up. I'd love to say it's an act, but he really is just an asshole, Kurei said, clearly annoyed. That's all well and good, Kurei-san, but what of his abilities? Sakura spoke up, for the first time making her presence more known. He has the ability to liquefy a part of his body or the whole thing. That's the skill that makes him most troubling to battle. He's from the mist and was trained by the demon of the mist, Zabuza Mamakai. He also wields his former master's sword and is hailed as his second coming. Naruto let out a snort, causing Kurei to look at him. Is that funny, Naruto-san? She asked. Well, to me it is. Do you not know who Zabuza is? And I'd say I know who he is. Sakura and I faced him when we were genin. Zabuza Mamakai was a high-caliber ninja and an intense opponent. Then why does it amuse you? Kurei questioned the blonde. The last part of what you just said about Suijutsu is a crock. Something he fabricated to make himself feel better about being outclassed by a woman. He may wield the Kubikari Haucho, but that's about where it ends. I wouldn't believe much of what he may have said about his life in the mist. Naruto, that is neither here nor there. Now, Kurei-san, what about Karen? Jiraiya commented, sighing to himself, thinking that even though Naruto had matured, he still got easily distracted. He knew it was something that would probably never change. Karen, other than the ability to detect chakra and heal people with her blood, she has the ability to be an even larger pain in the ass than Suijutsu. Wow, Sasuke is surrounding himself with top-grade A people, Naruto said sarcastically under his breath. Naruto. Jiraiya started, sighing again at his godson's lack of focus. Yeah, I know, Deifu. Naruto finished. What do you mean she can heal people with her blood? Tsunade asked. It was obvious that the medic nin in her was peaked. It's a bloodline limit. If someone were injured and drank Karen's blood, they would be completely healed, Kurei explained. I don't think they were ever successful in the attempt, but I think Sasuke was working on a way to use the blood to make a potion. Apparently, the blood, if not taken warm from her body, doesn't have any effect. That would be more powerful than any soldier pill on the market, Tsunade said. I wonder if that would be possible. If we could work that out, then that would be most useful to our ninjas. Hi, it would. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Now please, Kurei-san, tell us about Yugo, Jiraiya said. Now, Yugo, him I know. And other than Sasuke, you will have the most difficulty with him. He is the originator of the cursed seal, Kurei said, grabbing her neck where her seal was located. Orochimaru devised his damn cursed seal from his blood. So Yugo is the source? Sakura asked, hopeful. Well, he is the beginning, but not really the source. Disposing of Yugo would only be just that. It would not end the curse mark. I had hoped that when that bastard was murdered, his death would be the end of it. But here I am, still with this damn mark, Kurei said, clearly on the verge of tears. I wonder why you still have the mark then. It would make sense that it would fade and vanish with his death. Orochimaru was never a giving person unless it suited him, and even then I don't think he would let those keep its power, even after his death, Tsunade said. Hi, but Haim, you must remember something, that bastard never thought he would die, Jiraiya added. Kurei, do you know any more about Yugo? Like his personality? Karen and Suijutsu seem like loose cannons, they fit with the Uchiha. Is Yugo the same way? Naruto asked. Well, the thing with Yugo is, I don't think he wants to kill, she started. And how would you know that? Naruto cut her off. I was one of the guards for the northern base, remember? That's where Sasuke found me and my sister, but that's also where Yugo was held. Before we guarded the entire base for Sasuke, Orochimaru thought it best for us to guard his experiments, Kurei said. Yugo was down in the holding cells, but he didn't roam free in his cell like the others. As per his asking, he was kept chained so he couldn't get free. Why on earth would he want that? Sakura asked. Because he didn't like what he became once he was angered. I talked to him a few times. I knew he was lonely and could use a friend. He told me that he willingly came to Orochimaru because he thought that he could help him. He thought that Orochimaru would rid him of his illness. In the end, all he did was use him to make his seal. Sounds about right with Orochimaru, Jiraiya said in disgust. You sound like you knew him, Jiraiya-san, said Kurei. You could say that. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I were all on the same genin team. We were comrades in arms and family, or so we thought. He was always twisted in a way, but we tried to overlook it because he was our team member. Then you would be one of the other Sunin, she asked, wide-eyed. Hi, he was the Snake Sunin, I am the Toad Sunin, and she is the Slug Sunin. Even under these circumstances, I am honored to be in your presence, Kurei said as she bowed her head. Thank you, but the greatness that we were as a trio was tarnished when he betrayed this village, Tsunade said. To this day, it haunts me, all the things that he did because we never took him out, Jiraiya said with a hint of sadness in his voice. And now history stands to repeat itself for Sakura and me if we do not stop Sasuke. Fate is ironic, is it not? Naruto questioned. Sakura hung her head and sighed audibly. The apprentices of the three great Sunin fated to fight just like their masters. Fate can be cruel. Jiraiya and Naruto walked down the road, the silence between them mostly unbroken as they headed back to the Namikaze estate. Do you think we can trust her, Naruto? Jiraiya asked. I don't see why she'd lie, Naruto replied. But I'm not entirely sure yet. I had several clones working on the information I found when we left. 2 dispelled while we were talking, confirming some of what she said. The others are still working. I guess we'll know for sure once we're home. I wonder how she knew all this intel, Jiraiya mused. I didn't think Sasuke would leave someone like that with so much knowledge. More than likely, he overlooked her, Naruto said. He was always like that, underestimating people he didn't deem important. Naru, are you okay with all of this? Jiraiya asked, his tone softening. Will you truly be able to take his life when the time comes? I have to, Naruto stated, his voice firm. I can't slack off when it comes to him again. Too much is riding on this outcome. Too many people stand to get hurt if I fail. I can't fail. I know, Jiraiya affirmed. But I'm not talking to you as a ninja. I'm talking to you as your godfather. I'm worried about you. You seemed bitter when we were with Kurei. He recalled Naruto's comment about the quality of people Sasuke surrounded himself with. Bitter? You could say I'm a little bitter, Naruto sighed. The two made their way through the gates. Naruto bit his finger and summoned a small, dark green toad. Please keep watch tonight, Naruto instructed. If anyone comes calling, find out who they are and what they want, then report to me. Hi, the small toad croaked, then hid itself under some foliage. Naruto turned and shut the gates, activating the seals. He then faced his godfather, who was studying him. You know better than anyone why I'm bitter towards Sasuke, Naruto began, hate simmering in every word. When we were younger, the bastard made my life hell, and then I was forced to leave my home because he didn't want to come back. Not only did he let down his village, he broke Sakura's heart. I understand, Naru, Jiraiya responded. He was someone you trusted, and then he betrayed you. Orochimaru did the same damn thing to me and Haim, but when I had the chance, I couldn't take his life. Even though he was no longer our friend, it was hard for me. I let the past ruin the future. Deifu, you couldn't have known, Naruto said softly. I didn't, neither of us did, Jiraiya agreed. But now it pains us because our apprentices have to fight a battle we could have prevented. History is repeating itself, and it's hard to watch you and Sakura go through what we went through. We both just pray that when you get the chance, either of you, you take it and don't look back. Jiraiya stopped and gazed up at the stars, sighing. Promise me, Naruto, he said, his voice dangerously close to breaking. Promise me that you will end this so your children won't have to fight this battle again. I promise. Jiraiya looked down at the boy who was not only his student and godson, but the son he never had. He smiled, thinking inwardly, I wonder if things would have been different, if Tsunade and I would have ever married and had children. Hell, we do have children. Naruto and Sakura are the closest things us old goats will ever know. Deifu? Naruto asked. Ha. Jiraiya replied, snapping out of his thoughts. Will you be able to hold down the fort for a couple of days? Hi. I think I can handle that, Jiraiya said, wiggling his eyebrows. Why? Are you off to see your lady? Hi. I have some business to attend to. I'd like to leave in the morning, Naruto said as he walked up the stairs to the front of the house. Good. Don't you let her go, Jiraiya said, his thoughts drifting to Tsunade again. He shook his head, stopping himself from dwelling. Hey, Naru, how about a soak in the hot spring before we retire for the night? Sounds good, Deifu. Let me check on the clones and the reports, and I'll meet you down there. Naruto awoke early the next morning. Despite wanting to linger in the shower, he knew he had to get on the road and had things to do before leaving. After a quick shower, changing clothes, and packing a few items, Naruto stashed his travel scroll in the correct pouch on his vest and made his way to the kitchen for a speedy breakfast. He was slightly surprised to see Jiraiya already sitting at the table, waiting for him. "Good morning, Naru," Jiraiya said joyously. "Wow, you're never up this early and happy about it," Naruto said, walking over to the fridge. I know. I thought I might get a free cooked meal out of you before you left. Always wanting something, it has to be quick though. I still need to go see Baa-chan before I leave." As if on cue, the small dark green toad from the night before poofed into the room. "Good morning, Naruto, Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade is at the gate, and she wishes to speak to you about yesterday." "Thank you," Naruto said, making a clone to continue cooking while he went to the gate. Not long after he left, he and Tsunade reappeared in the kitchen. "Smells good, Naruto. Got enough for me?" Tsunade asked, sniffing the air. "Hi, since you're here, we might as well be comfortable while we talk." Naruto proceeded to add more portions until there was plenty of food cooking for the three of them. Naruto left the clone to the cooking so he could focus on the task at hand. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a red scroll with the kanji for fire on it. He tossed it to Tsunade. "What is this?" she questioned. "It's a copy of everything my clones found out yesterday. It's taken from the contents of the information I found in the northern base. Does it confirm Kurei's story?" "For the most part. It's much more detailed than what she gave us." "She was telling the truth when she said she wasn't privileged to everything," Naruto said. "Naruto thinks she was overlooked by Sasuke, you know, the whole fly on the wall thing," Jiraiya added. "That is possible," Tsunade conceded. "What are you going to do with her, Baa-chan?" Naruto asked. "Well, her punishment won't be like her sister's because she offered us help, but I'm still not sure. I will have to appoint someone to keep an eye on her no matter what I do, but I'm not sure of who I would ask." "How about Anko?" Naruto suggested. "Anko, huh?" Tsunade quirked an eyebrow. "She does seem logical, after all, she would be the ninja with the most knowledge regarding the curse seal. Plus, I know she wouldn't take any crap from Kurei," Naruto added. "True. I will think on it," Tsunade said. "Good," Naruto said with a small smile. "So, brat, have you heard from Yuri?" Tsunade asked as she slid her finger around the rim of her glass. "No, I haven't. But I'm about to leave for the mist in a little while. I need to give the Mizukage his copy of the information," Naruto was saying, "and see Yuri and profess his love for her and speak to her UNC. Jiraiya was cut off when Naruto's clone, standing behind him cooking, smacked him on the head with the spatula. "Deifu, please, don't say anything," Naruto pleaded. "Don't worry, Naruto, your secret is safe with me," Jiraiya said, winking. "And I won't tell anyone either," Tsunade confessed with an innocent smile on her face. "What?" Naruto said, turning around. "I can get whatever I want out of that old goat," she said, the innocence in her face replaced with deviousness. "Well, can you just not spread it to everyone, please?" Naruto said, sighing. "Sure thing. Look, Deifu, I'm going to leave the seals unactivated while I'm gone so you can come home. Just please have someone watching the house. I don't want anyone here who isn't supposed to be." "No problem," Jiraiya said. "And please keep your lady friends away too," Naruto added. "And what is that supposed to mean?" "Come now, you old pervert, you know what the boy means," Tsunade said, giving him a dirty look. "Can a man have no fun? Look, you too, I don't have time for this. Baa-chan, I'm sure you can read the documents when you have time. There's a lot to sift through, but some of it is really helpful. But I'm going to be on my way now. Please don't trash my house, and Baa-chan, help yourself to the hot springs while I'm gone." "Thanks, Naru. Be safe, and let us know when you get there." "Oh, I will be there shortly," he said with a large grin, then turned and headed to the door. The gates were coming into view, and Naruto was ready to depart. He had taken 2 steps out of the gate when he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Naruto stopped in his tracks as Irika made his way to where Naruto stood. "Irika-sensei, it's good to see you." "You too, Naruto. I heard you were home. I've been trying to come see you, but you know how things can get in the way." "Hi, I understand. It's good to see you well. How's the academy?" "Quieter since you left, although Konoha tries to fill the void. But he doesn't have your finesse," Irika chuckled. "Are you heading out on another mission?" "Hi. The life of a ninja never ceases. But I shouldn't be away long. We can catch up when I return." "That would be nice. I'll treat you to some ramen." "I would like that, Irika-sensei," Naruto smiled. "Good. Be safe on your mission then, Naruto," Irika said. "Will do." Naruto waved, and in a yellow blur, he was gone. Irika stood in his tracks for a moment, in awe of the man who used to be his student. "He sure has grown," Irika smiled. He turned and headed back to the academy. After all, there were always papers that needed grading. Naruto was never one to flash the Hirishin just for the hell of it. It was his father's legacy, and he was proud to have mastered it. But he really wanted to get to the mist as quickly as he could, so he opted to use it for the travel. The Hirishin was not the most discreet way to travel. After all, a bright yellow blur appeared behind him, but he knew that even if he was seen traveling, no one would be able to stop him, not even Hebai. When he noticed the mist thickening, he slowed down, walking quietly into it. "Please, state your name and reason for visiting our village," a mysterious voice stated. "I am Naruto Namikaze, and I am here to speak with the Mizukage. Please allow me safe passage." "As you wish, Namikaze. Do not forget, we are watching you." With that, the mist lifted just enough for Naruto to find his way into the gates. Naruto knocked on the door to the Mizukage's office and waited until he heard, "Enter." "Hello, Mizukage-sama." "Ah, Naruto. I was wondering when I would see you. Yuri told me she had received a letter from you saying that your mission was a success." "Hi, it was, sir," Naruto said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out a blue scroll with the kanji for water on it. He handed it over. "This is all the information we found, and I will discuss it with you, but first, I would like to speak to you about something before Yuri realizes that I'm here." "She doesn't know that you're here yet?" "No, sir. I wanted to speak to you alone, first." "Oh, really? About what?" He feigned innocence. "Come now, Mizukage-sama. I think you know what I'm here to talk about." "Hi, I know, son. Now, I would like to hear what you came for." "I have come to ask for Yuri's hand in marriage, if she will have me." "Ha, if? I am sure that she would, and honestly, I couldn't have found a better man to marry her than you. You have proven that to me already. For some reason, I thought this would be much harder than it was. Things usually are easier than they seem." "Well, the other thing I was wondering about would be if she said yes, then if you would be willing to transfer her to Konoha, so if she would like, she could still be a ninja," Naruto said nervously, tapping his fingers together. He hoped he wasn't coming off as nervous as he felt. It made it all the harder to ask this of the Mizukage, being as Yuri was his niece. "You know, Naruto, as her uncle, it is hard to lose her, and even as the Mizukage, it is hard to lose a kunoichi of her level, but I love her, and I want her to be happy. If she wants to move there, then it is her choice, and I will support it." "Thank you, Mizukage-sama. Please, Naruto, you can call me Jiro." "Thank you, Jiro-sama. I know that he is here. Get out of my way now." Yuri's voice could be heard from outside. Naruto and Jiro both froze in their seats. "Ah, Naruto, good luck with this one," Jiro said with a smile as Yuri busted down the door. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. How dare you come into this village and not come and see me first?" "Yuri-chan, please," Naruto began. "No, I missed you. You should have come to see me, and what could you not say in front of me? I thought you would have let me in on what you found out. I mean, I am part of this fight too. I had to talk to your uncle about something important, it couldn't wait." "I'm sorry," Naruto tried to explain. "What is so important? And don't you dare tell me you can't say it," she said dangerously. "Well, I wanted it to be a little more romantic." Naruto sighed. "I came to ask your uncle for permission to marry you." "What?" she asked breathlessly. Naruto stood and reached into his pocket, pulling out a ring. He walked up to her, took her hands with his other hand, and held up the ring. "Yuri, will you marry me?" Yuri looked down at the ring and smiled. She knew that he would ask her one day, but she didn't think it would be this soon. She had thought that he would wait until after all this Hebai mess had been sorted out. She tried to find her voice. "Hi," she whispered. "What?" both Naruto and Jiro said in unison. "Hi." Naruto slipped the ring on her finger. She jumped into his arms, and he held her close. When he set her down, she looked at the ring again. "It's beautiful." "I know, it was my mother's." "Wow, she had great taste." Naruto and Yuri kissed, remaining locked in a passionate embrace until Jiro cleared his throat. They stopped and looked at him. "I am happy for you both, but now, to act as Mizukage. There are some other important things to discuss. Once we get that over with, you two can go and enjoy some time together." The 2-year deadline Hebai had spoken of was coming to an end, and war was now on the horizon. Much had happened in the 2 years since that encounter with Hebai, but the upcoming threat was always in the backs of everyone's minds. Even with the war fast approaching, Naruto and Yuri found happiness with each other in Konoha. They had been married on the estate in front of the memorial only a week after the proposal, with only close family and friends present. It was on that day that Naruto had been most happy to have the seals on the gates of his estate, and it was after the wedding that Naruto altered the seals to allow his family to open them. Life seemed to move fast for Naruto and Yuri, but they didn't mind. They knew they had to prepare for the war, but they still wanted to have a life. A month after they married, Yuri found out she was pregnant. Naruto couldn't have been more elated. 9 months later, Naruto had a surprise when Yuri went into labor. Although she, Tsunade, Shizun, and Sakura knew of her condition, they kept it from Naruto. Instead of one child, he was going to have 2. Naruto rose to the occasion and vowed to be the very best father he could be to his twins. His son, Takeshi, was born first, and his daughter, Yuki, followed soon after. Naruto soon learned that his children might physically resemble their mother more, but they resembled Naruto in many other ways. There were many times when Naruto watched in amazement as the two babies demolished bottle after bottle. He couldn't figure out where they stored the food. Yuri simply replied, "Naruto-kun, you do know that I sometimes wonder the same thing about you, right?" Naruto and Yuri discovered that the twins had indeed inherited their father's natural ability for causing mischief. Their size didn't hinder their thirst for knowledge and their ever-growing curiosity. Life on the Namikaze estate was never dull. Naruto and Yuri managed to train in the midst of everything, discovering that Jiraiya was a willing and more than able babysitter. In between the training and being parents, Naruto and Yuri were both staple figures at all the meetings concerning the upcoming events. It was at one of these meetings that the two remaining Sannin decided it was time to pass their titles on to the next generation. Tsunade stood and cleared her throat, making a feeble attempt to politely ask everyone to quiet down. When no one seemed to notice, she yelled, "Would you quiet down?" Everyone turned and looked at the invisibly aging Hokage. "Thank you." She paused, waiting to continue, knowing full well what she and her old teammate were about to do and the weight it carried. "I need to speak to you about something important." Jiraiya looked at her from the corner of his eye and cleared his throat loudly. "Okay, there is something we need to speak to you all about. We both understand what this conversation means, and there is no one who can make us change our minds. After all, the titles are ours to surrender." Several of the people in attendance started to mumble, intrigued. "Tsunade and I are known for many reasons and by many names, some of which are indeed an honor," Jiraiya began. "We are both getting older and have given things a great deal of thought. And it is here that I announce my retirement as a shinobi of Konoha after this war." There was an uproar of protests. Jiraiya just let the people rant for a minute before holding his hands up for them to stop. "Like I stated before, there is nothing that anyone can say to make me change my mind. I have fought many battles, and I want to live the remainder of my life peacefully and happily, spoiling my godson's children. But first, I must pass my title as Toad Sage. This is merely a technicality, you all know who it is going to be passed to, but here we go nevertheless. I, Jiraiya, do relinquish my title as Toad Sage and, as being accepted by the Toads as such, hereby name Naruto Namikaze, the new Toad Sage of Konoha." There was a brief pause as the information sank in. It wasn't as if the villagers and council members didn't accept Naruto, they had grown to love him. It was just hard for people to think of the legendary Sannin being replaced. Then slowly, a light clapping began. Naruto stood and bowed to Jiraiya. "Thank you, Daifu. You honor me with your title," Naruto said respectfully before returning to his seat. He looked at Jiraiya, who beamed with pride. Tsunade then proceeded with her news. "It is only right for the title of the Slug Sage to be passed as well. I, Tsunade, do relinquish my title as Slug Sage and, as being accepted by the slugs as such, hereby name Sakura Haruno, the new Slug Sage of Konoha." The light clapping started faster this time. After all, the people had expected this news after hearing from Jiraiya. Sakura stood and bowed to Tsunade. Taking her lead from Naruto's words, Sakura said, "Thank you, Shishao, you honor me with your title." Sakura returned to her seat, and the people in attendance began to talk about upcoming tactics, as they always had, thinking the said business was over. It wasn't until people noticed that Tsunade was still standing that they began to quiet down again. "That is not the only thing that I have to tell you. After much contemplation and discussion, I feel that it is also nearing time for me to retire as well." A few members of the council jumped from their seats in protest while trying to think of something to say. As for the rest in attendance, all were dumbfounded. "Hokage-sama, how is it that we did not know of this?" one managed to say. "Because I didn't want you to know. It is a choice that I made. It is time for this village to be in the hands of the next generation." A seemingly normal, beautiful, and sunny day in Konoha, with a light breeze rustling the leaves and grass, was about to end. Naruto stood silent and still in front of the memorial for his parents, a daily ritual of gratitude, prayer, and meditation. Nearby, his children played with Jiraiya, their laughter supervised by Yuri. Near the guest houses, a new residence for Tsunade was under construction. Inspired by Jiraiya's happiness there, she had asked Naruto if she could move in. He readily agreed, viewing her as a mother figure and appreciating her bond with his children, Takeshi and Yuki, who adored her as their grandmother. With Tsunade and Jiraiya on the estate, he now had the best babysitters in Konoha. The Namikaze estate had flourished since Naruto reclaimed it, vibrant with life. Since being named the Toad Sage, smaller toads frequently visited for naps, their croaking a constant, singing presence. This morning, however, the croaking ceased during Naruto's meditation. The toad's keen senses had detected an approaching threat. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he immediately sought his family. The adults sensed the shift, and the children, reacting to their parents' sudden tension, froze. A small toad hopped to Naruto. "The snake approaches the walls. He has finally come," it croaked. So he has. You all know what to do, Naruto replied as the toads vanished. He quickly walked home as the warm breeze around the estate turned cold. He picked up his children, who reached for him, seemingly understanding this was not a time for tears but for composure. They rested their heads on his shoulders, closing their eyes, their fear palpable. "Shh, don't worry, Takeshi, Yuki. I will make sure everything is okay," Naruto whispered, trying to comfort them. Yuri and Jiraiya turned and headed inside, quickly preparing themselves. They understood the gravity of the situation. Jiraiya met Naruto in the living room and took the children. "I will be right back, okay?" Naruto told the kids. They simply looked at him. "He will be right back. Your father never says anything unless he means it. You both know that," Jiraiya reassured the twins. Naruto joined Yuri in the bedroom. She was already in her gear. She remained silent as he dressed quickly. He looked at her, slipping on his battle jacket. "Are you ready for this, Yuri-chan?" "Hi, Naru-kun. This ends now. No one will get away with threatening our children's future," she said dangerously. "Kami help the poor souls that come between a mother and her children. Kami better, because I will not." "I know. Let's go. We must alert the village." They went downstairs to the living room, where Jiraiya sat on the couch with the twins. Yuri took them into her arms. "You take care of my babies, Jiraiya," she said. "Wait. I am coming with you." "I am not retired yet," Jiraiya said, standing. Naruto looked at Jiraiya, then gently guided him back to the couch with a hand on his shoulder. "I know, Deifu, and we aren't saying that you are not able, but there is no one else that we would trust our children with. You have to keep them safe. There shouldn't be any problems after the seals have been activated." Jiraiya began. "Please, Deifu, they need you to be with them and keep them calm. They will hear things that they shouldn't hear at this age. And I just asked Kami that they will forget them soon enough, but they need you." "What about Haim? She is better at calming them," he tried again. "All in due time," Naruto said. "She won't be as easy to convince, but please don't seal the gates until I get her here too." "Why are you doing this?" he asked his godson. "For 2 reasons, Takeshi and Yuki. They need you both, and they need you as well. We will be back, Jiraiya. We are the best choices to battle, and you are the best choice to protect my babies." "We aren't giving you a choice in this," Yuri said, handing the children back. "Baa-chan will be here soon," Naruto said. He kissed his children's foreheads. "Listen to Deifu. He will take care of you, and we will be back soon," he told them, wiping away their tears. "I promise you that we will both be back." Naruto looked at Yuri. She understood and held him tightly. He glanced back at his children on Jiraiya's lap, offering a megawatt smile, a final attempt to soothe their fear. In a yellow flash, Naruto and Yuri were gone, heading for the Hokage's tower. Naruto almost broke down the Hokage's office door, finding Tsunade staring out the window. "Baa-chan. They are here," Naruto said. "I know. They are burning the forest as they come." Naruto ran to the window, seeing smoke billowing from the trees. He sighed. The Uchiha wouldn't just knock. Sasuke was determined to surpass his former master, aiming for a higher body count. "It is time to sound the alarm," Tsunade said. "Hi, I know." Naruto watched as large serpents appeared, destroying everything in their path. "Promise me something, Baa-chan? At a time like this?" she questioned. "Hi. I need you to promise me that you will help Deifu." "Why wouldn't I help him?" "Well, he is at the estate. I have asked him to keep our children safe, and not battle." "You don't want me to fight?" she asked. "No, I need you there to help him. This is going to be hard on him and the kids. They need you there." "But what about the hospital?" "If you don't want me to fight, then I can at least stay there and help the injured." Her voice rose. "You will be there to help when it is over. Please? Will you do this for me and Yuri?" "But I am the damn Hokage." "Not for long, and I want to make sure that both of you are able to enjoy your retirement." "Naru," she started. "Please, protect your grandchildren. They will need you more there than we will on the battlefield or the hospital." "You had to use the grandchildren card, didn't you?" she said, eyeing him. "It's the only way." "Fine, I will go. But you both better return to those babies. They need you more than they need us," she said knowingly. Yuri finally stepped to the window, surveying the encroaching war. "There is no need to worry, Tsunade. We will return, and this will end here." "Good. Now sound the alarm." The sight of all the villagers working together would have been beautiful, if not for the horrible events about to unfold. They had been warned and knew what to expect. Ninjas moved swiftly, evacuating all villagers to safe locations throughout the village. Naruto had convinced the council to find or create new safe zones, knowing Sasuke was familiar with existing ones from past Konoha efforts against the Sound Invasion. After safely delivering the villagers, the ninja forces proceeded to their designated areas, ready for anything. Naruto stood atop the Hokage tower, watching the efforts below, Yuri beside him. They awaited the rest of their main group, knowing that once the alarm sounded, Sakura, Kakashi, and Anko would soon arrive. Kakashi appeared in a swarm of leaves, quickly followed by Anko and Sakura. "Ready?" Naruto asked. "Hi," 4 voices answered in unison. "Remember, take out who you are paired with and then worry about others. Sasuke, Karen, Suijutsu, and Yugo are the biggest threats right now. We need to get them out of the way as soon as we can." The wind swept through the deserted streets of Konoha, pushing smoke from the fires into the village. Tension was palpable. Naruto looked at the Hokage monument. It was time. "Be safe. Let's go," Naruto said. Naruto, Yuri, Sakura, Kakashi, and Anko shined away from the tower, heading towards the gates. War was knocking, and it was time to answer. Naruto, Yuri, Sakura, Kakashi, and Anko arrived at the gate to meet Team Hebai. Naruto stood in the middle, Yuri and Sakura on his right, Kakashi and Anko on his left. The 5-leaf shinobi stood resolute. Team Hebai emerged from the smoke, Yugo on Sasuke's right, Suijutsu and Karen on his left. As they approached, Naruto spoke to his team. "Try to get them as far away from here as you can. There will be enough trouble in the village, we don't need to add to it." Sakura eyed Karen as she swaggered. "I can't wait to take that bitch down a notch." "You aren't the only one who can't wait to beat the shit out of Hebai. Suijutsu's ass has been asking for this since we were kids," Yuri said, smirking. Kakashi turned to Anko. "He's a lot bigger than you said he is. Is the great Kappinen scared?" "No, that's not what I mean. I am not scared," Kakashi stated. "Don't worry, I'll protect you, Kakashi," Anko said with a wink. Naruto kept his eyes locked with Sasuke's. Some might deem this unwise due to the Sharingan, but Naruto was unafraid. He knew how this battle had to end and was determined to ensure it. Team Hebai stopped about 15 feet away, each member looking smug. "So glad you decided to meet us here. Saves us time from looking for you," Sasuke sneered. "My Sakura, how you have grown," he commented, looking her up and down. Sakura looked at Karen, who was seething, and winked at her. "Save it, Uchiha, you have no effect on me now," Sakura replied. "Heh, so you have grown up then." He settled his eyes back on Naruto. "I will be civil for now, how would you like to do this? We fight you away from here. I'm sure your forces can handle things here without you, and I'm sure some of us have old scores to settle." Naruto looked at Karen. "And some new. That pink-haired bitch is mine," Karen screamed. Sakura looked at Naruto for his cue, he nodded. She focused back on Karen. "Then come get me, bitch." Sakura took off, Karen close behind. Sasuke looked at the remaining people. "So I'm guessing that it will be you and I, Naruto. Then your wife against her former teammate, and that leaves Sensei and Anko against Yugo here." "You got it. Wasn't difficult. Then let's get this over with. I have people waiting on us," Yuri spat. Yuri looked at Naruto and nodded. "Be safe," she whispered. "And you the same," he whispered back as she took off to follow Suijutsu. Yugo quickly left, followed by Anko and Kakashi. Lastly, Naruto and Sasuke departed to find an area large enough for chaos to ensue. Sakura and Karen stood still for a moment after stopping, locked in a staring contest. Finally, Karen broke the silence with a cackle. "Has anyone ever told you that you shouldn't laugh? It's offensive to people's ears," Sakura said, wincing. "Oh please, is that all you can come up with?" Sasuke-kun was right, you are a pathetic excuse for a woman, much less a ninja, Karen spat. "And how the hell would you know about my skills?" Sakura said, tightening her fists. "Sasuke-kun has told me all about you, about how you were madly and hopelessly in love with him. Did you really think he would love someone like you? I don't have time to chit-chat with the trash, are you ready to get your ugly ass handed to you?" "Oh, and you are going to do that?" Karen said, cackling again. Sakura looked at her, rolled her shoulders, laced her fingers, and stretched her arms, cracking her knuckles. Her emerald eyes stayed on Karen as she walked around her. "The truth is the Uchiha has no clue what I'm capable of anymore. He left, and I grew up." Sakura settled into her taijutsu stance. She had been briefed on Karen's abilities and knew she was useful. But Sakura wasn't fully aware of Karen's physical capabilities, she knew she had to get dirty to gauge her fully. "Oh you did you?" Karen said mockingly. She watched the pink-haired kunoichi take a stance and decided it was time to take her own. Karen was on the verge of bliss, this was her chance to show Sasuke her other uses. She would take down Sakura and prove her love. Sakura was tired of waiting for Karen to make a move. She knew she had to take a few hits to test her. Sakura rushed Karen, purposely leaving herself open. Karen slid aside slightly, connecting her knee with Sakura's stomach. Karen grabbed the back of Sakura's shirt and pushed her to the ground. She walked around Sakura, laughing. "You are pathetic, you couldn't even dodge that?" She kicked Sakura's gut again, this time winding her slightly. Sakura looked up at Karen and groaned. Sakura would play her part until she was sure of what she was up against. Karen approached Sakura and bent down to look into her eyes. She snorted, grabbed Sakura by her clothing again, and lifted her to her feet. Releasing her hold with one hand, Karen drew the other back, landing a steady blow to Sakura's jaw, sending her back a few feet. Is this all this is going to be? Can you really not fight for shit? Karen pouted. Sakura stood up and rubbed her jaw. She rolled her neck and fixed her eyes on Karen, who stood with hands on hips, pouting like a child. Sakura chuckled softly as she dusted herself off. This is no fun, Karen whined. You are right, it's not any fun, Sakura replied. She settled back into her stance and smirked. But that is about to change, for me anyway. She charged Karen again in the same manner. Karen scoffed, attempting to mimic the same move. Karen was careless, moving as if she knew the outcome. She brought her knee up, once again connecting it to Sakura's stomach. Karen was thrown off balance when she tried to follow through. She felt like she had run into a wall. What the hell? I made the hit, Karen yelled angrily, clearly thinking this would be too easy. Ah, did your little Suzuki-kun forget to tell you that when we were genin that I had better chakra control than even him? What? Are you that stupid? I knew what you were going to do, so I sent chakra to my stomach to receive your pitiful blow. You know what? It really didn't hurt the first time. You are full of shit. Try me. Sakura ran at Karen again. Karen went on the defensive, waiting for an opening to switch to offense. Sakura, still wanting Karen to think she could regain the upper hand, didn't land any major hits. She was holding back with all her might. She managed to graze Karen a few times with punches. Karen, seeing an opening again, launched herself offensively. Sakura dodged Karen's feeble attempts. Karen was getting closer to landing blows, but her fighting was getting sloppy. Sakura quickly noticed this and decided to take advantage. You know, I was like you at one time, Karen, and how is that? Weak. I used to let the guys do all the fighting while I just stood there and played the helpless girl. I'm not helpless, you bitch. Karen started to swing faster and wilder. It's really okay, you just haven't gotten to that point yet. What the hell are you talking about? The point where you decide to fight your own battles and stand on your own 2 feet. The point where you realize what a piece of shit that spoiled bastard really is. Do not talk about Suzuki-kun like that. I will kill you, Karen screamed. Sakura smirked inwardly. Her plan was working. Karen was getting so angry that she wasn't focusing on the battle. She was becoming messy, which would be her downfall. Sakura had the battle locked down, and it was only a matter of time before she let Karen know. After all, she was starting to have a little fun with her. Karen came flying at Sakura, throwing punch after punch. In her wild fury, she landed several blows. Karen now had Sakura pinned against a tree. Do not ever talk about him like that. You hear me, you stupid bitch. Karen pulled back and delivered a chakra-covered punch to Sakura's face. The force sent Sakura back a few feet, dislocating her jaw. Sakura stood up, wiggled her jaw, popping it back into place. She watched as Karen stood panting heavily. Sakura coated her hand in green healing chakra and ran it over her jaw. You know that punch wasn't half bad. You dislocated my jaw, Sakura said as the green chakra faded. But it's just not your day, is it? How is that? You are winded, and I am fine. Hell, I just healed my jaw, so you can't take advantage of that. So? You talk too much, Karen said, readying to attack again. Hi, but you sound worse, Sakura said. Sakura shunshined out of Karen's way, appearing about 20 feet away. You scared? No. I just want to have a little fun at your expense, Sakura said, laughing. Sakura quickly performed hand signs, then drifted away in a blur of cherry blossom petals. Her disembodied voice could be heard. It's not that I need this to finish you. It's just that I don't get to use it much, and since I have the chance, why the hell not? Sakura said. Karen spun around, frantically searching for her. As she spun, she noticed she was now in the middle of a cherry tree orchard, surrounded by trees. Sakura laughed, and the wind blew through the petals. A few tiny petals drifted past Karen, delicately slicing her skin. Karen looked at her arm, then felt blood trickling down her cheek. What the hell? The sky around Karen turned deep red as the wind picked up. Karen watched in fear as pink petals swirled around her, enclosing her in a vortex. Sakura laughed as Karen screamed. Just as the vortex closed in, Karen screamed, Kai. Everything around her shimmered away. Karen fell to her knees, panting, her body covered in small cuts and blood. It was genjutsu. Then how am I really bleeding? Karen asked. Well, I was also asked to get a sample of your blood. You see, we know that your blood is special, Sakura said, putting the vial of blood in her pouch. Sakura continued to watch Karen, observing what her bloodline would do. Sakura noticed the small cuts healing slowly, very slowly. I see it now. Your blood must be able to heal others quickly, but not you. What a pity, Sakura said as she watched Karen panting on the ground. Karen reached into her bag, grabbed a soldier pill, and popped it into her mouth. She immediately felt better. She stood up and locked eyes with the pink-haired woman across from her. She rolled her shoulders and charged Sakura. The pill had indeed enhanced her speed and helped her recover some chakra. She flew at Sakura, pushing herself as hard as she could. Karen knew Sakura was no longer to be underestimated. Suzuki had clearly underestimated her, but Karen knew she was nowhere near Suzuki's level. Sakura looked around when she heard a loud poof, signifying a summoning. She looked up to see a massive snake towering above the trees a few miles away. That bastard could never just fight, Sakura said. I told you not to talk about Suzuki-kun like that, Karen screamed. Karen began raining down punches and kicks on Sakura, hitting her harder and more frequently than before. Sakura was knocked to the ground. She pulled herself back to the nearest tree. She looked up again and now saw Gamabunta staring face to face with the massive snake. Look, Karen, this needs to end. I couldn't agree more, Karen sneered as she took out a konoha. Good. I'm glad we're on the same page. I'd like to show you something very few get to see and live to tell about. Sakura picked herself up from the ground, brought her hands up to her face, and formed the ram sign. She inhaled deeply as her hands began to glow. Karen stood unimpressed until she noticed green markings snaking up Sakura's arms. She watched the curse-like marks cover her arms. What the hell is that? Is that a curse seal? Karen asked, clearly frightened. Hell no. This is something better. Would you like for me to explain? Sakura said sarcastically. This is something I derived from Tsunade. It's based off of her very own Suzu Saisei technique and seal. I store chakra and use it later. The markings reached the tops of her shoulders. Release! Sakura yelled as the markings began to fade. With a huge burst of green energy, Sakura's gloves shredded off her hands. Her hands fell to her side, still covered in massive amounts of green chakra. Sakura sped to Karen and landed a punch squarely on her jaw, sending her backward into a tree, demolishing it. A cloud of dust rose and then settled. Sakura waited a minute, letting the seal recede. She came upon, first, Yuri, intent on erasing Suijutsu's smug grin, confronted him. She shivered as his lip curled, her mind racing back to their shared past. A 9-year-old Yuri and a similarly aged Suijutsu faced each other, both grimy and breathless. Yuri clutched her sword, observing her teammates' tactical assessment. Deep in the hidden mist village's surrounding forest, Zabuza Mamakai silently observed their struggle from a tree branch. This battle would determine his apprentice, the one to inherit his knowledge and his place among the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Suijutsu perfectly mirrored Yuri's standard novice swordsman stance. He hadn't expected such a fierce fight from just a girl, anticipating a maximum of 20 minutes, it had been 2 hours, and he was visibly tiring. The thought of appearing weak before Zabuza Mamakai sickened him. He seethed at his teammate for making him look bad, him, the heralded genius of his generation. He had to win. Would you two please hurry up? I am growing tired of this, playing, Zabuza announced. Yuri saw Suijutsu tense at Zabuza's voice. She knew she had to act fast, she had to win. There was something about this opportunity she instinctively knew she couldn't miss. After the previous week's events, she understood she needed to become stronger, and this was her best chance. Yuri gripped her sword tightly, dropping her stance to weave the signs for the mist jutsu. Suijutsu laughed mockingly at her attempt. This isn't going to help you. I can sense you and where you are, he yelled. She was relying on his ability to sense her. She knew her next move was elementary, but it would work precisely because he wouldn't expect it. Under the mist's cover, she created a clone, pumping it with enough chakra to draw Suijutsu's focus. Oh, clones? I can sense both signatures, Suijutsu said arrogantly. Suddenly one vanished. Ha! You didn't even have enough chakra to keep it around. You are pathetic. Suijutsu raised his hands, forming the ram sign, and focused on dispelling the surrounding mist. He knew Yuri's general location but was bluffing slightly to gain an advantage. He had to clear the mist for his death blow. Kai, he shouted, running through the slowly fading mist. Spotting Yuri, he adjusted his trajectory slightly. Got you, he declared, lunging with his sword. His blade connected, splitting the clone with a puff of smoke. Suijutsu stood there, a whirlwind of emotions. He was relieved he hadn't killed his teammate, confused because he thought the clone had vanished, and furious for falling for such a juvenile trick. As he reeled from his thoughts, he failed to notice Yuri rapidly closing the distance. Suijutsu spun, but too late to block. Yuri planted her foot squarely in Suijutsu's chest, knocking the wind out of him and sending him flat on his back. She spun her sword and pressed it flat against his neck. Suijutsu coughed, struggling against the pressure on his windpipe. He was about to push her off when he heard clapping. Yuri backed away and turned to see Zabuza approaching. Most interesting fight, he said. I'm not done. I can still fight. Suijutsu argued. I am sure you can, however, I am no longer interested in watching. I have made my choice. Why you have? Yuri gasped, catching her breath. Hi. I will see you bright and early, Yuri. Same place, Zabuza said before turning to walk away. Yuri bowed to her new sensei. Hi, Zabuza sensei. When she straightened, he was gone. Yuri offered Suijutsu her hand and a small smile. Good fight, Suijutsu-kun. Heh. This isn't over, he retorted, slapping her hand away. He stood and sulked off. Yuri laughed. Suijutsu arched an eyebrow at his former teammate, shifting his weight and crossing his arms. Why are you laughing? Because, I was just thinking of the day we battled for Zabuza-sensei's apprenticeship. Hi, what about it? Well, after I was chosen, you ran away with your tail between your legs. But just before that, you said this isn't over, and you were right. But after today, it will be, Yuri stated confidently. You are right about that, Yuri, he said, pulling the Kubikaraibasho from his back and holding it out. Ah, Kubikaraibasho, the time has come for your true master to claim you. It won't be long now, Yuri said with a wicked smirk. You will do no such thing because it is Kubikaraibasho that will be claiming your head. Yuri observed Suijutsu carefully, noting the subtle strain on his muscles from holding the massive blade. She knew he had no idea how to wield it properly. Her body tingled with anticipation. Since being accepted as Zabuza's apprentice, she had yearned to wield the blade and call it her own. She thrived on this battle. Yuri settled into her general stance, suitable for both taijutsu and swords. She crouched slightly, left leg forward, right leg supporting most of her weight. Her hands mirrored her legs, left open, right balled into a fist, ready for her sword. Come now, draw your toothpick. I will wait, Suijutsu sneered. There is no need. I do not need it right now, Yuri said evenly. You wish to wield this sword, look at your stance. You would never even be able to lift it. You are still as dense and arrogant as ever, Suijutsu. I know how to wield the Kubikaraibasho, so don't let that worry you. Yuri rushed Suijutsu, her left hand still extended. He lifted his blade and swung it at her. Yuri gracefully ducked beneath the blade, hand still extended. He brought it back with a backhand swing. Yuri placed her extended hand on the ground and flipped over the blade, connecting a foot with Suijutsu's chin. He stumbled back and looked at her. You left yourself open, see, I told you I didn't need my blade. She ran at him again. He swiftly swung the blade down from right to left, wedging it into the ground. He was trying to trap Yuri between blade and fist. He spun his body around from the left, planning to backhand Yuri across the face. She anticipated the move once he lodged his blade. She brought her forearms up, forming an X, and blocked his hand. She pushed off his arm, following through with the momentum, and flipped backward over the blade as Suijutsu spun around. She landed on her feet and squatted low. She waited for Suijutsu to remove the blade from the ground to sweep his legs. Suijutsu recovered from the leg sweep by flipping backward. Yuri stood and watched him flip out of range. She pondered the best way to take him down. Swinging that giant sword like a bat would exhaust him, and she could play the waiting game like she had at 9, but that felt too boring now. She wanted him to feel her power, to taste it. The waiting game was out. That meant full body contact. Yuri had to injure him. Then she remembered his bloodline limit. That factor complicated her plans from the start. Against any other swordsman, she'd sever his blade arm and hack him down. But he could prevent that. Yuri would have to test this liquefaction. She withdrew a kunai from her pouch, holding it in her right hand, and returned to her stance. Suijutsu looked at her curiously. A mere kunai? You think you can stop the Kubikaraibasho with a damn kunai? He scoffed. No, I know I can't, but it should be adequate in stopping the likes of you, she replied calmly. We shall see about that. He pointed his sword at her, beckoning her closer. Come. Suijutsu decided he couldn't rely solely on the blade against someone who trained against it. It dawned on him that a true blade master wasn't just someone who could wield a sword, but someone who could defend themselves from their own sword. At that moment, he knew he couldn't let her get her hands on it. If Yuri wielded the blade against him, he would surely die. Yuri rushed him again, dancing in and out of his sword strokes and punches, all the while watching his free hand. She knew his bloodline limit wasn't a true bloodline, so it had to be a jutsu. She just needed to watch for the signs. Once within his guard, she landed a few punches to his gut. As she moved away, she sliced his blade arm with the kunai. She flipped backward, watching. The injury, however small, enraged Suijutsu. Damn you, bitch. Aw, it's a paper cut, you baby, she teased. You aren't going to cry, are you? That is so unmanly. She giggled. Suijutsu slammed the blade into the ground viciously. Without taking his eyes off Yuri, he quickly performed the signs for his liquefaction jutsu. He could not let her draw blood again. His body began to shimmer slightly. Yuri now knew she had to be even more on guard, and injuring him would be much harder. Yuri smirked. You know that I have always loved a challenge. Yuri held up her left hand and readied her right. She charged him again. Suijutsu prepared for her onslaught. She vanished from his sight and appeared behind him. He swung around and blocked with his left arm. Just as the konoha was about to slice through his arm, it turned to water, allowing the konoha to pass right through. As Yuri's body continued its downward motion, he brought his knee up and connected it to her gut. Suijutsu dropped his knee, letting Yuri fall to the ground. He had knocked the wind from her lungs, and she was struggling to recover. She inhaled deeply, feeling her lungs refill. She pushed herself off the ground and flipped away again. This time, she didn't wait to charge back in. Again, she tried her hardest to attack his right arm. She knew that if she could seriously damage his blade arm, she would have an even better chance at reclaiming her old sensei's sword. Yuri grew increasingly frustrated. Every time she moved for his right arm, Suijutsu blocked with his left by liquefying it, then attacked. She had to think of another way to get to that sword, meaning she had to think of another way to get to that arm. She flipped back slightly to strategize. She had to provoke him into losing focus. Then it hit her. If she could unleash a barrage of attacks, keeping him busy blocking, she might find an opening for his right arm. After all, he could lose an arm or lose the sword. And if he was in the habit of liquefying limbs to avoid losing them, he'd likely drop the sword and then lose his life. She tossed the konoha aside and fell into her stance. Suijutsu groaned in annoyance. This? Again? Yuri's right hand slid to her back, grasping the hilt of her short sword and unsheathing it. The gleam caught his eye, and he broke into a smile. It is about damn time. I was wondering when you would get desperate enough to take that little toy out. Do you hear that, Suijutsu? What? Your funeral bells? No. The sadness that resonates from cubic Haribasho. What the hell are you talking about? It is a damn sword, nothing comes from it but death. You see, that is where you are wrong. And that is why you would never be its master. It's not just a sword, and through death, it brings the chance for new life. Something that someone who wields the cubic Haribasho for the wrong reasons would never grasp. That is why it failed Sensei. He lost his way, his beliefs, his goals became corrupt, and the cubic Haribasho turned its back to Zabuza Sensei. That is a load of shit. What are you saying? That I am going to die because a sword turned its back on me? You are out of your damn mind, he spat. No, it never turned its back on you. You were never in its good graces to begin with, Yuri said as she charged at him again, sword drawn and aching for blood. Yuri moved swiftly, flowing in and out of his blows. He couldn't seem to land a strike. Her words about the sword echoed in his mind. You stole the sword, and it resents you. From your blood, that sword will be cleansed of all the evil that you have made it commit. From your death, she slashed at his arms. Existing life will be spared and new life will flourish. Suijutsu panted heavily as Yuri continued her onslaught. Twice she had sliced his right arm with her sword, each cut growing deeper. Panic slowly seeped into Suijutsu's cold heart. Yuri flipped away from Suijutsu again, this time to admire her handiwork. Her words had worn him down, and her constant attacks were eroding his chakra and strength. She smirked, eyeing him. It was time to execute the final part of her plan. She performed the signs for the mist jutsu and vanished from sight. Being married to Naruto had its other advantages. He had taught her the cage bunshin, though she could only make 2 at a time, having nowhere near his chakra reserves. Yuri reached into her pouch and took a soldier pill. After completing the correct signs, 2 clones appeared, one on each side of her. This mist won't help you, Yuri. I know where you and your clones are. Are you feeling sentimental? Suijutsu taunted. Just then, Yuri felt a large surge of chakra and heard the distinctive poof, knowing someone had summoned something huge. Moments later, she felt Naruto's chakra surge and heard another poof. Shit, he had to summon Gamma Bunta? What the hell is going on over there? I have to get to Naruto-kun, he may need my help, she thought. Let's end this, she said dangerously. The 2 clones nodded and followed Yuri as she charged Suijutsu one last time. Yuri fell back slightly, letting the 2 clones lead the attack. She knew he would now be desperate, and his attacks would reflect that. Yuri's 2 clones engaged Suijutsu in close combat, the metal clanging of their swords echoing within the mist. Amidst his battle with the clones, he tried to distinguish between them and the original. He silently cursed, unable to tell them apart. He sighed, realizing Naruto must have taught her his infamous cage bunshin. He struggled to prevent himself from being overwhelmed by the attacks and was failing. He swung the sword at the 2 Yuris around him, connecting the flat side of the blade to their guts, sending them flying. He stood there for a moment with his blade extended away from his body, and that was exactly what Yuri was looking for. She needed to be in position and have him repeat that move. Sakura tore through the trees, heading towards the massive summons. She also kept an eye out for anyone who might need her help. She squinted at the white mass looming before her. That's mist. Is it Yuri's or Suijutsu's? She asked aloud. She slowed down, entering the mist cautiously, unwilling to be taken by surprise. Sakura sought cover and silently approached the chakra sources at the mist center. I can't see through it, and I don't want to dispel it because it may be helping Yuri, she thought. I will just wait it out a little longer. They can't keep it here forever. So Sakura sat and waited, hoping for the best. She prayed that it would be Yuri who walked out of the mist. Yuri sensed another signature nearby and was momentarily caught off guard as she tried to determine if it was friend or foe. In that split second, she felt a searing pain in her right side. She jumped back and ran her left hand over the area. When she looked at her left hand, she saw it was covered in blood. Shit. This isn't good. A cut by any sword isn't good, but the Kubikaraibasho is worse because of the width of the actual blade. If I don't end this now, I could bleed to death, she thought quickly. Her mind raced, in full shinobi mode. Then, suddenly, a wave of unknown fear hit her. She wasn't just a shinobi anymore, she was a mother. And her 2 babies were waiting for her. Yuri clutched her side and took a deep breath. She had promised Takeshi, Yuki, and Naruto that she would be safe and return home, and this bastard was not going to make her break that promise to her family. With a renewed sense of urgency to end the battle, she readied herself and signaled the clones to move in again. The 2 Yuris charged onward again. Suijutsu scoffed loudly as they closed in on him. Charging in like this again, he laughed. This is too easy. Once again, Suijutsu swung the massive Kubikaraibasho like a bat, this time slicing through the clones. It was in the moment that the blade and arm lingered in the air, away from his body, that Yuri made her attack. She brought her short sword down upon his right arm. This was the moment, lose the sword or lose the arm. Without thinking, Suijutsu's arm liquefied, causing her blade to pass right through. It was then that she caught herself with her hands, planting them to spring herself at his chin. The impact sent him flying several feet back. She stood up and rubbed her chin with her right hand. All the color drained from his face when he realized he no longer had the Kubikaraibasho. He had let go of the sword when his arm turned to water. Yuri's faint laughter reached Sakura's ears, offering a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, an unsettling enjoyment in its tone quickly filled Sakura with dread. The mist receded, revealing Yuri standing over Suijutsu. Her laughter, while frightening, wasn't malicious, it was the sound of ultimate triumph. It's time to end this, Suijutsu, my old teammate. You've strayed, turning us against each other. Your sins demand atonement. You can't kill me. We have too much history. You know that, and I know that. You're too good, he pleaded, hoping for mercy. No, Suijutsu, you'll hear the Kubikaraibasho sing and once again see the demon of the hidden mist. Sakura was grateful as the mist lifted, hating the blindness it imposed. As visibility improved, she discerned 2 figures and a massive sword. The blade rose effortlessly, followed by a scream. Her eyes widened as the mist around the bodies turned crimson. Sakura lunged from her hiding spot, screaming, Yuri. By the time she reached Yuri, the mist had fully dissipated, revealing Yuri standing, Kubikaraibasho in hand, both splattered with Suijutsu's blood. Yuri, Sakura asked. Yuri turned, offering a weak smile before her body began to give out. She leaned on the Kubikaraibasho for support, clutching her side. Sakura rushed to her, catching her as she swayed. Yuri, we have to get you back. You're wounded and losing a lot of blood. I don't know how you've made it this far, Sakura pleaded. Sakura, you have to heal it now. There's no time. Yuri, listen to me. No, Naruto might need us, he had to summon Gamabunta. I know, but look, you're bleeding everywhere. I don't care. Fix me so I can help Narukun. Sakura saw the desperation in Yuri's eyes, shook her head, and sighed. Okay, let me see what I can do. Thank you, Sakura, my children will thank you too. Yuri smiled weakly as Sakura began healing her wounds. Kakashi and Anko sped through the trees, trailing Yugo. Yugo pressed on, intent on distancing himself from Yuri and Suijutsu's battle, from all of them. Anko, Kakashi whispered. She replied. Do you think we can take him? I've never seen you worried, Kakashi. What spooked you? I'm not sure. I just have a gut feeling about him. About the rawness of his true power, he's where the curse mark originated. He has to be powerful. He is extremely powerful. And I fear that if we have to battle him, we'll both die. If we have to? What else would we do? Talk him to death? Kakashi asked nervously. Well, not to death. Yugo has to remember me from my time with Orochimaru. Maybe I can talk him down. Maybe? I'm not so sure about this. I mean, how long did it take you to remember what you did from your time with that bastard? Kakashi nearly yelled. And how can you just talk him down? There's more to Yugo than brute strength. He's a torn soul, constantly battling his inner demons. His mind is a war-stricken battlefield. Orochimaru exploited that and used him. No, he got his damn mark from me. Anger slowly simmered in Kakashi. I came here to control this, not give it to others. Yugo. Anko began, wanting to comfort him and assure him she was all right. I came here for help, and he used me. He lifted his head and looked at Anko. She saw tears forming in his eyes. And then he passed it to the one person who didn't hate me. The one person I care about. Kakashi looked up at Yugo's massive back, noticing him slowing. I guess we're here. I guess so. I'll try to talk to him, but don't drop your guard no matter what. It's hard to pinpoint when he'll break. He isn't even aware most of the time, Anko cautioned. I still don't know about this, Anko, Kakashi replied. You just have to trust me, Kakashi, please. Yugo landed roughly on the forest ground, turning to face his opponents. Anko, it's been a long time, Yugo said in a calm, even voice. Yes, it has, Yugo. I wish our reunion had been on friendlier terms, he replied. I do too, Yugo. Yugo shifted his focus from Anko to Kakashi, scrutinizing him. He was sizing him up, testing him by flaring his chakra slightly to gauge Kakashi's reaction. Kakashi took it like a true shinobi, unflinching. I don't wish to battle, however, I'm pleased that I have not just one worthy opponent, but two, Yugo said. Yugo, you don't have to battle us. We don't wish to fight either, Anko quickly replied. What do you mean, Anko? Yugo asked. I know you. This isn't your battle. None of this is you. You don't have to fight for him anymore. Yes, I do. Why? Why do you have to fight his battles? She questioned. Because he's the only one who has the power to pull me back from myself, Yugo said flatly. So you fight to diminish your own fear of losing control? Kakashi asked. Yugo looked at him, clearly annoyed. Don't speak of something you know nothing about. I can't control what I am. Anko shot Kakashi a look. It was clear that if he continued to speak to Yugo, this would end badly. He may not know about you and what you've dealt with, but I do. You know that, Anko said, pleading. Yes, Yugo answered. You can control this. You're not a monster. I've never thought you were. Anko began. Don't lie to me anymore, Yugo roared. You always thought I was a monster. He told me what you really thought. He told me the night you left. No. Sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, however, your little friend is missing, Orochimaru replied coldly. What? She's gone. Yes. She left. You wouldn't happen to know where she went? I'm worried about my student. And I thought you were friends. She was going to come back for me. Well, it looks like she left you. It's for the best too. I mean, you are a monster, aren't you? That's why you came to me. Yugo's anger flared. The force of his chakra spike caused dust to rise, forcing both Kakashi and Anko to cover their faces. Yugo, please. Anko tried. No, I won't listen to you anymore, he yelled. Kakashi and Anko both felt Yugo's chakra rise even further. Such a feeling could shake a person to their core, paralyzing a grown man with fear. However, Shinobi had no such luxury, they had to stand and fight. Why won't he listen to you? I thought you said he would, Kakashi asked. Think of it as my parting gift to you, your friend will hate you. Orochimaru lied to him, he thinks I left him alone. Anko said softly. Anko, I don't think talking to him is an option anymore, we have to be ready to fight, Kakashi told his friend and comrade. I can see that now. I don't want to hurt him though. Easy, it's because I care. She smiled at him, and he returned it. Kakashi, I don't know if we really even stand a chance. Anko said, looking worried. What? Kakashi said. We have no choice, we have to take him down. I can't get near him without using my curse mark. I haven't used that since I left Orochimaru's, and it's been sealed by the fourth Hokage, so even if I wanted to, I can't. Anko paused for a moment. Stay on guard, I'm going to try one more time. Anko. Kakashi tried to reason, but it was too late. She was walking back in Yugo's direction. Anko held her arms in the air to show she wasn't trying to fight. Yugo-kun, she pleaded. He stopped for a minute when she called him that. She was the only one who had ever called him that. But he wasn't about to let his guard down for sentiment, she had lied to him. He looked at her, and into her eyes. I know Orochimaru used you, he used me. That's what he did, he used everyone around him. He told you I left, but I didn't. He made me leave that night before I could get to you. He used my curse mark to break my mind. You lie, he screamed. No, Yugo, she isn't. I was one of the ones who found her. She didn't even know her name. She said she was sad about having to leave someone behind. She couldn't remember who it was, but it must have been you. Yugo's hand quickly expanded. He swung his massive hand and backhanded Kakashi across the clearing. Kakashi's body slammed against a tree, sliding down its trunk. He was barely conscious, furiously trying to stay awake. He couldn't leave Anko at Yugo's mercy. Kakashi, Anko yelled. Yugo-kun, please, you have to believe me. Yugo turned from her and began walking towards Kakashi's limp body. Anko slid in front of his path, holding her arms out. The movement made her necklace visible. Its gleam caught Yugo's eye. My necklace. You kept it, he asked quietly. Yes, so you would always be with me, Anko said with a small smile. Then why did you leave me, Anko-chan? Yugo said sadly. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I didn't leave you. But Orochimaru said you left. Yugo-kun, he was a liar. He lied to you so you would hate me. She began. He found out about me wanting to leave and take you with me. I've watched you since day one. And even more so when I noticed the bond between you and Yugo. Will you leave with me? Did you not ask him that today? Is that not the reason for your packing? Anko watched her sensei in fear. He was getting much too close for her comfort. She had hoped her plan would work as she intended. Clearly, it was not. You see, I can't just let you leave. You know far too much about me, about what I've been doing, and about what I want to do. What are you going to do to me then? Normally, I would just kill you. What? She asked breathlessly. But, this isn't a normal situation I find myself in. You, my dear, could still be useful to me. However, I don't trust you any longer. You will have to leave now. But it won't be in the fashion you had planned. You won't take anything from here. Not your things, not Yugo, and not your memories. He wiped my memories and dumped me back in the leaf. I didn't know where the base was. I couldn't come back for you. You would have. Yes, Yugo-kun, you're my friend. And I care about you, Anko replied. Yugo's body began to shake. His inner turmoil was trying to take over again, pushing him over the edge. Anko's eyes widened in fear. Yugo was losing control. He fell to the ground, doubled over. Take your friend and leave, Anko-chan. I can't regain control, Yugo yelled. Anko cast a worried look at Kakashi. He had regained consciousness and was trying to get to his feet, severely dizzy from hitting his head. Getting up was a struggle. She fought the urge to turn and leave. She walked over to Yugo's slumped figure and hugged him. No, she said quietly. Yugo-kun, I won't leave you again. Her words made him fight harder to regain control. She let go of him and took his face in her hands. Yugo-kun, look at me. Their eyes locked, and she smiled. You're not a monster. And you don't have to fight for someone else, not anymore. I'll help you. We can seal your problem back in Konoha. No one can stop this. The seal master of Konoha died when the Nine Tails attacked. True, the fourth Hokage was a seal master, but his son has taken his place as Konoha seal master. He can help, she said, relaxing as she felt his power fading. I'll be there and make sure no one else takes advantage of you, my friend. Yugo's body returned to its normal size, and he collapsed. Anko sat by his side as Kakashi made his way back to them, hesitantly at first. It's okay, Kakashi, Yugo is okay now. Right, Yugo-kun? Anko asked. Right. He shakily sat up and looked at Kakashi. Please forgive me, Kakashi-san. I can't help myself when I'm like that. But I will work on it. Yugo turned to look at Anko and smiled, happy to have his friend back. But that feeling soon faded when the three ninja felt a surge in chakra, followed by a loud poof. That sound, Kakashi said, turning around when he heard a second one. Ice summoning. Anko spun around to see a massive snake and toad facing off. She knew Gamabunta well but didn't recognize the snake. That's Gamabunta, the king of the toads, but I don't know the snake. It's not King Manda. Then who is it? Kakashi asked. Ah, I forgot that you two can summon snakes, Anko-chan. Sasuke killed your King Manda when he wouldn't bow to him. I'm assuming that would be the new king of the snakes. New king, Anko echoed. She needed answers, and who better to give them than one of the snakes who knew what was happening. She nipped her finger and flew through the familiar signs. Summoning jutsu. The smoke cleared to reveal a green and black snake the size of a large dog. The snake took a moment to look around and get its bearings. It looked up and noticed its king staring down the king of toads. It let out a small hiss. It turned to face the one who summoned it. Yes, Mistress Anko? How may I serve you? It hissed. What of Manda? Anko asked. Lord Manda has been slain by the treacherous hand of the Uchiha, the snake replied. So then he is the new king, she said, looking up. Yes, he is. He is Lord Dokaki. I see. Thank you, she said. My name is Koro, and if I may, Mistress Anko. Lord Dokaki and the rest of the snakes, myself included, are not pleased with the Uchiha as a summoner. I have a feeling that we would be more willing to serve someone who is of a sounder mind than he. Is that so? She said with a small smirk. Are there any other summoners out there? No, mistress, just you, he said with a small nod of his head. Thank you, Kuro, you've provided me with plenty. It is nothing more than my duty. Is there anything else? Kuro asked. No, Kuro, you may return home. I wish to speak with Lord Dokaki soon, Anko said as she watched the large snake disappear. Anko? Do you think we should go look for Yuri and Sakura? No need, we're here, Sakura said as she emerged from the bushes with Yuri close behind. The two kunoichi stopped for a second to catch their breaths. The three they had just joined looked them over. Sakura was mostly unscathed, with a few scratches, but more damage to her clothing. Yuri, on the other hand, was a different story. Kakashi noticed the huge sword strapped to her back and was about to comment when he saw her blood-covered clothing and a large piece of her gear missing from her side. "You were wounded?" Kakashi asked, panicked. "Yes, that bastard managed to get me pretty good." Yuri smiled at Sakura. "But it wasn't anything our medic couldn't fix." "Right, Sakura. I was able to stop the bleeding and patch the wound, but she had still lost a lot of blood." "Naruto is going to be pissed," Kakashi blurted. "Well, then it's a good thing I killed him before Naruto could, right?" She chuckled slightly. Yugo looked at her when she said that. He looked at the sword and then back at her. "So, you killed Suijutsu?" he asked. "Yes, he's dead, and I've claimed my sword," Yuri said. There was a pause. Kakashi looked at everyone, then settled on Yugo. For the briefest moment, he thought Yugo would be angered by the loss of his comrade. But when Yugo started to laugh, Kakashi relaxed. "Yugo-kun? What's so funny?" Anko asked. "Thank you for killing him. I hated that asshole," he said, still laughing. The former teammates faced each other in the clearing, neither willing to back down. This confrontation had been a long time coming. Sasuke broke eye contact, scanning the vast yet familiar clearing before his gaze returned to Naruto. "Returning home brings back so many memories." "Indeed it does, Uchiha, but don't fool yourself. This isn't your home anymore. It stopped being such when you decided to leave. This is where we fought Gaara. Do you remember?" Sasuke continued, ignoring Naruto's comment. "No, this is where I fought Gaara and where he beat your ass, as I recall." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, seething slightly. He didn't appreciate Naruto ruining his trip down memory lane. "I'm glad we can finish our battle from all those years ago. I've regretted that it wasn't ended then." "Yeah, it will be finished today. Things are different, and I'm not the same person I was back then," Naruto said, his eyes set in a death glare. "And we all know you aren't the same. Yeah, we've both grown up. But this is where you'll die, so close to home. I'm not the one who will die here." Naruto let out a hard, cold laugh. "The only reason you're still alive now is because I couldn't kill you then. I thought you were my friend, my brother, and I couldn't bring myself to kill someone who meant so much to me. And that's why you won't kill me this time. You may talk tough, but you're still the same weak, dead last you've always been. You don't know what you're talking about. I hold no such delusions of you anymore." Sasuke stared at him, slowly circling his opponent. Neither man broke eye contact. Naruto grew impatient. There was too much talk. One of them had to make a move. "I have my sources, and they've told me you're next in line to be the Hokage. The only reason they'd consider you is because I'm not here anymore." He taunted. "I'm sick of talking. I'll prove to you why I'm the next Hokage." Naruto slid off his battle jacket, tossing it aside. "Now, Uchiha, you shouldn't deny Kami her judgment any longer." Tired of waiting, Naruto made the first move. He charged the raven-haired enemy, balled up his fist, drew back, and sent it flying towards Sasuke's pale face. The fist connected, sending Sasuke skidding backward slightly. Sasuke countered with his own fist, which Naruto narrowly dodged by moving slightly to one side. Naruto brought his elbow up, aiming for Sasuke's chin, but Sasuke caught it and pushed him away. Naruto spun, attempting another punch to Sasuke's face. Sasuke moved slightly, causing Naruto to barely graze his cheek. Sasuke quickly returned the punch, landing it directly in Naruto's gut. As he landed the first blow, he charged his other fist with chakra and connected another, slightly winding Naruto. Naruto jumped back, coughing. He ran back towards Sasuke, ducking under another punch. The blonde swept under Sasuke's legs, forcing him to jump over the outstretched limb. As Sasuke came down, Naruto met his chin with his own chakra-covered fist, sending Sasuke flying backward. Naruto dropped back into his taijutsu stance and raised his hand, taunting the Uchiha to try again. Sasuke stood, dusting himself off. When he looked up, his Sharingan eyes blazed to life. "I was wondering when you were going to use those," Naruto scoffed. Sasuke mirrored Naruto's stance. "Does that bother you?" "Not at all. My whole life has been a challenge. What's another one?" Naruto yelled as he charged his foe. With the Sharingan activated, Naruto's attacks were now met blow for blow. Naruto increased his speed, and Sasuke matched it. It was clear this could go on for a long time, and neither wanted that. Naruto was considering upping the ante with jutsu when Sasuke slugged him square in the jaw. Naruto jumped back, rolling his jaw, but never taking his eyes off his target. Sasuke glared at him with contempt. It was clear that Naruto's unyielding stare into his Sharingan showed he didn't fear it like everyone else who locked eyes with him. That unnerved Sasuke. "You haven't changed much, Naruto. Still rushing headfirst into battle without thinking. What's there to think about? You need to die, and I'm here to do it." "Foolish as always." And how do you figure that? Only a fool would look directly into my eyes without fear. Why should I fear something you won't use? Naruto replied evenly. Are you so sure? Yeah. I'm intrigued. Please enlighten me as to why I won't use it. It's not that you won't use it, obviously, since you've activated it, you're using it now to counter my taijutsu. What I mean is that you won't use the Mangekyo. The reason is quite simple, you still think I'm beneath you, and you don't think you'll need it to defeat me. Well, you are correct in that aspect. I don't need something that's strong to finish you off. And I'm the fool, Naruto said as he clenched his fists and ran at Sasuke again. Sasuke looked at the oncoming ninja and laughed. Again, growing tired of the repetition, he performed the necessary hand signs and spewed out several massive balls of fire that scorched the earth. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the approaching flames. In a yellow flash, he vanished. Sasuke's eyes danced with excitement, and he let out a loud burst of laughter. I'm disappointed in you, Naruto. You'd carelessly perform that move in front of me? Your father's infamous flying thunder god jutsu? How stupid of you, he cackled sinisterly. No, how conceited of you. You think that just because your damned eye saw it, you can copy it? I don't think so. You see, you're lacking one crucial thing to pull off my father's jutsu, Uchiha. And what is that? Namikaze. Naruto raised his arms out to his sides and grinned. My blood. What? You see, my father was a smart man. He was well aware of the Uchiha eyes and developed a move that no matter if your eyes followed it, you couldn't execute it, Naruto proudly replied. That's impossible. My eye can copy everything. You sound like you did when you were a genin, whining because of how special your eyes were. Grow up. Sasuke trembled with anger. How dare someone like Naruto mock him? The sight of the blonde made him sick. He decided it was time to stop playing and kill him. Naruto felt the spike in his enemy's chakra, and in a yellow blur, he was nose to nose with the Uchiha. Now, where were we? Naruto's chakra-powered fist made hard contact with Sasuke's sun-deprived jaw, sending him through a few trees. Ah, that's right. I was going to send you to Kami. You shouldn't keep her waiting any longer. Naruto stood in the same place, waiting for the large cloud of dust to settle. Before he could even spot Sasuke's body, an enormous snake erupted from thin air. The summon flicked its tongue out, taking in its surroundings. Its eyes drifted upward and landed on the person standing on its head. What do you want, Uchiha? Is that any way to speak to the one who summoned you? He spat. Don't forget what happened to the one who was before you. Your summoning me is a mere technicality. I can refuse to honor your contract. Don't you forget that. Before the Uchiha could reply, Naruto summoned Gamabunta. Now both ninjas stood on the heads of the lords of their respective summons. Bunta's large beady eyes looked around and narrowed when he saw his location. He eyed the large snake and the man atop its head. He rolled his eyes and looked at Naruto standing on his own head. What did you summon me for? I'm sorry to disturb you, friend, but I think the snakes may need someone to play with. Gamabunta sighed as he looked over to who he had originally thought to be Lord Manda. You aren't Manda, where is Manda? He croaked. He's dead. I killed him, Sasuke sneered, earning a glare from both the snake and Gamabunta. Don't worry, you'll be going to see him soon. Who are you? He asked the snake. I am Lord Dokaki, the new king of snakes, he hissed. I am Gamabunta, the king of toads. He returned his eyes to the pale man on the snake's head. I may not care for the snakes, but for you, their summoner, to kill the king, that is unforgivable. Spare me your droning, Sasuke said arrogantly. I'll occupy the snake for you, Naruto, but you must kill that boy. You heard him, Uchiha. Naruto laughed. 200 clones burst into existence, the original pointing to Sasuke. Kill the Uchiha. Obeying their master, 200 copies of Naruto sped down the side of Gamabunta, closing the distance between them and the snake. Sending chakra to their feet, they ran up the sides of the snake. Dokaki shook violently, trying to rid himself of the army of clones. He hissed loudly. He had been dragged into a battle he wanted nothing to do with by a less than worthy summoner. In the eyes of the newly appointed Snake King, this was not a good day. Sasuke grunted with displeasure. He had always hated the blonde's overly abundant use of clones. He unsheathed his sword and ran down Dokaki's side, slashing his way through the clones with little effort. Naruto watched carefully, his smirk revealing this was what he wanted. He wanted the Uchiha to use his sword because he wanted to see its flow. After all, when your wife is the rightful heir and a member of one of the most prestigious sword organizations, you tend to pick up a few things. Even more so when she drills it into you. Naruto, I want to train you in swords, Yuri said out of the blue. Ha! Why? You know I'm not one for swords, Naruto replied. Yeah, I know that, but you know as well as I that the Uchiha has and uses a sword quite well. It's not so much so you can cross swords with him, but defend yourself from his sword. I see what you mean now. I think you're right. It would be a good idea. I know, Yuri sighed. That's why I said it. Now, you've never crossed swords with me before. Yuri began. Yeah, I don't want to die, Naruto thought aloud, interrupting Yuri. She glared at him as he swallowed hard. Sorry, Yuri-chan. Now, as I was saying, since you haven't done that, then you wouldn't know my tendencies, making battle all the harder. Watch, make a clone and have it attack me. Naruto complied, knowing the clone wouldn't last long. The clone charged and was easily dispelled. Now again. Yuri said. Okay, he replied. Making another clone, he sent it at Yuri. Surprisingly, the clone managed to dodge the first attack but fell to the second. Now, what have you learned? Yuri said as she resheathed her sword. Well, if I can see you use it, then I can understand your flow better. And if I send a whole mess of clones, I get to watch them battle, and I get their memories, so I have instant knowledge and experience in fighting that opponent. It didn't take Sasuke long to masterfully cut his way through the clones. He took satisfaction in each one's demise, as he was thinking of cutting down the original. He stood at the feet of the massive toad. Are you scared to face me? He yelled. Gamma Bunta laughed heartily. Take this shit stain off the map, Naru. Naruto's smirk remained firmly in place. His eyes focused on the speck of Uchiha at the feet of his summon. My pleasure. Naruto blurred down the side of Gamabunta, ready to take the head of the snake. Naruto ran into Sasuke's zone to engage him, his mind racing the entire time. He knew that a mere blade was dangerous enough, but the way his foe wielded it made it all the worse. Naruto was well aware that Sasuke could use the sword as an extension of himself while producing the Chidori, and he had to face facts. There wasn't much that could actually stop it. Chidori. Kakashi made sure of that when he invented it. Naruto not only had to attack, but he also had to get away from a blade and a possible blade while conducting the Chidori at the same time. It wasn't going to be an easy feat, but it was like he told the Uchiha earlier, one more challenge wouldn't kill him. Naruto charged the metal plates on his hands and forearms. He might not be able to utilize them while attacking, but he was going to put them to good use defending. Sasuke smirked as Naruto ran into range of his beloved blade. He looked at his former teammate with contempt burning in his eyes. How could he even think he would be able to go up against the Kusanagi? The nerve of this man drove him insane, and he was aching to prove to him how wrong he was. You are no match for my Kusanagi, he boasted. And you are still overly confident. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Sasuke twirled the blade in his sickly pale hand and then grasped it with both hands. He launched himself into the air at the oncoming ninja. With all the might he could muster, he brought the blade down hard. Clank! Sasuke's blood-red eyes widened. Something had stopped his blade. But what? He had used almost all his natural strength in that swing. He looked down to see a fox-like grin beaming from Naruto. Naruto was on the ground, one knee supporting his weight, his arms locked together over his head. Sasuke eyed the metal plates on the blonde's arms and scoffed. What is that? Metal plates? How can metal plates defend against my Kusanagi? He demanded. Naruto funneled more chakra into them. As the blue glow increased, so did his smile. He flung both arms open, pushing the blade away from him. His arms settled at his sides, and fin-like chakra blades radiated from the sides. They aren't just metal plates. They're chakra plates. Come on now, give me some credit. I'm not stupid after all, Naruto chided. That's still up for debate, the raven-haired man said. He held his sword out in front of him and charged it with a Chidori. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. This next move was something he would have to see whether or not it worked. His plan for countering the Chidori blade was still untested. He inhaled deeply and thought that now was as good a time as any. Sasuke watched Naruto's eyes and felt confident that this would be the deciding blow. Let's see your plates block this, Sasuke said as he repeated the same move as before. He gripped the sword tightly once more and flew through the air at Naruto. The blonde watched nervously as the blade began its descent toward him. He took another breath. Please, Kami, let this work, he thought to himself. Ever so slightly, Naruto accessed his massive chakra reserves. But he didn't use his normal chakra. Instead, he used some of the fox's chakra. He felt the fox's momentary surge of victory but ignored it. He had trained hard so he wouldn't have to rely on or even use the damn fox's chakra anymore. He sent the red chakra to the left chakra plate on his arm and braced himself. This time there was no noise. The two forces seemed to battle for dominance. Naruto saw his window. With his free hand, he channeled chakra. The small ball quickly grew in size until it was ready. Raise non! Naruto yelled as he drove the spiraling chakra into his enemy's belly. The force of impact sent Sasuke flying back into several trees yet again. Naruto watched carefully to see if Sasuke would get up. The namikaze knew in the back of his mind that this wasn't the end. There would be more to this battle. The group heading towards the battle had grown. It now consisted of Yuri, Sakura, Kakashi, Anko, and Yugo. They flew through the trees, heading to the location where the massive summons towered above the treetops. They all hoped they would make it in time to see Naruto finish off Sasuke. The colossal creatures stood locked in a staring contest. Neither really wanted to fight the other, but their summoners were engaged in a fight to the death, so they were technically enemies. Look, Dokaki, for once, I don't have a problem with the snakes. And I really don't want to fight you, however, if you support that bastard who holds your contract, then we have serious issues. That boy is scum, Bunta stated without fear. Lord Bunta, I completely agree. I was actually contemplating revoking his contract before he summoned me to this battle, but now it's a guarantee. He's clearly not worthy, the large snake hissed in reply. I'm glad we see eye to eye on this, Dokaki. Gama Bunta nodded his large head in apology. Lord Dokaki, he corrected. Thank you, Lord Bunta. The toads and snakes have been enemies for far too long. I wish to patch up our damaged relationship. There's another who holds our contract, a konoha kunoichi. I know who you speak of. With her help, maybe Konoha will once again have her 3 sons to protect her. Yeah, I look forward to our meeting again, Lord Dokaki. Maybe this time around things will be better. Yeah, I hope so. I'll send word to you soon at Mount Mayabokuzen. Until we meet again, Lord Bunta. The giant snake nodded. I'll take my leave. Until then. Both massive summons vanished from sight, leaving nothing behind but a large cloud of white smoke and 2 old teammates finishing what began years before. The 5 ninja arrived at the battle, noticing an intense fight already underway. They opted to observe from the sidelines, seeing no reason to interfere if things were going well. All eyes were fixed on the combatants. Yuri watched with pride as her husband expertly anticipated his attacker's every move, demonstrating his knack for learning. Kakashi observed his 2 former students fighting, a bittersweet moment for him. He saw how much they had grown, now formidable forces despite their divergent paths. Sakura and Anko watched in awe as Naruto and Sasuke exchanged blows, both displaying unexpected power. Yugo was impressed by Naruto's skill, confident he could hold his own against Sasuke and keep his inner demons in check. Sasuke, having endured the Raiznan, stood amidst the lingering smoke from their summons. He shrugged, then turned to Naruto. It seems our summons have grown tired of us, or just your arrogance, Naruto retorted. Naruto felt other eyes on him, sensing the hidden observers. He silently cursed Yuri's proximity, knowing she could be a weakness he couldn't afford to worry about right now. He needed to focus solely on the battle, despite understanding her presence. Naruto tried hard to ignore the newcomers, hoping they would be overlooked. However, Sasuke had indeed sensed their arrival, recognizing Kakashi's and Yugo's signatures. He knew Naruto was aware of them, seeing the tension radiating from him, which gave him a potential advantage. It seems our little audience is making you lose focus, Sasuke sneered. Naruto watched Sasuke pace, contemplating his next move, which made Naruto uneasy due to their surroundings. Sasuke charged directly at Naruto, eyes fixed on his target. As he closed the distance, he extended his arm, sending several fanged snakes from his sleeve towards Naruto. Naruto tensed slightly, sidestepping the serpents, only to find himself face to face with Sasuke. His eyes widened, realizing Sasuke was gathering chakra. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's shirt, forcing him to look into his eyes. Naruto latched onto Sasuke's arm, trying to break free, knowing Sasuke planned to use the Manjikyu. Naruto's mind raced, he had to escape, as he hadn't trained against this. Sasuke closed his eyes, about to open them. Naruto gripped his foe's arm tighter, focusing chakra into his hands. There was no space for a Raiznan, but he had to try. To Naruto's relief, the burning chakra on the Uchiha's pale skin made him release his hold just as his eyes opened. Naruto stumbled backward from the dark-haired man, noticing something in his peripheral vision. He slowly turned to see a malicious-looking Uchiha holding his wife. He glanced back at the man behind him, who smirked, wiggled his fingers, and vanished. You aren't the only one who can use a damn clone, the Uchiha declared with glee and spite. The traitor's laugh echoed through the clearing, sending chills down everyone's spines. No one could match his speed when he snatched Yuri. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, emitting immense bloodlust. Naruto watched the poisonous vipers coil around Yuri's neck, fangs bared. The Uchiha had crossed a major line. This is between you and me, leave her be. She has nothing to do with this. Oh, I don't think so. You see, you are starting to lose your drive. You need some motivation. Sasuke reached behind Yuri and drew her short sword, its blade glinting in the light. He held it up to her eyes, letting her see her reflection. Sasuke kept his eyes locked on Naruto, smirking. He held the blade so Yuri could see focused, red eyes. Instantly, his eyes burned with the Manjikyu, trapping her in the world of Tsukuyomi. Yuri screamed in pain, reliving a dreaded event repeatedly. Her body shivered, but she remained standing. Uchiha, Naruto growled. Not enough motivation? How's this? He questioned. Sasuke rammed the sword into her side, twisting it to inflict more damage. Yuri was unable to scream due to the Tsukuyomi's effects. Satisfied, he let her spiritless body fall to the ground. In a yellow flash, Naruto was by her side, carrying her to the others. He brought her to Kakashi and laid her at his feet. He looked to Sakura, who was already at Yuri's side, needing no request. He picked up Yuri's short sword and turned away from his dying wife. You know, Uchiha, I didn't want to use the Hiraishin to kill you. I thought you might have deserved a little more than that, however, I was wrong. You die now. Naruto roared. Naruto blurred behind Sasuke, then used Yuri's blade to slice Sasuke's back. In another yellow blur, he sliced the front of his chest. Ha! You think that will kill me? Sasuke taunted. Naruto stopped, looking at Sasuke with contempt. No, that won't kill you. He vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke. But this will. He twirled the blade before impaling Sasuke with Yuri's sword, driving it in at an angle, piercing his heart. And just for good measure, Naruto said, twisting the blade back and forth. Sasuke gasped for air but couldn't. He coughed, spraying blood into the air. You won't hurt anyone else again. Naruto closed his eyes, briefly remembering their shared past. He then looked at Yuri's unmoving body, with Sakura trying to stop the bleeding and heal her. Any remorse he felt vanished. He gripped the sword and violently tore it from Sasuke's body. Sasuke fell to his knees, then flat on his face, unmoving. Naruto looked down at his body one last time and sighed. It was over. Sasuke Uchiha would no longer trouble anyone. The world had one less psychopath to worry about. Naruto stepped over the lifeless body and hurried to Yuri's side. Naruto-san, are you sure that he is dead? Yugo asked. Hi, Naruto replied monotonically. Naruto fell to his knees beside his wife. How is she? He asked worriedly. Well, she has lost a lot of blood. Sakura looked up at him, pale and panting from chakra depletion, clearly worried and uncertain of Yuri's condition. I think we should get her back to Konoha, she needs the hospital. We have to get her to Baa-chan, Naruto said seriously. He gently scooped up his wife's limp body, her head tucked under his chin. He inhaled and exhaled before walking away. Sakura looked at Sasuke's dead body, trying hard not to recall their shared past or her misguided feelings for him. Her focus was now on Naruto and his dying wife. Sasuke didn't deserve her attention, Naruto did. Let's go, she agreed, understanding his worry. She glanced back at Sasuke's dead body, knowing she should check, but Yuri truly needed her help more. Anko and Kakashi started to follow Naruto and Sakura when Yugo placed a hand on Anko's shoulder. Please, make sure, Yugo pleaded. Okay, Anko said reassuringly. I'll help, Kakashi offered. Continue on with the others, Yugo. Help Naruto if he needs it, he fought hard today. Hi. Hurry up, Yugo said, turning to catch up. Naruto and Sakura sped through the trees with Yugo following close behind. Naruto held Yuri close, trying to keep his movements steady so as not to jar her. Yuri had endured so much in the last hour, battling Suijutsu, facing Sasuke's Mangekyou, and being stabbed again. Her continued survival was a testament to her strength. The trip wouldn't have been so urgent if Sakura could have stopped the bleeding, but she couldn't. Yuri's blood was now seeping through Naruto's clothes. He looked down at his paling wife with a broken heart, feeling her body temperature drop. Yuri-chan, please hold on, he whispered, picking up speed. Sakura. Hi, she asked, catching up. Go to our home, Baa-chan is there. She and Deifu are watching the kids. Bring her to the hospital as fast as you can. I don't want the twins to see her like this. Hi, please hurry, Sakura, her body temperature is starting to fall. Don't worry, I'll get her, she said, breaking away from the two males and doubling her speed. Naruto and Yugo veered slightly towards the hospital. Yugo saw the worry on Naruto's face and felt honored to be by his side. They may not know each other well, but Yugo recognized the kind of person Naruto was, someone worthy of following, unlike the Uchiha. As they neared the village, they saw the devastation wrought by the Otonins. Fights were still ongoing, Konoha ninja fiercely defending their homes. The battle would have been harder if the Otonins had fought with equal conviction. Naruto was torn. He knew he was needed on the battlefield, but his wife was fading in his arms. He had to get her to the hospital first, then he would return. They passed a few skirmishes near the massive breached wall. Naruto eyed his comrades as he rushed by. Yugo observed Naruto's inner conflict. This was his chance to genuinely help and prove he wasn't a monster. Go, Naruto-san. I will tend to things here. Please make sure that Yuri-san is okay. Thank you, Yugo-san, he replied, relieved. I will be back to help clean up. Just go, don't worry about this, Yugo told the blonde. Naruto nodded, then vanished in a yellow blur. Yugo landed amidst a group of Otonins who had surrounded two Konoha Chunin. The inexperienced Chunin panicked, while the enemy ninja laughed, mistakenly believing Yugo was there to help them. You two are going to die, one of the Oto ninja sneered. Yugo looked at the two Konoha ninja and smiled. He then glared at the surrounding crowd. They won't die by my hand, or yours. but if you are looking for a fight, I will provide one for you, he declared, settling into a stance. The enemies looked at each other in sheer panic. One of their own had turned against them. This must mean their leader, Suzuki Uchiha, had lost. Yugo-sama, what are you doing? Uchiha-sama will kill you for your treachery, one of them yelled. How can someone who is dead kill me? He asked calmly. He's dead? Hi. As will you if you don't back down, Yugo said. I will give you one chance to leave. Sakura skidded to a halt at the massive doors of the Namikaze estate. She pulled the gate handles, but they wouldn't budge. Shit. The seals. What was he thinking? I can't open them. How am I going to get to Shishao? Sakura exclaimed loudly. A wave of panic set in as she thought of Yuri. She had to get Tsunade, there was no other way. I can't open the gates, the seals ensure that. I wonder if they can hear me on this side of the gate with the seal activated. Sakura sighed. She charged her fists with chakra and began pounding on the gates, hoping the noise would bring them out. Lady Tsunade. Sakura screamed. Please, Lady Tsunade. You have to come with me, you are needed. She continued to pound on the gates, but there was no answer. Okay, I can't get in, and they can't hear me. Maybe they will be able to see me over the gates, she thought aloud. Sakura bit her finger and rapidly performed hand signs. She slammed her hand on the ground, sending small tremors, and yelled, Kukios no Jutsu. In a large plume of white smoke, she rose over the estate walls on the head of her massive summon, Katsuyu, the queen of the slugs. Lady Sakura, the large slug questioned. How may I be of service? I need to get Lady Tsunade. Yuri is in trouble and she is the only one who can help her. Say no more, Lady Sakura, she stated in her serene voice. Tsunade sat on the couch, stroking Yuki's long silvery yellow hair, worried the twins would hear the outside banging. She prayed they would continue sleeping despite the increasing noise. Tsunade looked up at her old friend across from her. Jiraiya was propped in a large chair, with Takeshi sleeping soundly on his lap. Jiraiya, she questioned. Hi, Haim. They are okay, aren't they? She asked, clearly worried. Hi, I know they are. Give us some credit, after all, we did train them. They can really handle themselves. Tsunade absorbed his words, feeling herself relax, knowing he was right. That's why they had entrusted their mantles to Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi, Anko, and Yuri were seasoned shinobi, having proven themselves repeatedly. She truly had no reason to worry and silently chided herself for being silly. Suddenly, Tsunade's eyes widened as she recognized a burst of chakra, quickly identifying it as her old friend, Katsuyu. She was close by, very close. She tried to crane her neck to look out a window but couldn't. Smoothly, she got up and placed a pillow under her sleeping charge's head. She grabbed a blanket from the couch back and covered her. Checking once more to ensure Yuki was sleeping, Tsunade hurried out of the house. Jiraiya watched his friend leave, daring not to call out, fearing he would wake the children. That was best done when they were sure the fighting was over and the parents were safe. He didn't want them to worry about Naruto or Yuri. Jiraiya quickly followed suit. He stood and gently placed Takeshi back in the chair. Grabbing the other blanket, he covered him and made sure he didn't stir. Satisfied he was still sleeping soundly, he followed Tsunade. Haim, he said as he caught her at the door. What's wrong? It's Katsuyu. I feel her chakra close by. That shouldn't be surprising. There is an invasion going on. Sakura probably summoned her. She turned to Jiraiya. I have a feeling. I just need to check. Okay, Haim, he said reassuringly. The two soon-to-be retired Sunin ran out the front door and down the porch. They looked at what was visible above the gates. Several large plumes of smoke rose from various parts of the village. Tsunade gasped as her eyes fell on the huge slug standing at the gates. Katsuyu, she called out. Tsunade! Sakura yelled. I have been sent for you. Tsunade saw her former student standing on the summon's head. She was clearly exhausted, covered in dirt, and blood stained her. She was too far away for Tsunade to discern if it was her own blood or another's. Naruto has ordered me to stay here with the twins. Well, he sent me here for you. You must come now. Sakura pleaded. Go, Haim. I'll stay here with the twins. It must be important if he sent Sakura here, Jiraiya offered. Okay, let me out of the gates. Seal them back when I am on the other side and take care of them, Jiraiya. Hi. I know. Be safe, Haim, Jiraiya countered. Jiraiya bit his finger and smeared his blood over the seal. After it opened, Jiraiya pushed the gates open to let her out. Tsunade brushed past him. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back, then did something very out of character. He kissed her deeply. When he pulled back, she just stared. Hit me later. I don't care. I just had to do that. Go now, Naru needs you. She nodded and ran out of the gate. As she turned to look back at him, it was too late. He had already shut the gates and activated the seals. Tsunade shunshined to the top of the slug and was greeted by Sakura. Katsuyu, please take us to the hospital as fast as you can, Sakura ordered. Hi, Lady Sakura. Sakura turned to Tsunade. It's Yuri, Shishao. She was wounded fighting Suijutsu, but I healed that. But when we got to Naruto's battle, the Uchiha took her, used his Mangekyou, then stabbed her again in the same wound. She has lost a lot of blood and is under severe mental strain. Oh Kami. Tsunade gasped, her breath leaving her. She inhaled deeply. What about the others? I have Karen's dead body, Suijutsu is dead, and Yugo is with us and… Did Naruto kill him? Tsunade cut Sakura off. Hi. The traitor is dead, she said coldly. Anko and Kakashi are taking care of the body now. Good. One less thing to worry about. Time to focus on Yuri. Jiraiya leaned against the massive gates, having just reactivated the seals. He sighed, contemplating what he had just done. I have always wanted to kiss her, but why now? He asked himself aloud. He thought about their time together. Though their relationship started roughly, once they overcame that, they had been great friends and allies, comrades in arms. The white-haired man racked his brain trying to find a reason why they had never been more. I'm nothing but a sentimental old fool, he said aloud as he made his way back to the house. He had to check on the twins. Naruto's heart leaped when he saw the hospital roof, signifying it was still standing. He jumped over rubble as he neared the front doors. He was relieved that most of that village section was untouched, indicating Konoha's forces had held intruders at bay. Thankfully, he saw few shinobi casualties and even fewer civilian ones. Naruto kicked the hospital doors open, rushing inside, trying his hardest not to jostle Yuri. Nurses and staff bustled by, clearly busy. At the front, a woman stood out, likely the head nurse. She was triage sorting cases by severity, minor cases sent to a safe zone, others tended to quickly. The entire building and staff knew worse was yet to come. Help! Naruto yelled over the waiting area's commotion. Please, I need help now. The head nurse looked over, recognized him, and rushed to his side. Hi, Naruto-san? Oh no! Yuri-san, she fretted. She has lost a lot of blood and was tortured. I have called for Tsunade, she will know how to handle the latter part of her injuries. Please just help her. Of course. She looked around. Get me a bed now. If the surgery room is open, she is to be given top priority. If not, get her stabilized. The nurse's words blurred. Naruto struggled to focus on her orders. He placed Yuri on the bed brought to him, holding her hand tightly and kissing it. Yuri-chan, hold on. Baa-chan is on her way for you, he whispered in her ear. I love you and I will be back. I promise. He kissed her forehead and placed her hand on her chest. The nurse was still barking orders. Naruto didn't wait for her to speak, turning and slowly leaving the hospital. He had a village to clean up before he could return to Yuri. Kami help whoever got in his way. Yugo was still fighting. Most Oto ninja fled when given a choice. However, occasional groups thought they could challenge Yugo and were quickly dispatched. Yugo-san? Why do you fight against us? A scared Otonin questioned. Because, it was never my wish to fight with you in the first place. This was not my battle. The Uchiha is dead, drop your swords and go home while you still can, he said, resuming his stance. Naruto was walking out of the hospital as Katsuyu arrived. Tsunade, spotting his bright hair, jumped from the slug's head and ran to Naruto, pulling him into a tight embrace. Naruto was a shell of himself. It nearly broke Tsunade to see him like this. After all, he was the closest thing she would ever have to a son. Stay strong, Naru, you still have much to do, Hokage-sama. I will take good care of Yuri-chan for you, you have my word. Thank you, he replied with a small nod. Naruto shone to the top of Katsuyu's head and was met with Sakura, concern etched all over her face. Are you okay, Naruto? No. This has gone on long enough, Sakura. This battle has been going on since our academy days, and I am damn sick of fighting. Tell them all that he is dead and if they wish, they can leave. Naruto's expression showed determination, anger, and anxiety. Sakura knew all he wanted was to wait for news of Yuri. This moment proved why he was chosen as Hokage. He knew it was about more than just him, that he needed to fight for everyone who couldn't. And that's what he would do, and she would help him until she physically couldn't. What if they won't leave? She asked. Take them down, he said dangerously. She looked at her friend and nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama, she replied. Naruto nodded back before blurring away. Anko and Kakashi stood silently over Sasuke's bloody body, surrounded by an ungodly amount of blood. When Naruto pulled the sword out, he did so with such force that it sprayed blood everywhere. Kakashi remained silent, gazing at the body. Naruto instantly reappeared elsewhere in the village, not waiting for a greeting. Stop fighting. Your master is dead, will you proceed? He asked coldly. Uchiha-sama is dead, a ninja questioned. Yes. You can leave now and keep your life, or you can try to fight me and die. The ninjas exchanged glances, unsure. Was he serious? Would he truly let them go? They quickly weighed the choice, but an enemy offering an escape felt like a trap. They assessed Naruto, blood-soaked, clearly enraged, and radiating a bloodlust that would make anyone crumble. "I'm a busy man. Make it quick. Live or die," he roared. The Otonins didn't need a second prompting. They fled the area as fast as their legs could carry them. Satisfied, Naruto surveyed his surroundings, looking for where he was needed next. Unable to see from his current position, he sped to the top of the monument. From his perch, he began to assess the progress of pushing out the enemy. Very few battles remained. News of Sasuke's death spread, causing the ninjas to flee without their leader. Several areas of the village lay decimated. Tomorrow would bring much work, but for now, he was needed elsewhere. They knew where to find him if he was needed. Naruto strode purposefully into the hospital, intent on seeing his wife. A wave of pity washed over him as he saw the staff. If bringing Yuri in earlier had felt busy, this was pure chaos. The former pep had been replaced by exhaustion. He scanned for the head nurse, needing directions. "Naruto-san," a young girl inquired. He turned to a 16-year-old girl in a white uniform, fighting her own fatigue, driven by duty. She bowed slightly. "Yes," he replied, wondering what she wanted. "I was told to look out for your return. Please follow me, I'll take you to where you can wait," she answered softly. "Where is she? Is she okay?" he blurted out. "I wish I could be of more help, Naruto-san. Tsunade didn't tell me anything about her condition, just to watch for you." "They are still in surgery." "Still?" he asked nervously. "Yes." She turned to lead the way. "Do you know how long she's been in there?" "Yes, almost 3 hours," she said, echoing his fear. She turned and offered a small smile. "Fear not, she's in good hands." He followed in silence, his mind racing. The young girl led him to a hallway lined with chairs, ending at 2 massive green doors leading to the operating room. Naruto sat in the chair closest to the doors, feeling it was the only way to be nearer to Yuri. Naruto sat motionless for a long time, staring at the white wall across from him, his eyes slowly numbing. He closed them and sighed, sifting through the chaos in his mind. Above all, he worried about his wife. She was the best thing that had ever happened to him, and he loved her with every fiber of his being. She was his world. He couldn't lose her. Lose her? How could he face their babies? He'd promised them safety and home. How could he tell them their mother had died, and he couldn't save her? How do you explain that they would never see her again? It was one thing to grow up without parents, as he had, but to know them, love them, spend time with them, and then have one or both taken. How does one recover from that? He had also just killed someone he once cared for. He knew it had to be done, but the part of him clinging to those memories ached. Naruto also questioned his capacity for Hokage. Could he do it? He wasn't even Hokage yet, and he found it hard to choose between his family and the village. The entire time he fought, he wanted to be exactly where he was, sitting in the most uncomfortable chair ever made, waiting for news about Yuri. His heart yearned to fight every ninja who threatened anyone in the village, but at the same time, he wished everyone would just freeze until he knew for sure. He began to worry about his comrades. He knew Sakura was fine because she was back in the village walls, but he hadn't heard anything about Anko or Kakashi. Everything should have gone smoothly, but one could never be too sure. Why weren't they back yet? What could be holding them? Then there was Yugo. Anko clearly trusted him, which meant something. After all, Anko's trust wasn't easily earned due to her past. It had taken Naruto a while to fully earn it, but he was glad he had. So, he would give Yugo a chance. "Yugo," he said something before we left. "What was it?" "Make sure he's dead." "Is that what he said? Is that why Kakashi and Anko aren't back? Has Sasuke come back to life and killed them?" "No. He has to be dead." I put a sword through his heart, and there was blood everywhere. "I'm just overthinking. They're probably just caught up dealing with everything else. That had to be it," he thought to himself. The sound of footsteps snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked at the green doors but didn't see them open when the steps stopped. He turned to find Sakura standing there, covered in dirt and blood. "Don't worry, it's not my blood. It's about 30 different people," she said, sitting next to Naruto. She turned to her friend. "Any word?" "No, I just got here about 30 minutes ago. The girl said they'd been in there for 3 hours. "How are you?" "I've been better," he said weakly. "All I've been doing is sitting here thinking, and it's driving me insane. I'm worried sick about Yuri. I have to know something soon." Naruto leaned over and buried his head in his hands. "Sakura, I don't know what I'll do if she dies." "Don't think like that, Naruto. Shishou is in there, and Yuri will be fine," Sakura comforted. Naruto just nodded, unable to speak anymore. He was so tired, but he had to know. He would sit there until she came out. And then he would sit in any other uncomfortable chairs next to her bed for as long as he had to. Sakura watched her old friend struggle, her heart breaking. She had come straight from the field to be with him. He was hurting, and he needed his friend. She would wait with him until he no longer needed her. And still, she would stay. The minutes crawled by until the green doors creaked open and Tsunade stepped out. Both Naruto and Sakura's heads snapped up, waiting. Sakura studied her old sensei and recognized that look. Naruto noticed it too, his heart shattering. Is she? He asked quietly. She is alive. She began, her words catching in her throat. But, I don't know, Naru. She lost so much blood, and a few of her organs were damaged. It's a miracle she made it through the surgery, she said sadly. Tsunade turned to Sakura for help. Tears already streamed down Sakura's face, but she tried to control them. Naruto needed her to be strong. Is she, at least, stable? He managed slowly. No, not at the moment, Tsunade answered. Can I see her? He choked out. Tsunade inhaled deeply. This would be hard to say. Naru, son, I don't think you should. How could she tell him he wouldn't want to see her like this? That he would want to remember her happy and healthy? That if he saw her like this, knocking on death's door, the nightmares would haunt him for the rest of his life? She couldn't do that to him. Naruto looked up, staring into her eyes. He saw what she was doing. Tsunade wanted to protect him. Tsunade slowly blurred out of his vision. A single tear signaled the coming flood. He swallowed hard and doubled over, his body quaking as sobs flowed. Sakura embraced Naruto and let him cry. 2 months had passed since the attack on the Hidden Leaf Village, and everyone was almost completely back on their feet. The first priority was allowing those who lost someone a proper chance to mourn. There were deaths, but thankfully, they weren't numerous. The village as a whole mourned the few lost and paid respects to the ninjas who laid down their lives in the name of duty. The next step was rebuilding what had been destroyed. It was heartwarming to see villagers reach out to their neighbors. People whose homes were decimated by the enemy were invited to share homes with those whose were still standing. Shopkeepers, normally competitors, rallied together to help each other restore their stores to their former glory. As the acting Hokage, Tsunade couldn't have been prouder of the villagers. The sun rose, beaming brightly over the Namikaze estate. It was a beautiful day, a special day. Today, Naruto would achieve one of his dreams. Today, Tsunade would officially hand over the mantle of Hokage to him. The sun's light crept through Naruto's window, growing and stretching until it finally landed on his sun-kissed face. The light seemed drawn to his eyes, and the increasing brightness forced him to abandon any hope of sleeping longer. The blonde lay still in his bed for a moment, not wanting to open his eyes just yet. Slowly, he opened them, trying to adjust to the overwhelming light that flooded the room. Sleepily, he blinked, trying to get his eyes to focus. Naruto inhaled deeply, momentarily holding his breath before exhaling. Slowly turning his head, his eyes focused on Yuri's side of the bed. Her side was neat and tidy, seeming eerie and ghostly, as if untouched. Forcing his eyes to dance over the abandoned section of the bed, he looked at the pictures on her nightstand. There was one of the two of them from their wedding and another from the day the twins were born. But the largest picture captured Naruto and the twins, one on each broad shoulder, all three sporting identical, ecstatic, fox-like grins. He turned his attention to the mundane ceiling, running his rough hands across his face to wake up. Then he heard an unmistakable sound, one that always made him smile regardless of his mood. Yuki and Takeshi were clumsily scaling the stairs to see their father. Naruto quickly pulled the covers over his head and pretended to be lost in slumber. Takeshi burst through the door first, leading his sister to the bed. They both awkwardly struggled to climb the high sides of the bed. Once they reached the top, they froze. "SHH, he's sleepin'," Takeshi stated matter-of-factly. "Up," Yuki squealed. When Naruto didn't respond, Yuki looked at her brother, disappointed. They had played this game before, and their father always got up when they told him to, but he was still sleeping. Takeshi's little face contorted in thought. "Up," he said louder. Still, nothing. Yuki frowned but decided to follow her brother's example and stood next to him, hands firmly rooted to her hips. She started jumping on the bed. "Up, up, up," she squealed louder. Naruto sprung up from under the covers and gathered the giggling, squealing twins into his arms. He couldn't help but join their laughter. There was something contagious about it. "Daddy," they both chimed in unison. "Twins," he mimicked. He pulled them in tight and hugged them. He briefly let them go and emerged from his warm bed. He gave them a small, silly glare. "Who wants to fly?" he asked. "Me," they sang. He scooped one up in each hand and held them high. They wiggled and laughed the whole time. "1, 2, 3, Naruto said as he launched them onto the bed. Yuki screamed while Takeshi laughed. Both Yuki and Takeshi continued to jump on the plush bed while Naruto rummaged through his drawers for clothes. He pulled on a pair of black pants over his boxers. He changed drawers and dug for his favorite orange shirt. It was soft and thin from overuse and overwashing, but that just made it better. After slipping it on, he turned back to the twins. He held out both arms and waited for Yuki to jump into them. Once she was caught, he turned his back so Takeshi could take up his favorite perch. Together, the three made their way downstairs to the kitchen. Naruto rounded the corner and skillfully descended the stairs while balancing the twins. When they reached the bottom, a delicious aroma greeted them, wafting from the kitchen. It smells so good. I wonder who's in the kitchen, he said, looking at the twins in mock suspicion. Naruto entered the kitchen to find a few of his favorite people sitting at the long bar-like counter facing the stove. Tsunade smiled warmly when she saw the twins clinging to their father. Jiraiya waved from behind his coffee cup. Naruto stopped and stared. He let Yuki down and helped Takeshi slide off his back, then rested his hands on his hips. Now, Yuri-chan, are you sure you should be doing that? Naruto asked, concerned. Before Yuri could answer, Tsunade shot him an evil look and began to fuss. Excuse me, brat, do you think I'm too old to do my job or something? I haven't lost my touch, you know. Now, that isn't what I meant. He tried his best to appease her. It better not be, she snapped. Calm down. I'm sure Naru is just worried about his wife. It's natural, Jiraiya said calmly. Thank you, Deifu. He nodded and then turned his attention to his wife. How are you feeling? He leaned in and kissed her sweetly. Naru-kun, I'm feeling fine, and in all fairness, the twins woke you up too soon. I didn't want you to actually see me cooking, she said with a huge smile. But you didn't have to, he told her. I know that. But I wanted to. It's not every day you become Hokage, she said, beaming with pride. Unless you're Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya mused. He paused and continued, a little saddened. I think you will be just as great. Jiraiya was smiling at Naruto when he was sent flying across the room. Tsunade fumed at the white-haired man. Jiraiya shook his head and rubbed his arm. Ow, that hurt, Why did you do that? He questioned. What about me? Was I not a great Hokage? She snarled. Everyone in the room paled at the angry woman. Naruto thought hard before speaking. Bah-chan. He paused at her murderous glare. Are you okay? Yes. Why wouldn't I be? You seem really tense today, are you sure? She sighed loudly. I'm sorry, Naru, I'm just being a little silly. Why do you think that? I feel like I'm not useful anymore. I handed over my title as Sunin to Sakura, and she's about to surpass me in the medical area as well. I'm happy for her. She's talented and deserves it. And now I'm about to hand you my title as Hokage, and then retire. What am I going to do? I'm no longer of any use to anyone. In a surprising move, Jiraiya stepped up and wrapped his arms around her. And what seemed even more startling, she let him. Don't talk like that, We need you, he replied soothingly. Really? Yes. You're the closest thing to a mother I've ever known, Naruto chimed in. And the twins need you too, you're their grandmother, Yuri said, smiling. As if on cue, the twins rocketed out of their chairs and ran for Tsunade. They latched tightly onto her legs that were hanging from the stool, trying to make her feel better too. Thank you. She looked up at Naruto. I'm sorry for being this way on your big day. Don't worry about it. You're family, and that's what we're here for, he said, beaming a big smile in her direction. The six of them sat down to eat together. The conversation flowed easily and was enjoyable. It wasn't long until it was time for Tsunade to take her leave. She had much to prepare at the tower. Naruto and Jiraiya took kitchen duty and cleaned as Yuri headed upstairs to shower and get ready. As soon as the task was complete, he met her upstairs. How are you feeling, Yuri-chan? How about you ask me that after you shower? We still have things to do before we leave for the tower, so for now, there isn't time to fuss over me. But, shower, now, mister, she said, pointing to the bathroom. Naruto grinned at her and headed where she pointed. He quickly removed the clothes he had just put on, jumped in the shower, and quickly scrubbed himself clean. Before exiting, he made sure to get as much water out of his absorbent hair as he could. With a flick of his wrist, he had a towel around his waist and stood, leaning against the doorway. So, how are you feeling, Yuri-chan? He said with a hint of tease. I told you before. I'm fine. He crossed the room and sat next to her on the edge of the bed. He held her cheek in his hand and looked deep into her crystallized blue eyes. Are you really? You seem to be getting tired easily. He started. Oh, that has nothing to do with the battle. Then what is it from? He questioned. Well, you remember when I was finally cleared to come home, and we had that one really amazing night, she led, wondering if he would catch on. Yeah, that night was amazing, he said, staring off with a stupid, lust-filled grin on his face. Naru-kun, she said as she playfully hit his arm. They locked eyes. Do you really not know where I'm going with this? Wait. Yes, you want to do it again? Now. I don't think we have the time, he said, earning himself a slap on the back of his head. You know, for a Hokage, you aren't so bright sometimes. Naru-kun, I'm pregnant, again, she said with a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Are you really? He said, mimicking her expression. Yes, I am. I just found out. Tsunade confirmed it today, she said, bursting with glee. Naruto pounced on Yuri, bringing her down onto the bed. He proceeded to smother her in kisses all over. Yuri drank it in. "That is so great," he suddenly announced. "I have to tell everyone." "After the ceremony. Which can't happen until you get dressed," she fussed playfully. Naruto stood in the Hokage's office, gazing through the window. He watched as the masses of people began to gather around the tower. At that moment, his heart swelled. He had a wonderful family that was still growing and great friends. He was moments away from becoming Hokage of Konoha, and the villagers finally treated him with respect. He had fought long and hard to earn it, but he had. Even with all the things he knew and didn't know the future would hold, he was content. Tsunade's words broke his train of thought. She walked up to him, holding a familiar jacket, neatly folded with a highly identifiable hat sitting on top. Naruto glanced downward as they were handed to him. With a toothy grin, he placed the Hokage hat on his head. However, his smile faded as he fingered the jacket. He thought of the old man and his pipe, next he thought of his father and his legacy, and last he thought of when Tsunade had worn the coat and hat for the first time. Powerful emotions lingered in the fabric of that one coat: honor, loyalty, pride, strength, respect. As he placed the coat over his shoulder, he felt the weight it unseemingly possessed. "Naru, are you ready?" she asked proudly. "Since the day I was born, Bahn." The two made their way up the stairs to the tower's rooftop. Tsunade motioned for Naruto to stop where he was. She walked to the front of the area and raised her hands high. "Citizens and shinobi of Konoha, today is a glorious day. Before the Rokudaime steps forward, I have a few words to say. I will keep it short and sweet," she began. "It has truly been an honor to be your Godame. This village is truly a splendid place to live. At this moment, I could not have more love and pride in my heart. I am about to hand over the mantle to someone in whom I have the utmost faith. I know that this person will strive to protect this village and all of her people. He has done it since the day he was born and will continue to until the day he dies. People of Konoha, I present to you, your Rokudaime Hokage, Naruto Namikaze." A warm breeze circulated through the masses, carrying the cheers upward. Naruto walked to the railing and looked over at his people. The warm breeze reached his skin, sending goosebumps over his body. His Hokage's jacket danced in the breeze, and Naruto couldn't help but be happy. He turned to see his wife and children gazing at him with smiles of their own plastered to their faces. Jiraiya stood next to Tsunade, both beaming like proud parents. The new Hokage and a looming threat. "Thank you," he exclaimed, raising his hands. "It is my deepest honor to be here and to be your Hokage. I won't let you down, Konoha, I promise." A few hours later, the ceremony was over. Naruto had officially taken his post as Hokage, a role that still felt surreal. He'd already met with the council and announced Tsunade and Jiraiya as his advisors. But now, more serious matters awaited. The Uchiha and the Akatsuki. In the office, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Anko, Yugo, Sakura, and Yuri were gathered for a meeting about Sasuke's whereabouts. "Is there any news on the Uchiha?" Naruto asked. "No, my sources haven't found anything," Jiraiya replied. "Based on Kakashi and Anko's accounts, it's safe to say he's been taken by the Akatsuki. We're not yet sure what they want him for. Given his past with his brother, he might not stay with them," Sakura added. "It's also likely he hasn't fully recovered from his battle with you." Naruto listened intently, absorbing every detail. It was clear they wouldn't know anything until the enemy made their next move. "We won't know anything until they start to move again," Naruto stated. "Sadly, that puts us at a disadvantage. But we need to stay sharp. It's abundantly clear we haven't seen the last of the Uchiha or the Akatsuki." Sasuke awakens. Drip, drip, drip. Sasuke Uchiha lay completely motionless in the dark room. Slowly, very slowly, the soft sounds around him began to register. He strained his hearing, trying to discern if anyone else was present. The only noises were the gentle hums and beeps of the machines that had been keeping him alive for the past 2 months. His mind raced as he tried to figure out his location and why he was hooked up to these machines. The last thing his foggy memory recalled was a yellow blur and lots of blood, his blood. He jolted upright, the sudden movement causing his head to ache. He gently cradled his head, desperately trying to soothe the pounding. His hands slid from his face and gingerly traced the bandages around his torso. Then, the pieces clicked into place. He and Naruto had fought, and he had lost. Naruto had driven a blade through his heart. He should be dead, but he wasn't. He had survived a death blow. His obsidian eyes gleamed with evil mirth. His laughter began softly, then swelled, echoing down the halls of the unknown location until it reached Itaka's ears. His blood-red Sharingan met another pair of the same. "He's awake," Itaka said, turning on his heel to leave. "Good, time to set the wheels in motion," the other Sharingan wielder replied.